Good evening, my friend, and welcome to the XCAL Racing 420 live from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. My name is PDJZ, the voice of XCAL Racing, and finally the day is here. The day we have all been waiting for, opening day for the XCAL 2021 season. After 7 months of recruiting drivers, putting this thing together, finding sponsors, building teams, building a community, it has all come together, and opening day is finally here, and I could not be more excited. We have a doozy in store for you this evening. We have 43 drivers scheduled to take the green flag this evening. Looks like one of the cars, though, Colin Hefner in the 87, he's not officially scratched yet, but that car is not firing right now on the grid, and his entire team is working hard on it right now, trying to get that car to turn over, but Hoffner's car just will not turn over right now. And right now it's looking pretty dire for Hoffner. I don't think we will see the 87 take the green flag. So an unfortunate break there for the Hallinar Racing car, but fortunately for Hallinar Racing, they still have Alex Hallinar in the field. So as we start to get into things here, we are going to take a quick pre-race word with our in-car reporter, Paul Coleman Jr. And Paul, as we get ready to get this thing underway, just tell me what your one biggest key to the race tonight is.
Survival. This thing's 420 miles. What is that like? That's more than an Xfinity race, right? So, I mean, the key is just to survive. These tires are like ice. You know, all about driving on ice. They're being from New York, but these tires are like ice in the beginning, and these guys are going to be bouncing around all over the place. So just survive and be around for the last 100 miles.
I think that's pretty good advice, Paul. I might ask you something else, but now it is time as we go down to the starting grid. And Hoffner's car wouldn't turn over. It's confirmed he will not take the green, so 42 cars will take the green flag. Here we go through the starting grid. Starting on pole position, that is, position number 1 will be the number 48 of Jordan Babinger. Babinger, since he won the pole, he will be the first driver confirmed into the 2021 XCAL All-Star race. Starting in second will be the 12 of Kenny Tripp. Third will be the 1 of Brandon Varney. Fourth will be the 05 of John Frilly. Fifth will be the 31 of Josh Rogers. Sixth will be Luke Turpin in the 454. Seventh will be Aquinas LaBeouf in the 03. Eighth will be the 2 of Ben Eaton. Ninth will be the 53 of Tyler Batchelder. And 10th will be Jeremy Leto. 11th will be Alex Hallinar. 12th will be William Karp. 13th will be Pat Sullivan. 14th will be John Domino. 15th will be John Schwartz. 16th will be Kyle Hewins, filling in as a sub-driver this week for Tyler Jalbert. 17th will be the 28 of Steven Rex. 18 will be the 25 of Bruce Helmuth. 19th will be the 84 of Ryan Soper. And 20th will be the 5 of Derek Colson. 21st will be the 21 of Caleb Tremaine. 22nd will be the 52 of Marty Zakala. 23rd will be the 06 of Logan Jones. 24th will be the 37 of Art Hendren. 25th will be the 7 of Jeff Edgar. 26th will be the 20 of Jose Gaudino. 27th will be the 45 of Travis Sukup. 28th will be the 61 of Greg Holes. 29th will be the 062 of Johnny B. And 30th will be the 74 of Rafael Semprich. And 31st will be the 13 of Darren Snyder. 32nd will be the 77 of Octavio Rondoletto. 33rd will be the 50 of Mark Royce. 34th will be our in-car reporter, Paul Coleman Jr. 35th will be the number 11 of Dwayne Robinson, who's filling in this week for Heather Patrick. 36th will be the 07 of Kyle Stridechars. 37th will be Tyler McRae in the 99. 38th will be Joshua Borje Bonkowski in the 96. 39th will be the 19 of Matthew Bear. 40th will be the 22 of Kendrick Crayer. 41st will be the 15 of Chase Johnson. And riding shotgun in the field in 42nd position will be the number 82 of Blake Wynn, who is filling in this week for Alex Gangler. 42 cars looking to take the green flag. 42 cars looking to do the dance. Here we come down into turn number 3, and all the anticipation, all the talk, all the epicness that has led up to this moment, it is finally here. XCAL's back 7 years later. They said it couldn't be done. Here we sit. The pace car brings the field off of turn number 4. It is going to make that hard left-hand turn into the pit lane in just 1 second. There we go. The pace car makes the hard left-hand turn. Field is now at the mercy of Jordan Babinger. Here he comes. And the green flag is in the air. They're down and away. A good jump from Babinger, although it's Tripp on the high side carrying the momentum. I should have said good jump Tripp, because Tripp on that high side is carrying the speed up. Although it's now going to be clear for him to to come down low if he'd like. His teammate Brandy Varney has left a hole open for him. Tripp will slide down in the line, and Varney did let his teammate Tripp get in the line. So we are single file till we get back to fourth. Josh Rogers and John Frilly race side by side. On the low line, Frilly's in that 31 car, or excuse me, Rogers in the 31 car, and it looks like Rogers will clear Frilly. So move Rogers up to fourth. Now Frilly slides down low, leaving Luke Turpin alone on the outside with help from Benny. A fairly calm start, I would say, of sorts a calm start here, although we may have had an issue in the back. I'm trying to see. It looks as though a one-car Paul Coleman Jr. is trying to drop back a little bit. Nothing too much happening there, though. Up front, things still stay calm for the time being. First through fourth is Jordan Babinger, Kenny Tripp, and Brandon Varney with Josh Rogers in fourth. Our first battle is Luke Turpin versus John Frilly. As Frilly on the low side does have help from teammate Clinus LaBeouf. LaBeouf trying to give Frilly the push he needs to stay right in front of Luke Turpin, but Turpin on that high side doing a good job, and Turpin is just about clear. Man, he was almost clear heading down in turn number 3. It looks as though Frilly was able to keep the nose in, and now Turpin will have to recover on the high side. So Turpin continues to try to make things happen up there, up top. And you might notice this week, if you've been paying attention to the XCAL thing, Luke Turpin, new paint scheme this week. For the first time in 7 years, Luke Turpin has a new paint scheme, and it is just his same exact old paint scheme, except he has an XCAL logo on the hood and his name on the spoiler. So Luke Turpin changing things up a little bit as he pulls down in a line. We get things going now. Single file. Looks like everyone's single file throughout the field. A little bit of a moment there between Ben Eaton and Jeremy Leto, but they all get it collected. And these guys doing a good job saving their stuff right now. They got it going. Everyone's single file, and we are single file. First side-by-side battle on the racetrack is 13th. John Domino and Pud race side by side. Pud on the high side. He will take the position away from Domino, although Domino pulls right back up to him. So a good battle going on right there for 13th and 14th is Pud Soper in the 84. Trying to have a good run today. He's had a rough weekend off the racetrack, and I know he'd like to redeem himself, so we'll see what he can do. A little bit of a storyline heading into this race, I will say. For the first time in XCAL history, an entire team has been banished from the league. Precision Speed Labs, owned by Sean English, that entire team has been dissolved due to XCAL Racing telling them they have to go. They did some actions during practice that just were not acceptable, and then they made some comments that XCAL was not too fond of, and the team was completely folded per XCAL command. We have a car coming off pit road. That's Tyler McRae in the 99, I think. That is McRae in the 99. McRae gets off the pits. He's 1 lap down, probably going to be 2 laps down. Not sure what happened to Tyler. He's the only car who's any laps down right now. I'm taking a look at that machine, and it doesn't look like it has a lot of damage. I don't really see any damage on the car, to be perfectly honest with you. But he is having a hard time keeping that thing up to par, and he is just going slow on the low side of the speedway. And there we go. He gets it up to speed now. I think he's wanting to let the field safely get by. So he is 2 laps down, an early issue for Tyler McRae. Tough break there for him. Luckily for him, though, the car doesn't appear to be damaged, and I think he still has it going. Up front, Babinger still showing the way. And I mentioned briefly, sorry, we had a little bit of a late start to the broadcast today. We were experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties before the race started. Fortunately, we got him going in time to show you this race. But Babinger in the lead right now. He did win the pole award. And per the XCAL rules, as we see Kenny Tripp now jump to the outside, he's the first car to make that move to the top side. But per the XCAL rules, any car that wins a pole award will be eligible for the All-Star race. So Jordan Babinger, first driver so far to be locked into the 2021 All-Star race. As looking through the field, trying to see where all the action might be at right now, I just heard Joshua Borje-Bonkowski make a comment on the race channel. I didn't see anything happen near him, though. Looks like everything is still going on just fine. Looking around, looks like we have a few little packs forming. First through about, I would say, first through about 15th, or under the first pack, and then you have a second pack with about, I'd say, about 21st through 23rd, and then behind them is a big drop off. Then you got another little pack with 23rd through 20, or actually that's about the rest of the field right there, 23rd through about 39th. And then you have a few stragglers, Alex Hallinar and Paul Coleman Jr. playing the safe game. They're just riding way behind the field right now. And we're actually going to take a moment here. This is something we normally don't do. We don't normally key up our in-car reporter under green flag conditions. But considering he's running all by himself right now, way behind the field, we might as well. Paul Coleman, you got a copy?
I do.
Paul, we're looking at you right now. You're running position number 39. But most important, or actually 41, excuse me. But most important, the car's in one piece, and it looks like you and Alex Helena are just kind of hanging out right now. Was this by design, or was there a little issue at the start?
No, definitely no issue. This is by design. Like I told you in the pre-race, this is all about survival. We're just kind of hanging out. There was a little bobble. I think the machine there, by the way, the car number Cray, I nearly got into him as well, so he might have been black flag because I see him a couple laps down. But yeah, this is all 100% by design. We're just going to keep our way here, keep ourselves in the back, and keep ourselves clean.
All right, we'll let you focus back on racing. That was Paul Coleman Jr., driver of the 66, our in-car reporter. And we click away lap 10 of 280. Kenny Tripp just had a little bit of a moment. He got loose from second position. He was able to save the race car, though, and maintain his position, so no harm, no foul right there. He is still trying to find a way, and he's looking racy right now. He is trying to find a way to race with Jordan Babinger. He knows he has the teammate help behind him with the one car, and actually more teammate help might be on the way. Here we go. The 53 of Tyler Batchelder jumps to the outside of Luke Turpin. Luke Turpin, driver of that 454, newly added to Rolling Thunder Racing. If you remember 2014, Rolling Thunder Racing was the champion of XCAL Racing. However, it was with a completely different roster. In 2014, it was the champion of XCAL Racing with Mark Arthur, Aaron Keith, and Aaron Hillbush. This time they have Luke Turpin, Greg Holz, and the 19 car does not have a full-time driver yet. They signed Matthew Baer to a 5-race contract. I have word that could turn into a full-time deal, but he really needs to prove himself here in these 5 races to prove he deserves that ride. So Tyler Batchelder has gotten around Luke Turpin for 5th, so move Batchelder up one more spot. A car that has moved up through the field a good bit so far. The 84 of Ryan Soper has driven up from 19th to 7th already. Now he's looking to the outside of Luke Turpin. That 84 of Ryan Soper looking racy early on in this one, I'm not going to lie. He gets to the outside of Turpin, and here we go. Tyler Batchelder jumps to the outside of Josh Rogers. He's getting loose. That outside lane is starting to work in full force. We're seeing it start to really come in. And here we go. Help is coming for Tyler Batchelder. Ryan Soper is going to pull right up to his bumper, and behind them it looks like Clinus Buff has also pulled up to the outside lane. So we have an outside lane starting to form here on lap number 12. I got to hand it to these drivers, though. A really impressive job that 41 of the 42 guys were able to survive the initial start with absolutely no issues whatsoever. And here we sit on lap 13 with still 41 of 42 on the lead lap. Tyler McRae in 42nd, 2 laps down. Up front, it's getting racy. Here we go. Kenny Tripp jumps to the outside, and we have a mainly asphalt outside lane. Tripp, Varney, and Batchelder, the first 3 cars in the outside lane, all teammates. So Jordan Babinger, he might just have to cede this position to Kenny Tripp here, as he's going to have a lot of help on that high line. Here they go, racing for the lead side by side. On the high side, Kenny Tripp has Brandon Varney roll right up to his bumper. And I've noticed that these mainly asphalt guys, they have a new sponsor this week, Maine Mobile Truck Service, serving all of Maine, roadside service. Call them at 207-500-3550. All those cars sponsored by that. That's the actual sponsor they have. So if you're in Maine and you need a tow job, be sure to call up their services. Here we go, though, racing side by side for the lead. It is Kenny Tripp with a lot of help from his nephew, Brandon Varney. Varney getting right up on the bumper right now. Kenny Tripp trying to give him that shove he needs to the top spot. Great racing going on here. And on the low side, not a lot of help for Babinger. He has the 31 of Josh Rogers right behind him, but besides Rogers, there's really no help to speak of. So if you're Jordan Babinger right now, you're just kind of holding on for dear life and hoping that things go well, as we do have Babinger still holding on to that top spot, though. And that outside lane isn't going as well as I thought it might. Still, though, 4 cars to 2, 4 in the outside lane, 2 in the low line right now. Kenny Tripp, though, with a good run right now. He had the nose going into turn 3, just couldn't quite clear Babinger. Babinger slides up a little bit in the corner. That might help Tripp out. We will see. And interesting story about Kenny Tripp, actually. So Kenny Tripp is a former flagman at the Oxford Speedway, and he also flagged at their kart track, too. His nephew behind him, Brandon Varney, he is a 5-time go-kart champion at the Oxford Plains Speedway. In real life, this is not racing. In real life, Varney is a 5-time go-kart champion at the Oxford Plains. He is a champion of the 4-cylinder series, 6-cylinder series, and the 8-cylinder series at Oxford. He is the only driver in the entire history of the Oxford Plains Speedway to win, or to be a champion in all 3 different series. In total, he has 41 career wins at the Oxford Plains Speedway and 4.5 years of in-car experience. And caution is out. We have our first caution of the evening. So caution is flowing onto the Speedway. And looks like we had a car go around in the trial. Boy, I see the 28 of Stephen Rex has gotten involved in a wreck. So caution is out for the first time on lap number 17, and it looks like there was an issue with the 36 of John Domino and the 28 of Stephen Rex. Here we go, replay is up, and looks like John Domino just got a little loose on that apron of the racetrack. He came right up into the 28 of the Stephen Rex machine, and Domino they both went around, but really none of them hit anything. No harm, no foul there, as they both keep the cars going. So it looks like everyone is going to be okay after that one, not really that big of a wreck. And we are under our first caution period of the evening. So as we go under caution for the first time, I do want to take a quick word there with Paul Coleman Jr. Paul, you got a copy?
I do indeed.
All right, Paul. Well, we got our first caution of the night on lap 17. Probably a little bit earlier than most drivers would have liked to seen, but it is what it is. So what's the game plan here, Paul? Do you think we're going to see guys coming down pit road and topping off their cars? Tell me about the different strategies. I know XCAL has a full fuel tank this week, which is really uncommon for them. So tell me the different ways they can kind of play with that.
Yeah, so I mean, one of my strategies is, and unfortunately there was a car behind me, so I couldn't hit or I would have got black flag, but one of the strategies is you just kind of, and this is a strategy I'll probably use, is just to keep your car full of fuel each pit stop, get some tires, because you can switch tires here, and tires do fall off eventually. So just kind of pit, get some tires, get some fuel, just kind of like the NASCAR boys do, and make sure you have the full tank there if we get a long green flag run.
All right, Paul, thank you for your words there. And actually, while we're under caution, we do want to play our driver introduction video for you. So we're going to take a little bit of a commercial break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this epic intro.
Hey, this is Tyler Gilbert, driver of the 04 Mainly Asphalt's Camaro. You're watching XCAL on Telesign TV.
Esto es XCAL League, soy Octavio Rondolito y me verás arriba del Tella 77.
Hi, this is Angelo Esposito, driver of the 33 machine, and you're watching XCAL Racing on Telesign TV.
Hi, this is Kenny Tripp, driver of the main Mongol Truck Service Camaro. You're watching XCAL Racing on Telesign TV.
Hey, ich heiße Rafael Sempro und bin der Fahrer des Wagens mit der Nummer 74 und ihr guckt XCAL Racing auf Telesign TV.
This is Ryan Soper, driver of the number 84 RS Racing car, and you're watching XCAL Racing on Telesign TV.
And welcome back to Telesign TV. My name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and we are under our first caution period here. That caution was given to John Domino, so he has brought that car down pit road, and he was given a black flag. He served it. He will be starting at the tail end of the field. And we're going to see if maybe we can catch a quick word with John. I'm not sure if he is actually on. Actually, no, I will not be able to catch a word with John. So maybe here while we are sitting early, we'll try to catch a word with our early race leader, Jordan Babinger. And we're going to try to see if we can maybe tune into his radio channel here. And I think I might have gotten it. Jordan Babinger, it's PD up on the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, Jordan, a good start for you. You've led this thing pretty much wire to wire. I think Kenny might have got a couple laps there. But nonetheless, the car's been out in front so far. I got to ask you, how's the car feeling early on? And how do you feel about the setup underneath you?
I was just talking about it. It's actually feeling pretty stable right now.
And Jordan, by winning the pole in this race, you are the first driver locked into the 2021 All-Star race. So just from a driver's perspective, how nice is that for you to know that come All-Star weekend, you're already locked in before the first race even started?
Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. I didn't know about that till like just a couple hours ago.
Certainly a good break for you there, Jordan. Well, as you get one to green, I got one last question. I'll let you catch up with your team. What's the strategy here for you moving forward in this race? Are you just trying to keep that car out in front and away from trouble, or maybe you might drop back with your teammates later on? What's the idea here?
Yeah, just think we're going to try to stay out front here. Try to stay out of it.
All right, well, 10-4, Jordan. Thank you for taking a quick word to talk to us. Best of luck, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, it's Jordan Babinger, driver of the number 48 Dropping Bombs machine, as we move him back to his channel. Aquinas LaBeouf also just got a black flag. Not sure what happened there. Something must have happened there to him. We will try to figure out what happened. I'm not sure, but Aquinas LaBeouf. is having some sort of an issue. So tough break there for Aquinas LaBeouf. And we're getting ready to go green nonetheless. Well, we start with Babinger in first, second Josh Rogers, third Darren Snyder. Fourth after starting 41st is Chase Johnson. Fifth is going to be the 50 of Mark Royce, sixth Rafael Semperuch, seventh Kyle Streichars, eighth Jose Gaudino, and ninth the first car that pitted Brandon Varney, and 10th Kenny Tripp. So the field comes off of turn number 4. The field is at the mercy of Jordan Babinger, this time by that iRacing Ford Mustang pace car. We'll make that hard left-hand turn down into the pits, and here we come. The flagman holds the green flag in hand, and he is going to let it rip. Green flag in the air, we're down and away, and a good jump there for Babinger. He really blew the doors off the number 31 of Rogers there. Rogers actually has a hole to slide down if he would like to. Rogers thinks about it, but he's going to stay on that high side for the time being. He continues to run right up there, and now he'll slide down. So first car on the outside can be Chase Johnson. Interesting story here about Johnson. Johnson actually made his XCAL debut quite a while ago at the Southern National Speedway. I think he had a top 10 run there. But then we didn't see him for a while. Actually, we see 2 cars drop into the back. That's the 1 car of Varney and the 12 of Kenny Tripp. It looks like they're trying to fall back to catch up with their teammates. Pat Sullivan doing it as well. So all those Sullivan iRacing and mainly asphalt cars drop into the rear of the field. That is by design. Do not be fooled. They are not having issues. But back to Johnson. He ran there, but then he came back and he tried to race in North Wilkesboro, and he actually self-spun and wrecked in 3 consecutive heat races and was the first caution every time. And he was very embarrassed by that, and we didn't see him again for a while, and no one really wanted to give him a ride. Well, I was actually running an official iRacing session, and he knew I was from XCAL, and he was just talking to me about how he wishes he didn't do that and thinks he might never get a shot again in XCAL. And I told him, just keep getting better. And he told me he has been getting better. So he came and tried to race last week at the Thompson Speedway. And last week at Thompson, he was having a top 5 run going on before a late race pit problem caused him to finish 9th. But he had such an impressive run that Derek Colson actually signed him to a full season deal to drive that 15 car. So from being a guy that had no ride and really was down on himself after having a rough go at North Wilkesboro, by just getting better and sticking with it and practicing and doing all the right things, he found himself in a car, and now he finds himself racing for the lead. Here we go off into turn 3. Johnson has the nose ahead. Chase Johnson and Jordan Babinger dueling for this thing up front right now. Babinger on the low side, though, with all the help, and Johnson really on an island by himself. The next closest car in line is the 74 of Rafael Semperuch, but I think Semperuch is too far behind to really give any significant draft help to that 15 of Johnson. Johnson, though, doing a good job keeping that car up there on his own. I will say it's not easy to keep those cars pinned to the outside lane when you have absolutely no help whatsoever, but Johnson does have the nose ahead, and I'll tell you what, he's getting awfully close to clearing Jordan Babinger. He does clear Jordan Babinger. Wow, all by himself. Chase Johnson takes the lead, and here we come off of turn number 4, and for the first time in his XCAL career, Chase Johnson going to lead a lap in an XCAL race. What a move there by Johnson to take the top spot, and the kid who didn't have a ride 1 week ago, he's leading the XCAL Racing 420. And if you didn't know, the XCAL Racing 420 is kind of like the XCAL Racing Daytona 500. It's the big XCAL Super Speedway race at the beginning of the season that kind of gets things started and underway. And for these drivers, I told them before the race, so we had a big drivers meeting, and I told them all the same thing. You can't win the title on week 1 of 30, but you can sure as heck put yourself in a deep hole that's going to be really hard to dig yourself out of. And it's the case here today. And also, though, at a super speedway race, if you survive and miss the wrecks and are there at the end and you're a good plate driver, and maybe you're not the best short track guy, but you're really good at these plate tracks, you could set yourself up really good in the points early in the season with a good run here today. So this race, while everyone's trying to win and it kind of has that Daytona 500 mentality, at the same time, point racing is now a thing. That wasn't a thing in the past. That was all preseason, the races they watched before. Those were unofficial races. This is official. This is real. This is for the money. This is for the title. And these guys have raced like it so far, as this thing has been astonishingly clean. Update, we do have a second car that's gone a lap down. That's Aquinas LaBeouf. He came and served his black flag, and he did lose a lap in the process. So now LaBeouf 1 lap down, along with Tyler McRae, who's 2 laps down. LaBeouf trying to get that car, keep it out there. As I'm looking back up front, looks like Jordan Babinger is trying to find a way to make a move here on Johnson. Babinger has gotten back up to the outside lane, and he is up there, and help is on the way. Here we come, Rafael Semperuch getting right up his bumper here. Right behind Semprich is the 07, another dropping bombs car. That's Kyle Strychars. Looks like the lead pack is about 9 cars strong, and actually I'd say about 12, because lagging onto there is Ryan Soper and Luke Turpin along with Jeremy Leto. Overall, too, Jeremy Leto has had a very strong racing week, I should say. And a big storyline that has just been announced today is that actually RS Racing, Ryan Soper Racing, they have changed their team name to Leto Soper Racing, and Jeremy Leto is now the owner of that team. So Jeremy Leto is the owner of LS Racing with Ryan Soper, and a big move there, but they feel like that was the right move for the direction of that team, and they're hoping in the future that maybe they can have some stronger runs now with new ownership and maybe a little bit stronger ownership too, with Leto making the calls. Up front, the battle for the lead is pretty epic though. On the high side, Jordan Babinger doing a fine job keeping that 15 of Chase Johnson pinched to the inside. Johnson still doing a fine job showing the way around the racetrack. He has a lot of help right now from Josh Rogers. And Rogers kind of been everyone's best friend early on in this race. He's been on that inside lane in third for as long as I can remember. And he's done a good job keeping that inside lane in the top spot. Besides Johnson clearing Babinger, not a single outside lane car besides Johnson has cleared the inside lane. And you might think that goes on the leader, but to be honest with you, that is more or less on Josh Rogers doing his job back there. Rogers is going to peek to the inside now of Johnson. Nothing doing there. He keeps the car in line. Another impressive drive that I do want to comment on, the 82, of Blake Wynn. Blake Wynn filling in this week for Alex Gangler. Gangler unfortunately was not able to be at the racetrack this week, so we hired Blake Wynn to be the backup driver. After starting shotgun on the field in 42nd, Wynn has already driven that car up into the 18th spot, so an impressive recovery there for Blake Wynn, as he has done a good job doing his part. And we have had an issue. There is a problem on the racetrack. Derek Colson has been involved in an incident. Colson is going to bring that car down in the pits. Looks as though Derek Colson has wrecked on the backstretch. He was racing side by side with Steven Rex, and Steven Rex, it looks like, just came down the racetrack right into Derek Colson, spun him nose first into the inside wall. And a terrible race weekend continues for Derek Colson, as he's going to try to get that car fixed. But Derek Colson, the first car with heavy damage in that race, he brings it down pit road. An unbelievable stroke of luck there for Derek Colson. And it's funny, yesterday we were talking to Derek Colson, and he said, you know, if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. And today that still appears to be the case. Up front, the leaders have got a little bit spread out. It looks like Chase Johnson has cleared the 48 car and pulled a little bit of a gap. I don't know if something happened there. I was checking out what happened to Derek Colson. But Chase Johnson is still our leader. We got Jordan Babinger now making a move to the high side. A nice crossover move there by Jordan Babinger. He pulls dead even down the back straightaway of Johnson. They head off into turn number 3, and Babinger on that high side just able to keep the momentum up, but is not quite able to keep even with the 15 car. And that's the key to these races. You want to be dead even with the car coming off the corner. If you can stay even with the guy on corner exit, you'll be in pretty good shape. So right now, the 48 of Jordan Babinger doing his best to keep that 48 car pinned to the high side and keeping the momentum up and rolling. Unfortunately, though, Johnson on the low side was able to clear him once again. And Babinger really needs that 74 of Rafael Semprich to give him all the help he can right now. Semprich gives him a bump. Johnson blocks the high side a little bit. Nothing doing there. Babinger was able to get to the high side nonetheless. Babinger now gets really down low towards the quarter panel of Chase Johnson, and off the corner, Babinger drives that car off the corner. It looks like the 15 might have got a little loose. That could really help Babinger, although it looks like 15, despite getting loose, was able to keep the momentum up on that car. So Chase Johnson still leads this race and has really not been challenged too much from the high side. Babinger, the best he's been able to do is draw even. He's not really made up any significant ground on the 15 of Johnson. And for Derek Colson, it's an unfortunate break with the way that points work, because one of his cars is leading the race right now. So let's just say the race finished right now, which obviously it won't. There's still 246 laps to go. But if Chase Johnson were to win and Derek Colson were to finish 42nd like he's running right now, really wouldn't be that good of a day for team points, because the way team points works is they average the best finishing car on your team and the worst finishing car on your team. So Derek Colson in last and Chase in first, it'd be about a 21st place day for that team, which might not sound fair, but that is the way the points work. So Johnson, though, continues to show the way. It looks like they're getting a little racy here. A couple cars I really haven't made note of yet. Darren Snyder in 6th and Mark Royce in 8th on the inside lane. The two Asphalt Motorsports teammates down there, rearing their heads for the first time in this race. And it looks like Snyder has a lot of help from behind from that number 50 of Mark Royce. Those two guys, two of the cleaner guys in XCAL, and they're really good on these super speedway tracks, especially Snyder. I've seen Snyder have a lot of good runs when we come to these big super speedway tracks, and it appears today is no different, as he runs to the inside of Rafael Semprich. And speaking of being good at the restrictor plate tracks, by the way, Rafael Semprich, that man is good every single time we go to a super speedway. Last time we went to Charlotte, he ran up front the whole time there. When we went to Michigan, he was in position to win that race until a wreck with 5 to go took him out of it. And here again, running up front after starting 30th in the field. I mean, Semprich, he just knows how to drive these cars in the super speedways. And it's one of those things that some guys got it and some guys don't. Rafael Semprich definitely is one of the guys that has it, as is Paul Coleman. Actually, we're going to do a Paul Coleman check-in, as I see Paul is out there as the last car on the lead lap, running back there with a Jeff Edgar and a couple others that I see smoke in front of him. Not sure what happened. I don't see any sort of a wreck. So we're going to key in Paul Coleman Jr. real quick. And Paul, you got a copy?
Yeah, how's it going, Petey?
Not too bad, Paul. This time it looks like we have a little bit of a bigger pack here in the back. It looks like about, I'm looking at about 28th through 39th. They're all running single file, fairly spread out. Tell me, how's it going back there with you guys?
Yeah, we're just, everybody's kind of just minding their own P's and Q's here. We're staying in the line. I think that first wreck scared people. We got a little bobbled up there. Saw Derek Olson on the inside. Hate it for him again. I think, he's that, if there wasn't bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. And unfortunately, starting his 2021 XCAL campaign off on the 1 foot. But, we're just running back here, kind of waiting for the sun to set. That sun's a little blinding, but all's good back here.
10-4, Paul, and I must ask you, how's this car handling today? There's been a lot of concerns this weekend about the handling of the race car, so tell me how the handle has been so far up to this point.
Oh, the handling's great. I mean, I'm in the draft at Town on the Prairie here, and I can pull right up to him if I need to. Obviously, I don't want to be right on him just in case something happens, but it handles great. You just can't really flat-foot it all the way around here. You got to feather it just a little bit, so that makes things a little difficult. But other than that, I like it. This is a great track. I can't wait. If we had 40 to go instead of 240 to go, I'd be making a move, but just got to click off those laps.
All right, well, thank you, Paul, and I'm going to snap back to the front of the field where we've had a change for the lead. Josh Rogers has taken over the top spot from Chase Johnson. So Rogers moves into the top spot for the first time in this race, and Rogers, one of those guys that he's like a consistent 8th to 15th place car each week in and week out. He's always running fairly decent. Sometimes he will have better runs too, where he's running up in the top 5. But he's just a very consistent guy, and here he finds himself leading the XCAL Racing 420. Well, in lap number 40 of 280. Obviously, though, still a long way from home for the Josh Rogers number 31 machine. Still a lot that has to unfold. We figured today there will probably be about 3 pit stops in this thing. So 3 times these cars will have to come down pit road and get a full tank of fuel. It'll be interesting to see when the first one takes place. If my calculations are correct, it will take place probably around lap 90-ish. I'd say probably around that lap 90 is when you'd have to see these guys make their first green flag pit stops. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, see if these guys come down around lap 90, or maybe if they can extend it a little bit longer. It'll be interesting to see. Right now, though, the guys at the front of the field are not the usual suspects, I'll say that much. The top 10, kind of a hodgepodge of cars that really, some of these guys have ran up front, not taking it away from anyone. Johnson, like I said, had a good run last week. Rogers is usually a top 10 guy. Mark Royce did win a preseason race at Rockingham, and he's had some very good runs as well. But your Turpins, your Rondolettos, your William Karps, your John Schwartzes, your Greg Holes, your Kenny Tripps and Brandon Varneys, you're not seeing them guys at the front of the field right now. They're just kind of biding their time. They know how long this race is, and they're not really being racing. Turpin is running about a second behind the lead pack, so he hasn't completely lost the lead pack. He's just kind of hanging in there with them. A couple cars that I want to continue to give some praise to, though. not Luke Turpin, excuse me. The 84 of Ryan Soper and the 85 of Jeremy Leto, those two cars run both right in the top 10 right now. And the LS Racing car is doing a good job keeping those machines cleaning up near the front of the field. And those are two guys that they do kind of struggle from time to time on the short track. I don't think Jeremy Leto had a short track top 10 in the preseason, and Ryan Soper, he was on and off. He'd either get a top 10 or he'd be running dead last. So it was pretty far and few between. For those two guys, I think it is very important that they start their season off with a good run here at Charlotte. They definitely need to put those cars into a good position today, a good finishing position. And your season, you really set the tone for your season today. If you can get a good run today, get yourself up in the points early in the season, that's pretty big. That is big moving forward, especially if you're one of those guys, like I said, that do struggle on the short tracks, because getting a good run here means that you can afford to come out and run 15th next week at USA, and then 15th the next week at Thompson, and then maybe when we come back to Rockingham, which is a little bit bigger of a track, you get a good run there, you'll still find yourself up near the top of the points. Another car with a good run so far, I want to give a shout out to the RTZ Bulls car. That is Jose Gadino, who currently runs in 8th place right now. Or excuse me, the GTZ Bulls, not RTZ, GTZ. I apologize, they're the Gadino team. But he's having a very good run up in the top 10 right now. He also, I don't remember if he definitely had a couple top 10 runs. I think he actually had a top 5 run at South Boston or Lanier. But he was struggling coming towards the end of the preseason, heading into the new season, and it's good to see him running good early on in this one. A 30-race season, though, for XCAL. And let's talk a little bit about XCAL, too. This is a long race, and I have a lot of time to talk to you, my friend. XCAL is back, baby, and I could not be more excited. 7 months ago, XCAL president Aaron Hilbush sent me a text, and he has said, "We're back." And I said, "What?" And he said, "It's time, we're back." And that night, we got on iRacing. We hosted our first session in probably about 7 or 6 years. And we hosted a race, and it was an absolute disaster. Everyone showed up, a bunch of squeakers, a bunch of wrecking, as we get really close for the lead there with Rogers and Johnson. But it was not very good, and we weren't confident if we would be able to have things ready to go in time for 2021, as Johnson does chop the nose off the 31. Johnson does take the lead. A close move there, but Johnson does take the lead back from Rogers. But anyways, back to my point. We got things going. It wasn't looking good at first, but slowly but surely we had guys trickle in that were going to help with the cause. One of the first was Darren Snyder. Darren Snyder trickled in, and guys could sense what we were doing. Guys could sense that we were trying to build something great. They could sense that we had the right admins in place. We had the right idea in place. We just needed the drivers to make the dream happen. So Snyder got a bunch of his buddies, helped us get things going right away. Then the next guy to show up was Tyler McRae. Tyler McRae in the 99 shows up. He sees the same thing, sees what we're trying to make happen, sees the possibilities here, sees how great we could really make our vision, and he gets a lot of guys to start racing. And then we have Tanner Kalin, who's our broadcaster today with Telesign TV. Tanner Kalin always does a fantastic job. He showed up, and he liked the vision initially too, and he was helping out quite a bit, and still doing the broadcast, helping us out quite a bit. Love to have Tanner here. He was another one of those building blocks at the beginning that we wouldn't be here today without guys like him. And then guys like Jose Gadino trickled in. Rafael Semprich, he actually trickled in, and he said that he has been looking for exactly this since the first, since the first sim racing simulator in 1989. He played the first sim in 1989, and he's been searching for something like XCAL ever since, and he has finally found it. And slowly but surely, the guys kept filling in, and sure enough, comes 2021, we had enough guys to make the league happen. As our leaders make a little bit of contact there, Johnson slides up the racetrack. He's going to hang on to it. And now that the league's back here, we had 51 cars pay for entry fees this week. 51 cars week 1. That was absolutely amazing. That's better than we were doing in 2014, like better by a good little bit than 2014. And it's just so great to have XCAL back. And we're just not perfect yet. We're still training the junior admins. We're still perfecting the field of drivers. But it's slowly but surely getting there. And here in race number 1 of 30, it feels so good to have the real thing back again. And you could sense it today in the Discord when we had our team meeting before the race. We had all the drivers come in for a pre-race drivers meeting. And you could just sense the excitement from the drivers. They've all been part of this for 7 months, building up towards this great thing. And it's finally here today, and all these guys, they're just ready to go at it, and they've done such a good job so far. I have to commend them. Still, 39 of the 42 cars that started this race run on the lead lap here on lap number 51. Aquinas LaBeouf 1 laps down with no damage, and 2 laps down with no damage is Tyler McRae in the 99. 21 laps down, still getting damages repaired, is Derek Colson in dead last right now. So as we have just passed the lap number 50 mark in this race, we have a great battle going on for the race. We are going to take a 30-second timeout, though, for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV. And welcome back, my friend. We are here with the XCAL Racing 420 on Telesign TV. My name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and we are going at it hot and heavy right now for this lead. Josh Rogers and Chase Johnson absolutely dueling right now for this thing. I mean, Johnson doing a good job on that high side, keeping the machine in front of the 31 of Rogers. Rogers, though, on the low line of the speedway, trying to take the position away. I will say, so far, if I had to pick a lap number 53 driver of the race, it'd probably be Chase Johnson. He's driven that car up from 41st into the lead, and he's made some impressive moves to keep that car out in front. Not gonna lie, Chase Johnson, after being so unimpressive in North Wilkesboro, he has been so incredibly impressive here today at Charlotte. I mean, blown away by what he's been able to do in that 15 car so far. Rogers does get the nose ahead now, though, and Rogers almost cleared Johnson. He almost cleared Johnson, but Johnson now pulls back up to the high side. He's going to draw it even with the number 31. They are racing so close door to door right now for that top spot. It's going to be Rogers, though, on the low side, having the nose ahead off the corner. The cars that are helping these guys, on the inside lane, you have Darren Snyder in third. Fifth is Mark Royce, and on the high side, you have Jordan Babinger, the pole sitter, running in fourth, and Rafael Semperuch in the 74. So a lot of help for these guys, and I've been focusing on the battle for the lead. You know, let's focus a little bit back on some of these later packs. No, Johnson gets out of shape. He saves the race car. Babinger almost gets in the wall. Soper almost gets in the wall. We're 3 wide, just as I almost look away. We are really getting epic up here at the front. We're still 3 wide, and Soper gets into the 74, and they're going to wreck. Caution is out onto the speedway. Tough break for Rafael Semperuch. Oh my goodness. A shame right there what just happened. Caution is out on the racetrack for the second time in this race in lap number 55, and that just looked like it was purely on PUD. I mean, he just came right down the racetrack. We're going to try to see what happened here as we're getting the replay ready for you. And yeah, if I'm watching the replay's up, and yeah, here's what happened. Ryan Soper, everyone recovered and saved it. Ryan Soper, though, looks like he was going to try to drop down and maybe, I don't know where he was going. He just drove right down in the door of the 74 of Rafael Semperuch, though. And then Semperuch went down and got into Kyle Strychars, and then Strychars came up the racetrack, got into Soper. Soper got into the wall. To be honest, Soper made out in that accident, didn't get too much damage. Strychars, it really could have been a lot worse for Strychars. That car got through it pretty scot-free. Looking at Semperuch, though, it was definitely Semperuch getting the worst of that accident as his car got up into the wall, and looks, as I'm trying to get a better angle on this car, looks like everyone was able to miss him as they were rolling by him. So really, I think all 3 of those cars will be able to continue on. Semperuch, though, with some pretty decent nose damage. And we're actually going to try to catch a quick word with Ryan Soper and see what happened there from his perspective. So we are going to pull him into the broadcast, or try to channel up his channel real quick. And Ryan Pud Soper, it's PDJ Zeller from the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, I do, Petey.
Well, Soper, it looks like you've been given the black flag for causing that incident. Tell us what happened from inside the cockpit of the number 84 machine.
Well, from inside the cockpit, I think I saw the 15 get loose, and what happened was he was loose in front of all of us on the outside, and then what happened was he then I apparently was 3 wide, and I didn't realize I was 3 wide, and then what happened was I think I came down into the 74 car, and not knowing there was someone underneath him.
All right, well, first off, I got to ask you, how's the car feel? I saw you get pretty hard into the wall. Is the steering wheel still straight? Do you have much damage?
No, not much damage that I can feel.
10-4. So now what's the game plan moving forward? Obviously, you're going to be starting from the rear of the field after that black flag. So are you just going to try to ride back there maybe and avoid any future wrecks? Or maybe try to pick some positions up?
Well, I like running the high side, so I'm going to be running the high side, and I'll just play it by ear.
All right, well, thank you, Ryan, and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
All right, that was Pud, driver of the number 84 LS Racing machine, as looks like he got out of that pretty damage-free. I would try to mic up with Rafael Sempruch and see what the damage is like on his car. Unfortunately, I think that the language barrier there might be a little tough on him, so we will... And he doesn't have his channel open for communications right now, so I think we will not mic him up right now. So actually, I think we are going to take another 30-second timeout. Let me get a drink of water, catch my breath for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV. Welcome back here to the XCAL Racing 420 live on Telesign TV. My name's PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and I just saw the 13 car of Darren Snyder come down pit road, and when he came into the pits, a big black puff of smoke came out of that car. I'm not sure if the motor went. I didn't hear anything, so maybe it was just some tire smoke, but a concerning amount of smoke came out of that car. Not sure what happened there. We will see if he leaves the pits or if maybe there's an issue there. While we're waiting, though, we are going to try to take a quick word with our in-car reporter as we get one to green, Paul Coleman Jr. Paul, looks like you're going to be restarting this thing from the 33rd position, the second to last car on the lead lap. So as we are on lap number 60 of this thing, the racing up front, I will say, as we got later in that run, it started to get more and more dicey. Do you think that maybe for some of these guys, the patience that they came into this race with, it's starting to wear off a little bit, and the true racers inside is coming out?
Absolutely. Short attention span of theater. Remember, these guys are used to racing, only 80, 100, 120 lap races kind of thing at these big tracks. So, the whatever's going off in their head is saying, hey, we got to go kind of thing. But yet, 220 more laps to go. Their team owners need to remind them to be patient. Can't win it this early in. The sun hasn't set yet.
The sun hasn't set yet, Paul. And when that sun does set, what do you think will be the biggest changes in the racing?
Going to be a lot more grip, so you're going to see these guys probably go side by side, and hopefully they'll be able to keep their lines.
All right, Paul. Well, best of luck to you and the 66 team. And I also want to say, man, one of your cars, the other car you own, Joshua Borje Bonkowski, he has that car up to 12th right now. So Bonkowski doing you proud right now.
Gotta love the Fox. You were talking earlier about old school XCAL racing, and the Fox is one of those old school guys. Part of this K2 effort, by the way, K2sauce.com, best sauce on the planet, the only sauce you'll ever need. Got to get that plug in. The winner tonight will get a free bottle of K2 sauce. Hopefully that's me, so I don't have to ship it too far. But nonetheless, very proud of Bonkowski. Keep up the good work. Let me know how I think of it.
You'll just have to ship it onto your tacos if you win. All right, well, that's Paul Coleman Jr., driver of number 66, as he's going to be restarting in the 36th position, or excuse me, it's actually going to be 32nd. So here's how things run. We have 34 cars on the lead lap. Then we have 3 cars 1 lap down, 2 cars 2 laps down, and 2 cars 3 laps down. Rafael Sempruch is still in the pits with damage, and Darren Snyder, I think he has lost a motor in that car. He has no damage on that machine for Darren Snyder. I don't know what happened. And maybe under this next little green run after we get a couple laps, and I'll try to catch a quick word with Darren to see what happened to him there. We are still getting ready to go green here, though. Here's how it's going to restart. First place is going to be Tyler Batchelder. Second is going to be Matthew Bear. Third will be Jordan Babinger. Fourth will be John Frilly. Fifth will be Luke Turpin. Sixth will be William Karp. Seventh will be Jeremy Leto. Eighth will be Blake Wynn. Ninth will be Marty Zakala. And 10th will be Dwayne Robinson. So actually, besides Jordan Babinger, a completely different group of cars in the top 10 than we've seen all night as we're coming to the green. Here we come off of turn number 4. It's going to be the 53 of Tyler Batchelder in that main mobile machine, trying to bring that car down to the green flag. The pace car is going to make the hard left-hand turn off the speedway. Field is at the mercy of Tyler Batchelder. He brings the car at a crawling 55 miles an hour off the corner. Here they come. Green flag in the air. They're down and away. And it's that high side of Matthew Bear who gets a good jump up there. And a little story about Matthew Bear, actually. Yesterday in heat race number 2, there was an issue with the junior official. One of the junior officials, Bowen Smith, who he made a mistake. He threw a caution within 5 laps to go. XCAL doesn't throw cautions within 5 laps to go. So this caused a great deal of confusion. Now there's a rule for that. If something like that ever is to happen, the drivers are to continue racing and ignore the caution. Well, no one else knew that besides Matthew Bear, and Matthew Bear passed the entire field as they slowed down for the caution, and unfortunately for Bear, as he passed 2 of the cars, he did go below the blue line on the bottom of the racetrack, and if he hadn't done that, he would have won the heat race, because he pulled away and unofficially won by quite a bit because he knew that rule. Unfortunately, he broke another rule and was stripped of the win and sent to the back of the field, which caused a lot of controversy after the race, but Bear nonetheless still out there turning laps. And I'm looking to see if Darren Snyder was able to get that machine back going, and he hasn't yet. So we're going to try to talk to Darren Snyder and see what happened, as I'm really curious because I didn't see him hit anything, as we try to see where Darren Snyder is right now. Trying to tune into his channel. And actually, unfortunately, I do not think I'm going to be able to get word in with Darren Snyder. I do not believe he's available for a word right now, so Darren Snyder has turned off his team radio. I think he's very frustrated with that motor blowing. A tough break there for Darren, although he was having a good run. He was running up there in 3rd. I didn't see him hit anything that whole race. I don't know what happened, but nonetheless, he is he's not out of the running. He can get that car back out there, but just unfortunate to have that happen. Up front, we have a good battle going on for the lead on the high side. It is that number 48 machine. And actually, it's not for the lead. Matthew Bear has just completely taken the lead away from Tyler Batchelder while I was trying to get a word in with Darren Snyder there. I missed that. So Bear in the top spot in that 19 machine has taken over. 2nd's now Batchelder. 3rd is going to be Jordan Babinger. And 4th right now is actually going to be Blake Wynn in the number 82 machine. A good run for Wynn right now. Let's talk a little bit, though, about Bear in first place right now. Matthew Bear got a deal of a lifetime before the season started. Rolling Thunder Racing didn't have a driver for their 3rd car, actually their marquee car, I would say, the number 19 machine. That is the first car that Rolling Thunder Racing ever had. That car, I believe, finished 3rd in the XCAL 2014 points. And Matthew Bear got an offer to drive that car for 5 races. And team owner Aaron Hilbush of Rolling Thunder Racing told him, if you can prove yourself with some good runs here in the first 5 races, I'll sign you to that car to run the rest of the season. If you're not running too good, though, we're going to have to find someone else to drive that car, because as we see Tyler Batchelder pull off, he's going to drop to the back of the field to run with his teammates. But they pretty much told Bear that you can run that car, but if you do not have good performances, you will not stay in that car. Because if you're going to be teammates with guys like Luke Turpin and Greg Holes, you have to be running good. You cannot be a weak link on that team. So Bear with a lot to prove, and he's driving like a man with a lot to prove. And not for nothing, too. He was very upset about that heat getting stripped from him yesterday. He has a chip on his shoulder today, I would say. Matthew Bear certainly driving like he really does have something to prove here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Up to 2nd place right now is going to be Blake Wynn, who started last in the field in 42nd position. Driving the 82 Gas and Go machine for Alex Gangler. Gangler, unfortunately, had prior responsibilities when not able to run in the race today. So he hired Blake Wynn to race the car. Blake Wynn was given a penalty before the race started for a practice infraction, and he had to start at the rear of the field. But Wynn has driven that car up to the 2nd position. He's actually the youngest driver in the field. Blake Wynn, he is only, I believe, he's somewhere between 8 and 10 years old. He is not very old at all, but the kid is like a multi-time go-kart champion at that young of an age. He can really drive a go-kart. He's proved himself in real life. He's proved himself on iRacing to an extent. He has like a 2200 iRating. He has won a bunch of races for his age. And right now, in his first ever XCAL race, he didn't run a single preseason race. He never had a ride. His first opportunity came when Alex Gangler desperately needed someone to drive that 82 car, and Gangler gave Wynn the call. In his first XCAL race, here on lap number 67, he finds himself racing for the lead right now. A solid run so far for the 82 of Wynn. First car on the outside lane is going to be that 48 of Jordan Babinger, although he doesn't have much help. The 07 of Kyle Streichars runs behind him. And Strychars was involved in that last caution. It looks like the car is not much worse for wear. So he's trying to keep that machine out there running around. Updates on a few cars. The 04 of Kyle Hewins. I don't know what happened to him, but that car has a lot of damage. It's on pit road too. I didn't catch what happened to him, but Hewins has brought that car in pit road. He looks like he has a lot of damage. Colson's still in the pits, Semprich is still in the pits, and Snyder is still in the pits. So 4 cars off the speedway, 38 are still running. As Blake Wynn has taken the lead away from Matthew Baer for a moment. He's jumped to the high side while he's checking on the cars on pit road. Looks like the 19 gets a little loose on the apron of the racetrack there. Huge run down the back straightaway now for that 82 of Wynn. The 82 of Wynn, I think, is going to have the lead heading into turn 3. It's going to be awfully close. Wynn is clear, and Wynn is not going to come down. He did not want to risk it there. Smart move there, honestly, this early in the race, not doing something risky. He will just keep that car out in front, as he does have help from behind right now, though, from the 48 of Jordan Babinger. Next car on the inside lane behind the number 19 is going to be the 05 of John Frilly. And for John Frilly, a really good run right now for him. He's actually a part of Twisted Chassis Racing. He won heat race number 5 last evening, so he started in 4th position. And Frilly is one of those guys that he races a lot of official. I think he has like a 2500 I rating. I recognize him from official. He's a good top 5 runner in a lot of the official races. But he was just looking to maybe do something a little more than official, you know? Official racing can be very unfulfilling. There's really not like a point to it. He wants something that really had some meaning to it, like an XCAL. So he was just looking for a team. He was running the races with us, but he was running very poorly. He didn't really have a team, and he wasn't very good at making setups, so he was a little confused to see him get a little loose there. Luckily, he found Twisted Chassis Racing, which is actually an affiliate of my team. Oh, Matthew Baer gets loose on his own, and Baer is going to drop like a rock. That gives the lead to Blake Wynn now, so Wynn has taken over the top spot. Baer is going to drop back to about 10th. But like I was saying, an unfortunate break there, a fortunate break there, for John Frilly, as he was able to find a team that was willing to help him out with setups, as my affiliate Twisted Chassis Racing, the affiliate of Big Block Motorsports, picked him up and gave him a ride in that 05 car. And now John Frilly, running up in the top 5 right now. A good weekend so far for him, and he's been getting better each and every week. Excited to see what the XCAL future holds for Frilly. Up front, though, it is now Blake Wynn in the 82 car taking over the lead. And in second place, it's going to be Chase Johnson. Those are the cars that started 41st and 42nd in the field. They run 1-2 right now. A great run from the 2 youngsters. And Chase Johnson, probably the second youngest driver in this field. He's somewhere between 10 and 12, I believe. And the young guns showing up the old guys right now as they drive these cars to the front of the field. Jordan Babinger, I'd imagine he's probably about not 30, I would say, maybe like 25. And Frilly is, I'd say, anywhere between 35 and 45. So some good racing going on here, as now Chase Johnson jumps to the inside. He's going to take over the top spot from our leader Blake Wynn for the time being. Wynn on the high side, though, keeps the RPMs up, and he is driving that car back around the number 15. He was clear, but he chose not to come down. Smart move, I will say. Wynn has impressed me with the way he's crafted his race so far. He hasn't been doing anything too crazy, anything too aggressive. He's really done a good job keeping that car out of trouble. He hasn't been trying to cut people's noses off. He hasn't been trying to side draft too aggressively. He's just been running a smooth, clean line up there on the high side, and right now it's paying huge dividends as he let that lap, as well as several others so far. Good run right now for the 82 team. Guy that I'm going to make note of right now is 2 of those hot shoes, as we like to call them, 2 of the better guys in the league. William Karp and Luke Turpin, for the first time tonight, I see they're running up in the top 10. Karp is up to 6th, Turpin is up to 7th, as Turpin has a lot of drafting help from Marty Zakala right now. First time I've seen Zakala running up in the top 10 as well. So good run there for Zakala, Turpin, and the 08 of William Karp so far. Up front, the battle for the lead is still on, and it is just the battle for the lead right now. These 2 are dueling for the top spot, and everyone else is kind of just letting off and letting them race. Those 2 dropping bombs cars, Kyle Strychars and Jordan Babinger, it doesn't look like they want anything to do with this battle for the top spot right now. They're just trying to take it easy and abide their time. And not that they're racing too aggressively for the top spot, but still, anytime you get cars side by side, bad things can happen, and I think the 48 and 07 recognize that. So as we are going to, I'm going to take a check-in right now with some of the further packs in the field. I haven't really done that a whole lot today, and I usually do like to do that. The lead pack is all the way back to about 13th place Dwayne Robinson. Then behind Dwayne, as the second pack starts, with Johnny B, Octavio Rondoletto, Logan Jones, and Travis Sukup. Then we have a third pretty big pack. Actually, the third pack is probably bigger than the lead pack. It goes all the way back from about 18th to I think 27th. As Steven Rex leads this one, and he has just a string of race cars behind him. And behind them, there's a couple other little packs. Really not a terrible lot of side-by-side racing going on right now, but really there shouldn't be. It's lap number 77 of 280. It's all about just saving these cars for the end of the race. Paul Coleman Jr. has talked about it a lot with us. And actually, Paul right now finds himself in the backpack right now. that sounded funny, backpack. As there's about 5 cars running back there. And maybe we'll check a word in with Paul there as he goes around Rafael Sempruch, who has just gotten back out onto the racetrack. Sempruch, 17 laps down in 39th place. But Paul Coleman Jr., it's PD up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, Paul, still back there biding your time. Looks like you're having a good time. I gotta ask you, too. I meant to ask this earlier, but riding back there, just not really racing a whole lot, is there anything you can learn that could help you out later in the race just by riding like you are?
Yeah, like I said, I'm playing with runs a little bit. I'll get right up to, I'll give a gap, and then I'll get right up to the point of passing kind of thing, and then just kind of let off, so I kind of know to be able to time some runs and to see what my car is capable of. So I can learn a little bit, but really it's, you were talking about young guns earlier. I'm an old guy with a bad back, so really it's all about trying to keep, the body in shape for this long distance as well. So I don't want to, get up too much on the wheel or anything like that right now.
I'll tell you what, Paul, my back's been hurting a lot lately. I know league president Aaron Hilbush has been complaining about his back. Is that just what happens when you get old? Your back just goes away?
Yeah, pretty much. Especially, I'm sure you played football, and you probably weren't very generous to your body, in your late teen years, jumping through those tables at Richfield or whatever we're calling it these days. It's all about maintaining and taking care of yourself. But find a good chiropractor. That's my recommendation.
I was actually thinking about that earlier. Thank you, Paul. Well, we'll stop boring you with the chiropractor talk and get back to the racing. It's Paul Coleman Jr.
We could work on finding a chiropractor sponsor for the league. That's the next goal.
I would take that all day. All right, that's Paul Coleman Jr., driver number 66. We are still racing for this top spot right now. Johnson and Wynn dueling right now for this thing. They're putting on a heck of a battle, and they are both miking up right now, and I imagine they're probably about to get their chats disabled, and they did. As they were talking to each other as they rubbed doors there a little bit, racing for the top spot. Behind them, everything is single file. The only side-by-side battle right now is for the top spot. Wynn and Johnson just trading blows with each other right now, trying to see who can lead the most laps between the two of them. And that is a bonus point. I will say that is a bonus point if you can lead the most laps. As Blake Wynn actually overtakes the 15 in the middle of the corner on the high side. Wynn drives that car in the top spot. And for Alex Gangler right now, he has to be cheering from wherever he's watching it right now. And I know Gangler's watching. Blake Wynn has gotten him bonus points for leading a lap. And Wynn has led quite a few laps. And I know that kid is going to try to... When you're young, you try to keep the car out in front. I remember when I was 14 running XCAL, my idea all the time when I was at these plate tracks is I just wanted to lead laps. I was going to race hard. I didn't care about saving the car. That's just kind of that blissful ignorance when you're young. You don't really know that you should be saving the car. You just want to get out there and race. Wynn, in doing it, though, he might have a chance at leading the most laps in this thing. He hasn't yet. Abinger still has led the most laps by a good margin. But if Wynn can keep clicking away laps in the top spot, he might really help out Alex Gangler with some bonus points here. He already got him the bonus point for leading the lap. He'll have a shot at getting him the bonus point for leading the most laps, too. So that Wynn machine still out in front of the entire field right now, as things have gotten single file. That battle for the lead has kind of simmered down as Chase Johnson gives Wynn a little bit of a bump. The first side-by-side battle, you're going to have to go pretty far back to find it. And I think it's with the, looks like it's going to be Johnny B on the high side in 13th, racing with Dwayne Robinson, who was on the low side in 14th. Those are two dropping bombs cars. Robinson was hired to fill in this week for, I believe it was Sean Patrick. Sean Patrick could not race this week. He had some sort of COVID-related issue where he wasn't permitted to go to the racetrack, and he did call up Dwayne Robinson, so Robinson is driving the car for him in place this week, and so far so good for Robinson. A good top 15 run, keeping that car in contention. I'm sure no complaints from Sean Patrick about the job his backup driver is doing. I'd say that's probably the story of the race right now is super subs. Blake Wynn leading this thing. Robinson's having a really good run. Earlier in the race, we saw another sub doing very well. I forget who it was, but I know there's another driver. Oh, the 04 Kyle Hewins was running up front before he had his issues. And some reason I think we have one more sub in a car too, but I'm drawing a blank here, so I'm going to stop talking about it. Nonetheless, though, a good day for substitute drivers, as we have a battle starting, or actually the top four have kind of broken away a little bit, I will say. The top four have kind of made their own pack, then a little ways back there's the second pack. The teammates of William Karp and John Frilly are all over each other right now. Let's see if maybe they try to work together and get those cars to the front, as Frilly and Karp, looks like Karp actually might be trying to get around Frilly. That would be for 5th position. Karp does peek to the inside, there's just nothing doing there, though. And Frilly is going to slide up the racetrack a little bit. That does open the door up now for Karp, but Karp just isn't able to get the nose in there, so Karp just slides back in a line, and he's just going to have to wait for his next opportunity here, as still a long way to go in this race. Here we go. Karp gets to the inside. Karp gets to the inside of Frilly, and Karp will take over 5th spot now. Frilly is going to drop another spot there to Luke Turpin, who's going to take over 6th. And here comes Joshua Borje-Bonkowski, the Fox on the low side, currently running in 8th place, and the Fox is going for 7th. Joshua Borje-Bonkowski, Paul made reference to it earlier, but he's one of those original XCAL guys from 2014. He's not able to race full-time this year. Unfortunately, his work schedule just doesn't line up, so he's going to race part-time whenever he's able to. It's pretty much going to be whenever he's not working and whenever there's a ride available. Well, this week, Paul Coleman Jr. did have an extra seat available in the number 96 machine, and he put Bonkowski in the seat. Right now, that is paying dividends. Bonkowski has driven that car all the way up from 38th to 7th. And Bonkowski, this is actually his first time on the setup, which I think makes it all the more impressive. He did not qualify that car himself. Bonkowski had Paul Coleman Jr. qualify the car. Paul qualified it in the 5th heat. Actually, Paul's car was qualified by Joel Blewett. Kind of a confusing situation there, but I'm sure you're starting to get the gist of it. As now here we go, Bonkowski jumps to the outside of William Karp. Bonkowski trying to make the pass for 5th. Bonkowski, he's looking racy right now. He wants to get up and compete for these top 5 spots. An impressive run right now for the Fox in that K2 racing car. He's on the outside right now of William Karp. Karp in that 1st and 15.08, though, isn't able to keep the car down low. And I will say, whenever Bonkowski started racing with Turpin, Turpin just let off the gas and let him go. I think Luke Turpin is really just trying to ride right now. He's not looking to race too much. And when Bonkowski was looking racy, I think Luke Turpin was like, I don't really want anything to do. So Bonkowski's still trying to make things happen on the high side. He does have the nose ahead as they come towards the start-finish line. Up front, the top 4 still run all under a blanket right now. Really nothing too exciting happening. Still side-by-side for 5th, though, and it looks like Karp is going to pull a little bit there. And, Karp will take the position. So Bonkowski will have to slide back down in the line, although Bonkowski immediately jumps back out. Bonkowski not done yet racing for this thing. Has that pack with all these guys is actually starting to form up a little bit better here. I see about 13, maybe 14, 15 cars in that pack right now. So, John Frilly gets loose, and Frilly's going to spin back in front of the field. Can he save it? He gets hard into the wall, and Greg Holes wrecks caution is out onto the speedway in lap number 90. Caution is out for the 3rd time this evening, and it all started with the 05 of John Frilly. We'll have to see what happened there. Unfortunate break there, though, for Frilly, as I was just talking about how good of a run he was having. And we will have to see what happened, as it looks like Johnny B in the 062 on the high side just slid down right into the door of Frilly. And Frilly just kind of overcorrected right in front of traffic. And he didn't hit anyone. He got hard into the wall. Everyone was able to miss him. Frilly actually, I think, got out of that with pretty much no damage. The car that really got the worst of that was Greg Holes, as I'm trying to see exactly what happened to Holes here. Looks like Holes was just checking up for the wreck, and looking during the checkup, Octavio Rondoletto just kind of slid up into Holes a little bit there, and Holes went hard into the inside wall. It looks like everyone except Clinus LeBuff did get a little piece of Holes, but besides Clinus, it looks like pretty much everyone else was able to make it through that pretty scot-free. So just one car involved in that. It was Greg Holes, or 2 cars, excuse me, John Frilly and Greg Holes, and we will have to see what happened there. I'm going to try to get a quick word in with John Frilly, as we're going to try to tune into his radio real quick, turning the knobs, making things happen. And here we go. John, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Green, cowboy.
John, it's PD. You got a copy?
It was a racing deal, and the
yes, sir,
will be issued at 2 degrees.
Well, John, it looks like you were unfortunately caught up in that accident there. Tell us what happened from your perspective.
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't really even know anybody was going to hit me. I thought I had plenty of room,
and the 05.
and it just all of a sudden, I felt somebody get into the side of me, and there I went.
Well, John, I have to ask you, how's the car feel? Is the wheel still straight, and do you think you're going to be okay?
It's still straight. I'm going to pit here and see what they tell me.
All right, well, John, best of luck to you, and sorry to see you collected in the wreck. Hopefully the car is okay.
Yeah, we was running good.
John, who was running very well, the 05 machine, as we are going to put him back with his teammates. Another car that I would like to get word with here is going to be Greg Holes in the numbers. As we're tuning into his channel, and Greg Holes, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Greg, unfortunately, looks like you got a big piece of that accident there. Tell us what happened.
Seen the 05 or somebody come sliding across the track. Tried to miss it, and I think I got hit from behind and turned into the wall. It's okay.
Well, Greg, does the car feel like it's okay? I see you pulling your pit stall now, and how bad's the damage?
My wheel's off a good bit, so I'm going to be coming for repairs for a while.
10-4. Sorry about the luck there, Greg. Hopefully you can get the car back out there and salvage a good run, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, that's Greg Holes, driver of the 61. An unfortunate break there. And we're going to take a 30-second timeout to let me catch my breath. We'll be back in just one moment on Telesign TV. And welcome back to Telesign TV. My name is PDJ Zettler, the voice of XCAL Racing, and we are under our third caution flag period of the evening as we get things all sorted out here and figuring out where everyone's going to be running. An update on the cars that are out of the running order right now. Right now, Rafael Sempruch, 17 laps down, has gotten the car back out there, but not running too strong right now. Derek Colson, 60 laps down, but he has gotten the car back out onto the speedway. And I actually didn't get to see what happened there at Colson. I'd be very curious to hear what happened. I'm going to try to see if I can tune into his radio, if he's even available. I think he might be. So we are going to try to get a word in with him. And Derek, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy? I think I turned the wrong knob. Let's try this one. Derek Colson, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy? Derek, I'm sure it has just not been your weekend, man. Honestly, it's not been your week in a few weeks here. But unfortunately, I did not get to see what happened to you early in the race, and we weren't able to catch up with you until now. So, Derek, can you take us through what happened there?
29, lap 29, whatever it was. The car was racing too hard. Somebody ignored me, spun me in the inside wall. Trashed the car. About the story of my month so far.
10-4, Derek. Well, you have to hope brighter days are ahead because you aren't wrong, and it really has been a bad month for you and the number 5 team. But on the bright side, Derek, the other car you own, Chase Johnson, has been up there leading a lot of laps in this thing, racing for the win. So while for you might not have a great run for your individual points, for team points, Chase really is salvaging the deal here, it would seem.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with how well he's been running. I hope he can keep it together, at least get a good top 10. That'd be a real great day.
All right, Derek. Well, I'll let you go back and talk with Chase. Best of luck to you moving forward, and sorry to see your car so torn up.
We're just going to try modified racing for the rest of the night.
That's Derek Colson, driver of the number 5 machine. At least he still has the jokes, as he is keeping that car out there 60 laps down. There might be positions to pick up, though. Kyle Hewins in the 04, he's trying to get that car fixed. He's still in the pits, though. Darren Colson's still trying to get that car fixed, but he's still in the pits. Those are 2 positions that Derek could possibly advance. Those might be 2 more points that'll help him in the championship race later on. Who knows? So we will have to see. As I just want to say once again, hello to all my friends out there tuning in this evening. I'm glad to see so many viewers on this broadcast tonight. The XCAL Racing 420, the epic season opener for the XCAL Racing League, and it's been a doozy so far. Only 3 cautions in the first 95 laps. That's pretty darn good, I would say. Not too bad at all. It could be a little better, but I would say too that all 3 of the cautions probably been avoidable. They were just silly mistakes on drivers that didn't need to be made. But isn't that what every caution is? So we're getting ready to get things restarted. Here's how your running order will be when we get it going. Chase Johnson will be in first. Second will be Jordan Babinger. Third will be William Karp. Fourth will be Blake Wynn. Fifth will be Luke Turpin. Sixth will be Octavio Rondoletto. Seventh will be Kenny Tripp. Eighth will be Joshua Borje Bonkowski. Ninth will be the 52 of Marty Zakawa. And 10th will be Dwayne Robinson. I believe we are going green this time by. Yep, we are going green this time by. The lights are off on the pace car. So Johnson will have the field at his mercy. And Johnson has been up there leading a lot of laps. Like Derek said, certainly impressed with the kid. It looks like the field is still getting things sorted out in the back. Not sure what's happening there. Here we go. The pace car makes the hard left-hand turn. And the green flag is in the air. And Johnson gets on the go pedals. He's going to go, and oh my goodness, a huge stack up in the back. Not sure what's happening there. Looks like everyone's going to get sorted out, though, as we have cars 3 wide on the start, and you're probably going to see penalties there. XCAL Racing has a strict rule. All cars must stay in line on the restart, and it did not look like that was the case there. So we get everything sorted out. Looks like everyone survived, though. It wasn't really too much of an issue. As up front, Johnson has the advantage. Right behind him, William Karp in the 08. That's as high as we've seen Karp run all night. He's done a good job keeping that car clean up to this point. He's going to try to help Johnson get past the high side machine of Jordan Babinger. And I will say, since winning the pole, Babinger, he has been a staple at the front of this field. I have not really seen the Babinger machine drop too much further than 5th all evening. He is stuck with the strategy of just keeping the car out in front. If you remember earlier, I interviewed him, and he said the plan was to keep that car out in front of the field for this race and let the wrecks happen behind him. Well, he has done a very good job of just that up to this point. So up front, we do have a car that has just dropped to the inside. That's the 82. That is Blake Wynn. Wynn is going to slide in behind the 08 of William Karp. He's going to try to get a little draft here and maybe push the 08 up towards the 15 Johnson, who's opened up a little bit of a gap now on the rest of the field. He has about a 0.3 of a second advantage, which at most tracks, that'd be a good thing to open up a gap. Here, that's the worst thing that can happen because those cars behind you are going to get one heck of a draft, and you're probably going to get freight trained if you get too big of an advantage. So Johnson needs to be careful about getting too big of a lead. It's actually a thing here where the drivers will drag their brakes a little bit to prevent themselves from getting too big of a lead if they have that strong of a car, because you just cannot, simply put, you cannot afford to get that big of an advantage in a track like this. If you do it, it's only asking for bad things to happen. Battle on for third. Blake Wynn on the low side, Jordan Babinger on the high side. Looks like Babinger on the high side is gonna, I thought he was about to lose the spot, but no, he gets a good run off the corner. He's gonna pull back even with the number 82 of Wynn. Wynn doing a nice job keeping that car pinned to the low side, and this time by he will clear Babinger. So Babinger's going to try to pull down, but Joshua Borje Bonkowski feeling racy. He's up to 5th. Bonkowski looking for somewhere to race, and Bonkowski doing such an impressive job so far in that 96 machine. Right behind him, first time I'm going to mention this guy's name all night, the 77 of Octavio Rondoletto. Octavio Rondoletto actually racing on his own team this week. During the preseason, his team, I believe RKR Racing, folded right before the season began, and he actually went out and bought his own team and started his own O Racing, I believe it was, or it's R Racing for Rondoletto's. Oh, we have contact there between Jeremy Leto and Luke Turpin. Turpin gets loose. Turpin's going to hang on to it, and actually, no, that was Pud Ryan Soper. Or no, that was Jeremy Leto. That was Jeremy Leto in the 85. He got into Luke Turpin a little bit there. Luke Turpin was able to hang on, but I know Luke Turpin cannot be too happy about that whatsoever. So Turpin's going to hang on to that machine for the moment in time, and we do have Johnny B getting back out on the racetrack after serving his penalty for causing the last caution. He is 1 lap down. Bonkowski now up to 5th. I was talking about Rondoletto, though, up to 6th. He started his own team, R Racing, and for Octavio, really good run so far in this race, and he's one of those guys in these restrictor plate races. oh, Johnny B gets loose in front of Octavio, and Octavio's gonna save the car. What a save there for Octavio Rondoletto's Johnny B. The lap car got loose in front of him. Octavio's gonna hang on, and Octavio Rondoletto's gonna lose a ton of spots, but his car takes no damage. That could have been a lot worse there for Octavio Rondoletto. Just as I was talking him up about how he's so good at keeping these cars in front of the field, he just gets absolutely walloped there by Johnny B. He's going to hang on, though, and he's going to get that car back out there. Let's see where he's running when things all cycle out. He is in 16th now. He's fallen back to 16th from 6th. So it could have been a lot worse there for Octavio Rondoletto. And now we see Greg Holes get that car back out on the racetrack. Holes, actually, he's only going to lose 9 laps. I say only, but it could be worse. So he gets the car back out there and running. Holes going to try to salvage what he can from the night. Up front, though, Chase Johnson continuing to lead the way in front of these guys. 100 laps in the books, getting closer to the halfway mark in this race. And XCAL fans, you know what halfway means. Halfway means Higgins, the XCAL superfan. We're getting closer and closer to that. Higgins, the XCAL superfan, coming up here at halftime. We'll have to see what he has to say this week. Hopefully a lot less wacky stuff than he had to say at Concord. We do apologize about some of his comments at Concord. Unfortunately, that $2 beer special on the backstretch, he got way too drunk, and we made the mistake of putting a microphone in front of him. We are not going to make that mistake again. There was no $2 beer special tonight. I think it was about $5 beers. So hopefully Higgins didn't have enough money to get too drunk tonight. I guess we'll find out. Up front, though, back on the racing action, everything is single file right now in that lead pack. We have about a 6-car lead pack. Jeremy Leto up to 6th right now after that tough break there with Luke Turpin. Up to 3rd right now is actually going to be Joshua Borje Bonkowski racing with Blake Wynn. Bonkowski drops to the low side, and he's going to try to get underneath Wynn. Nothing doing there so far for Bonkowski. Wynn driving the car on the high side, though. He's the first car to really jump up to the high side and try to get racy for this thing, as he's going to try to find his way around Chase Johnson. He's racing for 2nd right now with William Karp's win. And Johnson trying to block 2 lanes. If he's not careful, he might lose both of them. It looks like they're about to put him in the sucker hole. Karp peeking to the inside. Johnson, though, will cut the nose off. He will keep that car into the lead as the 82 of Blake Wynn. First car on the high side has help from Joshua Borje Bonkowski. Johnson goes up and blocks the high side. Nothing there for Wynn, I should say, as Johnson blocks the high lane. Johnson now will slide back down the line, and Wynn is going to barely slide in front of the 08. A very close call there, but the 82 of Blake Wynn barely slides in front of the 08 of William Karp. And I think after that move, I saw Karp let off the gas a little bit. He said, you know what, it's a little bit too early for us to be racing this hard. I'm going to get out of this. Now up to 3rd place right now is going to be Joshua Borje Bonkowski. And speaking of Joshua Borje Bonkowski, Paul Coleman Jr., in-car reporter, running 33rd right now, running in the back. We're going to try to dial him up real quick just to maybe talk a little bit about Joshua Borje Bonkowski. I see a lot of smoke on the racetrack. There might have been some sort of an accident. I'm going to quickly try to figure out what happened there. It looks like there wasn't. I think we're okay. I think someone just had a tire rub. But we're trying to key in now Paul Coleman Jr. Paul, it's PD up in the booth. You got a copy?
Absolutely, Petey.
Paul, you put Bonkowski in the car, and I'm sure when you put him in the car, it was kind of a last-minute thing. I'm sure you didn't really remember him racing at plate races. You didn't really know what you were going to get. He's in 3rd right now, racing for the lead. I mean, how about the run Bonkowski's had up to this point?
I am certainly impressed. Yeah, I was, kind of worried, especially, with his inability to qualify in and me having to jump into the last heat at the last minute to even earn a spot. I was kind of, what's going to happen here kind of thing. But, Bonkowski's improved a lot. I've actually, you've talked about official racing. I've seen him run some Class A official stuff when I decided to jump into the Cup cars once in a while, and he's been doing quite well. So I kind of hoped for this. I wasn't expecting it, but it's definitely paying dividends. And obviously the offer extends whenever he can race. There'll be a seat for him here over at K2 Motorsports.
I was just about to ask that, Paul. So for Bonkowski, if he needs a ride, the 96 car will be his?
Absolutely, as long as, unless Luke Turpin, breaks down and says he wants to join our team, then, the seat is his.
All right, well, Paul, I'll let you get back to focusing on racing. One more thing, Paul, actually. Before we're getting closer to halfway. I know you mentioned 40 to go earlier. Is that the number for you, 40 to go? Is that whenever it's go time for Paul Coleman?
Thereabouts. The lights have turned on. Whenever, I say 40 to go because I think, as Larry Mack would say, that's the trends for the last, true caution kind of thing, so that's kind of where I'm going with, but thereabouts.
All right, 10-4. Well, that's Paul Coleman Jr., driver of the 66. Back up front, the story of the night, Blake Wynn and Chase Johnson started in 41st and 42nd, and they have been racing for the lead throughout this entire thing so far. I mean, just an impressive run for both of them, and they certainly had a lot to prove. They both had practice infractions that made them start at the rear of the field. Race control was not happy with them whatsoever. They were not very impressed with either of those guys. They almost got parked for this race. But they let them race. They, considering it was both of their first ever offenses, they let them run the race. They both made very sincere apologies, and so far they have made up for it in a big way as they've put on an epic duel for this win right now up to this point in the race. The problem for these guys is it's going to get harder as the race goes on. You're going to see guys like Luke Turpin, Brandon Varney, Kenny Tripp, Octavio Rondoletto. Those guys, as we get deeper in this race, they're going to start to press the gas pedals down a little bit harder, and we are going to see things get a little bit more intense and a little bit more of the hot shoes get towards the front of this field. But for right now, for Chase Johnson and Blake Wynn, they're just doing such a good job of, as they make contact into the corner, they touch, they save it. They both hang on to the cars. That was so tight as they went through the corners. Johnson, though, was able to hang on to it, as was Wynn. That was actually very impressive. I'll tell you what, the car is that's lightest when you turn into the corner, because whenever you get up on that banking, the car kind of just wants to peel off the banking initially when you start to turn, and the rear end of the car starts to pick up a little bit, and the car gets very, very aero loose. And for those two guys to touch like that on corner entry and save it, that was no small task, especially with the setup we run here at XCAL. So we are 112 laps into this race. So right now, the top two racing side by side. And Joshua Borje-Bonkowski hits the apron. Is he going to hang on to it? It looks like he will. Bonkowski hangs it on to it. So no harm, no foul there for the Fox. Bonkowski, I was talking to Paul about him, a little backstory on Bonkowski. He's actually from Hawaii. He races from Hawaii. And he is really big into like Sonic the Hedgehog and animated foxes and things like that. So he calls himself the Fox, Joshua Borje-Bonkowski. When he ran XCAL in 2014, he certainly wasn't the fastest guy at that point. He wasn't really running up front. He had some rough goes, but he always had the right attitude. We actually had an award, and we always have an awards banquet at the end of the year. In 2014, there was the award for the best heart. As in, you're the driver that goes out there each and every week and you show the most heart. You go out there, give the best effort. You are very impressive in that aspect. That award was given to Joshua Borje-Bonkowski in 2014. It's actually named after him, the Joshua Borje-Bonkowski Heart Award. And he's gotten faster over the years. Ever since 2014, he's really started to learn how to adjust cars and make setups. He's really learned a lot of things about driving race cars. And like Paul was saying, an official, he's gotten his I rating pretty high up. He's raced for a lot of wins. I've seen him win a lot of races lately in official. And Bonkowski, I'd say just about every day, he's becoming more and more of an impressive driver. And he was so excited for the opportunity to race in the XCAL race tonight, too. Due to his work schedule, he's not able to race a lot of league stuff, but today the schedule opened up, and like Paul was saying, he put him in the car. And for Bonkowski, he was excited. It was 9 a.m. this morning, which I have to imagine it was pretty early in Hawaii if he was messaging us at 9 a.m. And he was just talking about how excited he was already. He was like, dude, I cannot wait for this race tonight. I'm so excited to be in a car again. And Bonkowski right now, he's going to take the second position away from Blake Wynn. Wow, he has that car up to position number 2 right now. As he peeks to the inside of Chase Johnson. It looks like he might not be done yet. He's trying to go for this lead. As our lead pack of 6 still remains. Then after the lead pack of 6, we have another pack of about, it looks like probably 7 or 8 cars. And then behind that pack, there's another pack of maybe 9 or 10 cars. And we just have 3 big packs right now. As you look back in that second pack, we haven't talked about them. Racing for the top spot in that second pack right now is Luke Turpin and Alex Hallinar. You have 2 pretty calm lines, I would say, of cars in that pack. And then the pack behind that one, it is I believe it's Kenny Tripp leading, or actually no, it's Steven Rex leading that one, and Ben Eaton on the inside. That's a pretty big pack, actually, back here in the third pack. And not for nothing, but things are actually getting pretty dicey in that third pack. Cars are kind of swerving all over the place. I'm not sure if that's the pack I would want to be in right now. We look back, though, towards the front of the field. Chase Johnson still continuing to show the way around the racetrack with Blake Wynn on his outside. The Fox not able to make a move. I want to highlight another driver, by the way, too. The 36 of John Domino, and I'm knocking on wood right now because I really don't want to announce or jinx this guy. But John Domino, he actually joined XCAL very late in 2020. He found out what we were doing. I actually found him in an official session. And he joined, and he was really into the idea of XCAL. He wanted to race with us. He was excited to get going at this, try a league out. He's pretty new to iRacing, but he's very into it. And so he's had some tough runs, and this week in qualifying, he had the toughest go of things in the heat races. I mean, this guy just could not have any luck in the heat races, but he managed to qualify in the last heat race, and he made the field. And so far, a pretty solid run. I know he had the one penalty earlier in the race. That wasn't the greatest thing. As here we go up front, things are getting dicey. Bonkowski almost drops down low. He doesn't. Back to Domino, though. Domino, though, has recovered nicely. He's kept that car clean, and he has it up in about the top 20 right now. He's running 16th, so all in all, I'd say a good run so far from John Domino. I really like his car, too. He has that Buffalo Bills paint scheme on. If any of you know me, I'm a very big Buffalo Bills fan. And if you watch the NFL, I think it goes without saying that this has been a pretty badass year for me. Put it frankly, it's been awesome this year being a Buffalo Bills fan. And after being a Buffalo Bills fan for 22 years of my life, it's nice to finally have a year where it's like, wow, we might be the best team in the NFL. But John Domino, also from the Western New York area like I am, that's why he's rocking the Buffalo Bills paint scheme, and here we go up front. Things are getting dicey. Johnson dives to the high side to make the block. Oh, he gets into the wall a little bit of contact there at the wall, and now he's going to have to cede the low side to Bonkowski. Joshua Borje Bonkowski clips the apron a little bit. He's going to recover. Bonkowski trying to lead a lap. Here we go, Bonkowski on the low side. He is in second position, side by side with Johnson. Bonkowski is going to be close at the stripe, but no cigar. Johnson led that one. And I will say, at this point in the race, I do think that Chase Johnson has probably led the most laps in this thing. Johnson touches with Bonkowski. Johnson gets into the wall, and Bonkowski puts Johnson into the wall. Johnson's going to save the car. It looks like he's not too badly damaged. The second pack, though, now is caught right up after that all just went down. Bonkowski just slid up the racetrack a little bit, and a tough break there. Now Chase Johnson has been black flagged. A tough break there for Chase Johnson, and they're going to blame that on his blinking issues. So Chase Johnson has been issued the black flag by the XCAL Racing officials. A tough break there for Chase Johnson. What this has done is it cycled Blake Wynn through to the lead. Bonkowski's still in second. Third is William Carp. Up to fourth now is Jeremy Leto having one hell of a run. And now in fifth place is going to be Alex Hallinar. So while we are at the lap 120 mark, we are going to take a 30-second timeout for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV. Welcome back live here on Telesign TV. My name's PDJ Zettler, and you are watching the XCAL Racing 420. New leader here, it is going to be Joshua Borje Bonkowski. Bonkowski's taken over the top spot as Alex Hallinar is up into the second position. Blake Wynn just kind of got shuffled out of line a little bit. So the Fox showing the way around the Charlotte Motor Speedway right now. And a great run here for Bonkowski as that car has been a little loose in front of the field. But Bonkowski put that thing up into the top spot, and what a run it is for him right now. So Bonkowski up into that top position, as right behind him is William Carp. Carp's just kind of been calmly riding in this lead pack. He gets contact there from Jeremy Leto, and he almost goes into the wall. He's going to save it. Almost gets into the wall, does the 08 of Carp, but he keeps it out of the wall. That'll move Leto now up, I believe, in the fourth position. As like I said, Leto's having a very good run today. That car's been pretty much in the top 10 for the whole race, as he's one of those guys that doesn't do the greatest on the short track, so he really needs to make up for it on the super speedways. And here in the season opener, he knows he needs to have a solid run. Actually, Jeremy Leto, kind of one of the bigger stories here in XCAL in the last few weeks. Due to one of the former senior officials stepping down, that left open a spot, and Jeremy Leto was actually appointed to the position of senior official in XCAL. He was the longest tenured member. He'd been a member of XCAL for 6 years. He's very knowledgeable of the rule book. He's usually up on things and what's happening. He might not be the fastest driver always, or even the cleanest one, we've said. But he's a guy that certainly is committed to XCAL, and a guy that has shown the things that we look for in a senior admin. And Jeremy Leto, the newest XCAL senior official. So props there to Jeremy Leto on getting appointed to such a prestigious position in this league, as he is now one of the 5 on the panel. In case you're curious of who the other 4 admins are besides Jeremy Leto. There's obviously the president, Aaron Hillbush. He doesn't technically count as a senior official. He's just the president, but obviously he's there for all the meetings and makes the decisions with us. Then there's the vice president, myself, PDJ Zeller. Then there's 2 other senior officials, Derek Colson, who's driving the 5 car tonight, and our in-car reporter, Paul Coleman Jr. So those are the 5 guys that make up the panel of senior admins here in XCAL, and pretty much what happens is after the race, there's obviously guys that are mad with each other after the race. XCAL is a system where you can protest the incidents on their website, and when a protest comes in after the race, all 5 of those admins review the decisions, and then they vote on what they think should happen, if there needs to be a penalty assessed, if a car needs to be sent to the end of the lead lap, so on and so forth, just official things that race control has to deal with. And it's very it's boring work. I'm not gonna lie, if someone has to sit in those meetings. It's definitely very boring work, but it's good to see that Jeremy Leto got to be a part of that committee, and I'm sure that he was the right man for the job. So up front, not a whole lot has changed. Still Bonkowski leading this thing. He's led about 5 or 6 laps now. On the high side, though, Alex Hallinar trying to give him the best challenge he can right now. And Alex Hallinar, he's another one of those OG XCAL guys. He joined XCAL in 2015. He was a big part of XCAL 2015. He was racing for the championship. I don't want to say for sure, but he might have been the 2015 XCAL Legends Cars champion. I'm not 100% positive, but he was certainly up there in points. I remember that much, as our leaders have come up on the lap car now. Chase Johnson runs in 37s, 2 laps down, and they all have to make a variety of moves to try to get around the Chase Johnson machine. Johnson looks like he's going to try to hang in the lead pack. You got to feel for Chase Johnson. A tough break there for him. I think he's led the most laps in this race, and he has just been shuffled out of the way now. Speaking of getting shuffled out of the way, Hallinar kind of got shuffled out of the way when they went around the lap car of Chase Johnson there. That has allowed Jeremy Leto now to drive up into 2nd position behind Joshua Bonkowski. And I will tell you what, if before this race you told me at halfway our top 3 was going to be Joshua Bonkowski, Jeremy Leto, and Blake Wynn, I would have gave you a really funny look and then just probably chuckled. That was not what I was expecting. And that's not a shot at any of those 3 guys. That's just not the 3 guys I would have expected to be leading this thing. Now, all 3 of those cars, I'm sure they would have been competing for top 10s, but the top 3, certainly a surprise here early in this one. I think it just kind of shows, though, how competitive this XCAL field really is. Any one of these guys in this field could win this race. As we get close to halfway in a 280-lap race, out of the 42 cars that took the green flag, we have 32 still on the lead lap. I'm trying to see how many we have running still. It looks like we still have actually every car, with the exception of Darren Snyder and Rafael Semprich, are out there on the racetrack right now. Semprich has officially parked the car. Too many problems. They've taken it behind the wall, and Snyder is still getting repairs. So those 2 cars are out of the running. We're 3 wide for the top spot. Oh, this is bad. Wynn gets hit by Bonkowski, and Wynn is... Oh, he almost saved it, but he gets clobbered from behind. Caution's out as Wynn barrel rolls in front of the field, and a tough break there for Blake Wynn, who was having a career day in his XCAL debut. A tough break there as Joshua Bonkowski's got a little loose underneath him. We'll have to see officially what happened on the replay, but nonetheless, a very, very unfortunate break there for Blake Wynn. And if he didn't get cooperated, the replay's up, and yeah, you see Bonkowski slipped up the racetrack a little bit, got right into the quarter panel of the 82 of Wynn, and Wynn saved that race car. Wynn almost saved that race car at 140 miles an hour, which would have been heck of impressive. Unfortunately, Kyle Strychars just clobbered him, and Wynn went barrel rolling. Cars that also got damaged in that, it looks like Strychars did get a good piece of that. Strychars was able to not get too much. Steve Rex got a little piece, and Dwayne Robinson. So 3 dropping bombs cars actually got some damage. And caution's out on the speedway. That does cycle through our leaders, Jeremy Leto in the LS Racing machine. Leto is up to the top spot. And the caution is out for the 4th time this night as we just close in on halfway, about 10 laps away from halfway. So we're going to try to get a word in here with Blake Wynn and see what happened here. As a very unfortunate break for Blake Wynn. And Blake Wynn, it's a PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yeah.
Blake, you were having a really good run up there, racing for the win for a lot of the night. Unfortunately, it looks like a little contact there between you and the 96 machine. Tell us what happened from your perspective.
They went 3 wide, and it was just a bad deal because everyone's tires are getting points late in the race, and they just went 3 wide, and basically I got the worst end of the stick, and 16 minutes of repairs isn't looking nice right now, but hopefully I can get it back on track and make up a little bit of time. I know I won't be able to compete for the win now, like I said before. Maybe get that top 20 still, but it's not looking good now.
Well, Blake, I'm sure you have to be disappointed, buddy, but it was your first XCAL race. You made your XCAL debut today. How did it feel to be up there racing for the lead with all these great XCAL drivers?
It felt good. I knew I could show myself off because I am probably one of the best drivers in the field. I've just never ran in XCAL or much on iRacing because I've only really had it for a couple months. I've only had the stuff for a couple months, so I'm still trying to learn the platform, but in real life I think I'm a lot better and just trying to work on it.
Well, I know this was just a one-race deal, Blake, but are you hoping to maybe find something for the rest of the season here? Maybe hoping a team owner was watching how good you ran tonight?
Yeah, I'm definitely hoping for a full-time ride and get a good deal with somebody hopefully.
All right, Blake. Well, I'm sorry about your tough luck there, buddy, but hopefully you can get the car back out there and hopefully you can find yourself a ride.
Thank you.
That's Blake Wynn, who's in the number 82, and I love the confidence there, by the way. I'm sure a lot of people thought it was probably cocky for him to say he was the best driver in the field. I love that confidence. That is what you have to have if you want to be a competitor. And actually, we're going to key in Paul Coleman Jr. real quick. Paul, it's PD up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, how's it going, Petey?
Good. Well, Bonkowski was doing good for a while, but unfortunately, he led some laps for you. It got a little loose, unfortunately, and I do believe he's probably going to get penalized here. So a tough break there for the 96. But still, I'm sure you heard that interview with Blake Wynn. And, you know, a tough break for him, but really for a kid that young, Paul, to be up there in a race like this, his first XCAL race, racing for the lead, and then to still have the confidence to say that he thinks he might be the best driver in the field. You got to love that look from a kid that young.
He'll learn quickly. Reality is going to bite him hard. But no, it was great to see him up front, or at least hear him up front. Of course, I've never been that close to the front to see him, but good to hear about him up front.
All right, Paul. Well, looking here at pit stops, looking right now, it's probably about a 2-stop race, but they're probably 2 stops you could like half fill the car with gas each time if you're picking up what I'm laying down. So what's the strategy here with fuel, you think, is the way the cautions have flown?
I don't know. I was attempting to stay out there to lead a lap, but that didn't quite work out because Josh Rogers stayed out. So we're going to pack it full of fuel again and see what happens. But yeah, that's my goal. If I can keep it full of fuel, then maybe I'll be able to stay out one of these times when we start up front.
All right, well, that's Paul Coleman Jr., driver of the 66. We're going to take a 30-second timeout for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV. Welcome back, my friend, to Telesign TV. This is PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and we are under our 4th caution flag of the night as we quickly close in on halfway. An accident that unfortunately collected Blake Wynn, the young gun who was having a heck of a run. Unfortunate break there for him, but I can tell you what, he definitely turned a lot of heads within the XCAL Racing League tonight, the way that he was running up front racing for the win in just his first race. And Blake Wynn, his last name Wynn, that might be something he does later in the season if he can find himself a full-time ride, because I'll tell you what, if I had an open seat on my team, I would probably hire him after the way I saw him race tonight. It was really impressive. And him and Chase Johnson, and I'm not going to try to knock Chase Johnson here at all either, but Chase was kind of racing aggressive, cutting off people's noses, getting a little bit too close. He was still doing a good job. He was working with it, but it was a little bit more aggressive than you'd like to see. Wynn, it was not that at all. Blake Wynn was really doing a nice job giving people room, making nice passes, racing good. And I'll tell you what, I really think that Blake Wynn, he deserves a full-time ride after what we saw tonight. So here we sit on lap number 134 of 280. It looks like we still have 32 of the 42 cars that took the green flag on the lead lap. We have 3 guys 1 lap down, and then we have a couple of other guys that have been shuffled back a little bit. So we I'm looking at this field. Greg Holes is still out there. I think we still have every car out there except for Rafael Sempruch and Darren Snyder. I'm not sure if Snyder's going to get the car back out there. He's sitting on pit road waiting as if he should get the car back out there, so we'll have to see if he does. Update 2 on Tyler McRae. After dropping 2 laps down, literally right on the initial start of this race, he is now back down just 1 lap down. So a good break there for Tyler McRae as he's starting to scrap his way back into this thing, just with the doctor order from the 99 team, as perseverance a big thing in XCAL races. In a 280 lap race, a lot of things can happen, and I will say that over 280 laps, a lot can happen, a lot can change. We will have to see what he can do, as if he can make his way back up through the field. Up front, though, we are getting ready to go green. The pace car makes the hard left-hand turn. Field is at the mercy of Josh Rogers. Here we go. And the green flag's in the air. We're down and away. Rogers gets the jump on the high side. Jeremy Leto down below behind Rogers, 57 of Alex Hallinar. Hallinar gets right up to the bumper of the 31. He gives him a little bit of a shove there. The 31 of Rogers will take the lead for the moment. Leto on the high side, trying to race side by side right now with that 57 machine. And there was no penalty assessed, by the way, for that last caution. So Joshua Borje Bonkowski caught a big break. I really thought Bonkowski was no doubt getting penalized there. But it appears as though race control must have saw some net code that I didn't see live. That's the only thing I can think. Bonkowski slides, though, right up behind to the high side now. He's going to jump. And, oh, we have a car spinning around. Mark Roy's caution is out onto the speedway. And, oh, there's a big wreck. The first big one of the evening as Mark Royce looks like he got loose. I'm not sure, though. I didn't see it happen. We'll have to see what happened. As we're going to get the replay up for you in a moment, but that is the first consecutive cautions we have had all night. As Mark Royce was definitely where that caution started. We'll just have to see what happened. Replay is up, and Mark Royce, he was driving that car on the high side, and oh, the car, yeah, just snapped loose out from under him, and then he wrecked right in front of Cody Jones. Jones was able to miss it. He did get into Marty Zakala's bumper, and then he just got ran over by Caleb Tremaine and went barrel rolling down the front stretch. A terrible accident there for Royce. It looks like pretty much everyone else was able to make it through. Honestly, I thought it was going to be a big one, and I mean, it was big for Mark Royce, but I think pretty much everyone else was able to survive. I'm trying to look and see if anyone else was collected in that. No, it really looks like pretty much everyone else who was in that made it out. So, good break there for Mark Royce. And as a voice in my head was just thinking the same thing I was, we will actually, I think it's time to cue the Higgins the XCAL Superfan theme song. It's just about that time.
Howdy, partner. This here's Higgins, the XCAL Superfan. Howdy, partner. This here's Higgins, the XCAL Superfan. Woo! This race promises to be a doozy, so I'm getting boozy. Woo! Howdy, partner. I'm so excited for next week's event that I'm shaking. Totally different shakes. Howdy, partner. You're watching XCAL Racing on Tella TV. Woo! Howdy, partner. Higgins, the XCAL Superfan, back and drunker than ever. I can't believe that the season opener is finally here. I've been looking forward to doing this ever since my wife told me it was cool to spend our children's college fund on XCAL season tickets.
I did not agree to that. You just went ahead and did it without my permission. Now, you dragged me to this hot-ass racetrack with all these gangly-looking ass weirdos, and you're getting drunk again? You said you wouldn't this year. I knew my mother was right.
Y'all hear something? Me neither. Next week, the XCAL Racing Series heads to Lakeland, Florida. Wait a second. Florida? Baby, can I buy another assault rifle?
With what money? You spent it all on XCAL tickets, booze, and this RV that we didn't need.
Yeah, that's alright. I got 17 anyways. But next week, the drivers with talent and PUD head to the USA Speedway for 250 exciting laps of racing action.
250? Jesus Christ, I think we need a divorce.
What does divorce mean? Back to you, Petey.
All right, well, thank you, Higgins, the XCAL Superfan. Excellent stuff, as always. And after that fantasticness, we are going to take a 30-second timeout for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second half of the XCAL Racing 420. And welcome back to the XCAL Racing 420, the season opener here for the epic XCAL season, a 30-race season to prove who's the best street stock driver on iRacing. My name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and you're tuned into Telesign TV. And we're under our 5th caution flag period of the night here after Mark Royce unfortunately had some issues. And that car jumped out on him, and he actually just kind of explained himself. He said he was lifting into the corner, and that's a mistake. You do not want to lift into the corner here, because when you do that, I was talking earlier about how the car is already aero loose. If you lift, the car gets even more like light and loose, and it's just going to spin right around. That's what happened to Mark Royce. And actually, we're going to try to talk to Paul Coleman about that real quick. Paul, you got a copy?
I do, Petey.
Well, Paul, speaking of what just happened there, have you had any experiences with that? I was talking a little bit earlier about how in corner entry the car is its lightest, and if you let off the gas, the car gets even lighter. Have you had any bad experience with that in your day in the street stocks?
Yeah, you learn that you really got to feather that. If you want to back off, you can't back off entirely. You got to like feather the throttle through there to keep it, to give it just some acceleration, or you're going to just slide right up. Evidently, what he did. Unfortunately, I only caught his barrel roll, but yeah, that didn't look good.
That was a pretty epic barrel roll, I'm not going to lie. He probably barrel rolled like 7 or 8 times.
That had to hurt, though, no doubt. Hey, really quick question, because evidently I think you're good friends with Higgins, and we were just discussing how Bonkowski, doesn't have a ride for the full year. You think Higgins wants to make a dream come true and get behind the wheel of one of these things someday?
I don't think he could stay sober enough to run one of these things.
Well, it's still probably run better than Pud, but nonetheless, I shouldn't say that he's right next to me here on the left side. He might turn hard right, but you never know.
All right, here we come down to the green flag. Green flag in the air. We're down and away. Rogers gets on the go pedal, and he is going to lead the field at the start. He takes over the top spot, and actually that time by, it was crossbars in the air, halfway down, halfway to go. And we are officially halfway in the XCAL Racing 420. Rogers leads it at halfway. Onto the high side, it is going to be Alex Hallinar. Down low, the 07 of Kyle Streichars. He is going to try to make a move on the number 57 of Alex Hallinar. There's just really no move to be made for Kyle Streichars there, though, as he is just going to have to pull right up to the bumper of the 31 machine. I do want to give you an updated running order of the top 10. I was talking with Paul, and I kind of missed my chance to do that there. First is Rogers. Second is going to be Alex Hallinar. Third will be Kyle Streichars. Fourth will be Jordan Babinger. Fifth will be Joshua Borje Bonkowski. Sixth will be Octavio Rondoletto. Seventh will be William Karp. Eighth will be Luke Turpin. Ninth will be Logan Jones. And 10th will be Dwayne Robinson. And, Paul, I'm going to pull you back in again because I know you're just kind of riding around back there, and you do have the time to talk to me. Normally, with our in-car reporters, I refuse to talk to them during... Oh, excuse me. I refuse to talk to them during green flag conditions. But Paul, he's just kind of riding on his own at Charlotte. He should be able to handle talking to us. Paul, one thing I'm noticing here, Luke Turpin in this whole race has been running somewhere between 6th and 8th about the entire time, like consistently between those positions, and he's always just in his own little bubble. Like he's right behind the lead pack, but close enough where he can miss a wreck, but far enough ahead of the second pack where he can't get collected in their junk. Obviously it's by design, but what do you think is the mentality here for Luke Turpin? I know you're a big fan of him, so you probably understand his mindset more than anyone else. What do you think of the deal here with Luke?
He's doing the same exact strategy I have, but there's a huge difference between him and I, and that's talent. He has much greater talent, so he can keep that car up there in 6th place and run it consistently, but that's exactly what he's trying to do. He could be leading this race right now, but you got those inexperienced drivers like Wynn and Mr. Johnson there, and he doesn't know what they're going to do or how they're going to do or if they're going to be overzealous, so if he can hang back, avoid that, but at the same time not get run over, which is my biggest fear and why I kind of hang out towards the back. I'm pretty good at avoiding wrecks, but I'm scared as we got a wreck right in front of me. Actually, so we can get run over. Oh, and we got the as we spin. Oh, I got my first 4 X's.
Oh, there's a big wreck at the back of the field. No caution's gonna fly. I think it was out of the way, so no caution flies. Paul looked like he didn't get too bad of a piece of that. Paul's got the car back going.
I'm good, but that was exciting.
Looks like also collecting that was Greg Holes, who's already a lot of laps down. The 19 of Matthew Bear I saw got a piece of that. And Paul, we'll let you focus back on racing after that.
I'm good there. You can call out the announcer change, right? Because you said I wasn't going to do anything. It was just a lazy Sunday drive, and then we got a wreck.
And Matthew Bear, his car is destroyed. Bear's out of it. And that's a tough break for Matthew Bear. A very unfortunate break. Looks like Jose Godino also may have been collected in that. I'm not sure what happened with Godino. But Godino's on pit road getting a repair. So right now we have 32 cars still on the lead lap. And then after those guys, we have Steven Rex 1 lap down, Chase Johnson 4 laps down, and then looks like actually 31 cars in the lead lap now because Matthew Bear. And then everyone else 34th on down is just junk right now. So still 33 competitive cars out there on the racetrack out of 42 that took the green. As we see the leaders come down the backstretch, it's still Rogers showing the way. It's been a really good run so far for Josh Rogers, honestly. He has done a fantastic job of keeping that car near the front of the field. And Bonkowski hits the apron and gets really loose. He's going to slide up out of 4th spot. William Karp's going to get to the inside of him. Bonkowski did a good job saving that thing. For a second, I thought he was going to go around in front of the field, and that just would have been a nightmare. But he did save the car. And the 08 on the inside does get a good run, and he will move into 4th ahead of Bonkowski. And Jordan Babinger, another guy who's kind of just been running up in the front of this thing the whole time, is going to get by Bonkowski now for 5th. So Bonkowski will continue to race on the high side of Babinger, and actually he's doing a good job. He keeps that car pinned up to the high side. And I have to say, for Joshua Borje Bonkowski, if I was him, I would just keep that car on the high side, to be 100% honest with you. Anytime he's on the low side, he keeps clipping the apron and getting loose, and it just seems like he has a harder time holding his line on the low side. When he's on the high side, I've seen him at his best tonight. If I was Bonkowski, I would just keep running that high line. He has been at his absolute best tonight in the high line. I don't really see any reason to go to the low side when he's running that good up high. You see, oh my goodness, the 11 car of Dwayne Robinson just entered the corner around the apron, slid up the racetrack, almost got into Logan Jones, excuse me, and Logan Jones, first time I'm going to mention his name tonight. Logan Jones, and honestly, it's probably a good thing at this race if you don't get your name mentioned in the first half. But the Big Block Motorsports teammates of Logan Jones and Marty Zakala are actually technically a Twisted Chassis Racing, but it's all under the Big Block Motorsports banner. Logan Jones up to 9th position right now. Good run for Logan, and Logan prides himself in being a super speedway aficionado. He finished 2nd or 3rd. I think it was 3rd in the Texas race we had, and he finished pretty well in the Charlotte Charity event too. I think about 4th or 5th. He has a nose running up front in these XCAL Super Speedway races. As we're past halfway, he's starting to rear his head a little bit. He's starting to drive that car up towards the front as the 52 of Marty Zakala, a teammate of his, is helping him get to the front. And now up to 11th, that Buffalo Bills machine of John Domino. John Domino in the number 36 machine has done a fine job of driving that car back up. He had an early issue in this race. He has overcome the adversity, though. Finds himself running in the top 11 here just past halfway. Good run for Mr. Domino. He has some new faces starting to make their way towards the front, and a trend I'm noticing a little bit too. Some guys we haven't mentioned all night. Kendrick Crayer, that car is starting to get up to the front, as Kendrick Crayer is running the number 22 Smokeweed Racing machine. So here we go, good battles going on here. Alex Hallinar must have had some sort of issue. I must have completely missed something that happened at the front of the field as I was checking on the back, and I did. Alex Hallinar, he got into the wall on corner exit. I'm not sure what happened there. I think he got into the wall all by himself, but he lost a bunch of positions there, and Hallinar just still losing positions right now. Looks like you're going to slide into about 11th. That will move John Domino up to 10th now. So for the first time this evening, Mr. Domino is up into the top 10, and actually, John told me before the race, he's from the same area as me, he said that he has a buddy who I believe he either owns a bar or works at a big bar in Watkins Glen, New York, which obviously where Watkins Glen International Speedway is. And his buddy put tonight's event up on the bar TV, the big screen in the bar. And to all my friends out in Watkins Glen right now, thank you for tuning in. I'm glad you guys are watching. And your boy John Domino up to 10th right now. If you don't know who to cheer for, the guys in Watkins Glen, you're watching this because of John Domino. He's in 10th place right now. So go John Domino's. He's up into the 10th spot. So once again, thank you to everyone over in Watkins Glen who's tuned in right now. I wish I knew the name of the bar. I'd give you guys an official shout out, but John didn't give me that information. So we are still single file through the top 11, single file through the whole field pretty much. Another car that deserves a shout out, up to 12th right now, is Clarence DeBuff. If you remember earlier in the race, he went 1 lap down due to a penalty he got. He has recovered nicely. He's back on the lead lap up in 12th position. Gotta say, that was fine there from him. And our leaders are actually quickly approaching the lap car of Paul Coleman Jr. Our in-car reporter, Paul Coleman Jr., is in danger of going 1 lap down. So we have a slow car down the backstretch. It's Matthew Bear. That car is crawling at an absolute snail pace right now. I'm not sure if he just couldn't get that, if that car blew a motor or something, but that car is going at a terribly slow pace, 25 miles an hour. Our leaders, though, quickly closing on Paul. And Paul's saving grace here is he can honestly just let the leaders go if he would like to. There's no cars 1 lap down. The closest car is Steven Rex, who's 3 laps down in 32nd. And then Chase Johnson in 34th is 4 laps down. And then everyone else finds themselves a ton of lap down. So Paul Coleman Jr. really can afford to lose this lap because he's pretty much guaranteed the lucky dog. So we'll see if he can keep it out ahead of these leaders for long enough to maybe catch a lucky caution or something. But for Paul Coleman Jr. right now, even if he does lose the lap, he didn't get any damage in that little wreck he got involved in. Can afford to lose the lap. So our leader Josh Rogers continues to show the way. And right now, the battle for most laps led, it has to be a pretty close battle, I'd say, between Josh Rogers, Chase Johnson, and Jordan Babinger. It's definitely between those 3. One of those 3 has to have it. If I was a betting man, I'd say it's probably Chase Johnson. I think Johnson led the most laps. He really led a lot of laps there in the middle section of the race. Could be Babinger too, though. He did lead like the first 60. As things are starting to get a little bit more racy up in the lead pack. Now, it looks like Alex Hallinar is trying to find his way back up through the field. He's gotten back up to 10th. He's found his way around Mr. Domino as he's up into the top 10 now, trying to race with Marty Zakala up to the 9th spot now as he's peeking to the outside of Logan Jones. I keep trying to call him Cody. The reason I'm doing that is you probably think I should know the name of a guy that runs on the team I own. But Logan actually raced on his brother's Cody account up until this week. This week he got his own account, Logan Jones, which is his actual name, Logan. And he is racing on the Logan Jones account, so he is running the Logan Jones account well up into the top 10 right now. Alex Hallinar, though, on the high side, trying to take 8th position away from him. Hallinar on the high side by himself right now, doing a fine job. And Hallinar almost is going to get that position from him, not quite. So Hallinar is just going to kind of have to hang on for the time being. Let's look back in the field a little bit, see if any of these further packs are having some good action. That second pack is absolutely full of cars right now. Leading is Dwayne Robinson, and it goes all the way back to, I believe that is Travis Sukup in the 45 and 24th. So that's a 10-car pack right there, and they are going 3 wide right now with Ryan Soper, Bruce Helmuth, and the 21. Let's give a shout out here to the 21 of Caleb Tremaine. Caleb Tremaine, you see, he's in one of the Maine Mobile Trucking Service cars. He is from Maine, along with all the other mainly asphalt guys like Brandon Varney, Kenny Tripp, Tyler Batchelder, Tyler Jalbert, all that whole group of guys, Pat Sullivan. And this is his XCAL debut. Brandon Varney actually, before the season opener, bought 2 extra car numbers to be on his team. He bought the 21 and the 22. And he asked his buddy who he races, I believe he races with him in real life, or he's involved in his racing in some way in real life, Caleb Tremaine, to come out and race with him. And Tremaine, I believe the plan is for him to run the whole 2021 season. And so far in his debut, done a good job keeping the car clean, kept it on the lead lap. A nice run so far from Caleb Tremaine. Gotta give him props where props are due. And then Kendrick Crayer's in the 22 car. And I don't know if the plan is for Crayer to run full-time with the mainly asphalt guys or not. But nonetheless, if this is just a one-race deal, he has had a nice run one-race deal as he has kept that car up near the top 15 pretty much this whole race. I am kind of confused why Kendrick Crayer is running a smoke weed every day car. He is probably about 12 years old, and he's definitely not the type of 12-year-old that's smoking weed. So I am not too certain why he's running that car. But hey, you know what? Kendrick, do you. Freedom of expression here at XCAL. It's a big thing we believe in. So our leaders have gotten around the lap car of Paul Coleman. He goes 1 lap down, as does Johnny B, as does Jeremy Leto, although Leto's making Rogers work for it. Rogers is not just going to get it from Leto. Leto's going to run that low side. Stuff must have just happened in front of the field that I missed while I was looking at that second pack, because things are all shuffled out of sorts right now. Up to second position now is Octavio Rondoletto, and he's about to benefit from the 85 of Jeremy Leto racing the leader of Josh Rogers so hard. Here comes Rondoletto right up on Jeremy Leto, the actual former RKR teammates. The 77 of Rondoletto is going to get right into the bumper there. The 85 LS Racing Machine of Jeremy Leto. Remember, Leto was a lap car. Rondoletto peeks to the inside, nothing doing there. If they're still teammates, Leto might have let him have that. But he said, hey, Octavio, we are no longer teammates, buddy. I'm not going to let you take that one. And Octavio drives that car on the low side, and he is going to take the lead away from Josh Rogers. So now up to the top spot is that 77 of Octavio Rondoletto. Josh Rogers is just going to let him have it. That top 3 pack with Leto, Rondoletto, and Rogers have kind of broke away from the pack. So Octavio Rondoletto is going to lead his first lap of this race here on lap 161, and you knew it was just a matter of time. Rondoletto is one of these good plate drivers, has a nose for the front, and he has driven that car up in front. And for him, and I know, by the way, I want to make a correction. Earlier I said he's driving the R Racing machine. It's actually O Racing. O Racing for Octavio. I do apologize about my mistake there. I won't make it again. But the O Racing machine, his first week as his own car owner, and actually it's technically his second week, but his first official week, that's first official week for everyone really, that he is the car owner. And driving that thing up front, there has to be a certain sense of pride there for Octavio, knowing this is an operation fully ran by him, and that is a car that he's completely responsible for. He just drove to the front of this field, so he's clicking away some laps now as he's just trying to push Jeremy Leto away, it kind of looks like. Leto, I'm sure, is fine with it. This is keeping him on the lead lap by having Octavio just run behind them. But Octavio doing a good job pushing the number 85 machine. So as we are on lap 162, we're going to take a 30-second timeout for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on XCAL Racing. And welcome back here live to the XCAL Racing 420 as we are still running under green here. Right now up front it is Octavio Rondoletto as he is starting to pull away from the 31. And the 31 of Josh. And caution is out on the speedway. Our 6th caution of the night. And I'm trying to see where it was on the racetrack as we are under caution once again. As there's been an accident somewhere. Unfortunately, I am not seeing any cars on the speedway wrecked. So I'm not sure where that was. Let me tune in our in-car reporter, Paul Coleman Jr. Paul, did you happen to see anything there?
No, nothing was in front of me, so it happened behind me there. Quick question, since you were looking, did homeboy there, did Leto stay on the lead lap?
He did. Yeah, Leto did stay on the lead lap.
I am the first car locked down. Thank you.
10-4. Make sure you stay out there until they give the wave rounds. All right, so we're going to try to figure out where this caution was, so bear with me for a second here. I am just going to try to see if I can maybe luck into finding this thing, although I'm just not seeing anything right now. And yeah, I got no copy on where the caution was, unfortunately, so I'm not sure if maybe Tanner in the broadcast booth has found it, but I have not. So we are uncertain what that caution stemmed from. I'm going to try to see if maybe like there's a car that looks wrecked right now. And I'm not. John Schwartz is running in 28th. Might have been the 01 just because he's running back further than I think he was earlier, but that is just that's an assumption. I have nothing to base that off of. So we're going to try to figure out what happened. While we try to figure out what happened here, we're going to take a 30-second timeout for station identification. I know we just took one, but we're going to take one more to try to sort this all out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV. And welcome back here as we are getting ready to hopefully get things back green here in a moment. We're going to try to catch word with one of these drivers who's been running up front for a lot of the evening. I'm going to see if I can maybe get a quick word in with maybe Josh Rogers. As actually, I don't think we have the channel open for Josh Rogers, unfortunately. He looks like he has his channel turned off. So maybe we can get a quick word in here with... let's talk to Logan Jones. Logan Jones is running up near the top of the field, and he is having a good run right now. So Logan Jones, it's Petey up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I do got a copy, Petey.
Oh, I gotta say, Logan, for the first time in this race, I said your name. That whole first half of the race, I really don't think I said your name a single time, which honestly is probably a good thing.
I'm sneaky. I'm a very sneaky person.
And you now, well, maybe not after these pit stops, but you had driven yourself up into the top 10 before that caution came out. So I got to ask you, is that kind of part of the plan? Just hang out, stay out of the way for the first half of the race, then come halftime, maybe start to race your way up?
The only plan I had was try and get in a spot where the other cars weren't actively trying to kill me, and I have been lucky sometimes. I've almost been dead other times, but apparently I've got a very slippery car tonight, and people are just kind of sliding off me.
All right. Well, moving forward in this race, Logan, what's the game? I know you said you really don't have any plan. Do you have any plan for the end of this thing?
If I can hook up with a teammate, I'm going to hook up. If I can't hook up with a teammate, I'm looking for, your Ron DeLetto, your Kenny Tripp, your Luke Turpin. And if there's none of them left, well, then I guess it's just Bonsai to the front.
All right, well, best of luck to you moving forward, Logan. Glad to see you finally got your actual name on iRacing, too.
I know, it's taken forever. I've been Cody since October.
Cody no more. All right, Logan Jones, not Cody, and driver of the 06 machine. And we're going to take a moment now to talk with Paul Coleman Jr. a little bit. As under these cautions, it's a nice time for me and Paul to just kind of talk things over, see how he's doing in there. So, Paul, you got your lap back now, or actually, Paul, I think you got shafted a little bit, unfortunately, here. You got trapped behind the pace car, so you got the manual wave around, which means you weren't able to pit.
That's correct.
How's the fuel situation looking, Paul?
Luckily, like I said, I've been pitting every caution to get a full thing of fuel, so I still got 15.5 gallons, so I think I might be okay.
Oh, yeah, you should be in okay shape at that point then. All right, so back on the lead lap now, Paul. And I was kind of talking about during the broadcast, I didn't want to interrupt you while you're getting lapped by the leaders. But in that situation where you knew you were going to be the only car a lap down, were you kind of okay with giving up that lap there?
Yeah, for the most part. I wanted to see if I could, kind of hang on the draft for a second kind of thing. But, they just kept coming and coming. And I think I kind of screwed over Turpin, but, he'll get over it. I'll send him some K2 or something.
Well, that's definitely going in quotes in Discord. All right, so it looks like Ben Eaton was penalized for that caution there. He has been sent to the tail. That's Paul Coleman Jr. Thank you, Paul. We're going to go back to the front here. Is Jeremy Leto is the leader, it would appear. So we're going green this time by. So whatever the caution was, it was caused by Ben Eaton. He's been given the black flag. Apologize that we weren't able to catch that. It was not on any of our monitors here at Telesign TV. None of our cameras must have picked up what happened on the racetrack. So we come off turn number 4. The iRacing Ford Mustang is going to make that hard left-hand turn into the pit road. It is going to be the 85 of Jeremy Leto in the LS Racing Machine, leading the field down to the green flag. Quinas LaBeouf on the outside, and green flag in the air. We're down and away. Jeremy Leto, from running all the way and last, just about to get lapped, now the lead. He has taken over the top spot in this thing. LaBeouf on the outside is going to hang with him. Ron DeLetto's in third. Fourth place now is Marty Zakala, highest we've seen Marty Zakala run. Not just this evening, but I think in any XCAL event, I think fourth place is his highest running finish. So now Zakala does have to hold the slide down behind his teammate William Karp if he would choose to do so. Looks like now he's going to ride behind Quinas LaBeouf now. And he's going to try to push LaBeouf up on the high side. First time we've really seen these big block motorsports cars make moves today. But LaBeouf in the 03 is, Marty Zakala gets loose. Zakala gets loose. Can he save it? He does. What a save there by Zakala. And that is not understated right there. That is so challenging to save the race car as he's now 3 wide with Borje Bonkowski. Looks like Bonkowski is going to get out of the gas, let Zakala slide in the line. So a nice break there for Zakala. But that save there by Marty Zakala was nothing short of impressive there. It is not easy to save these cars. Bonkowski gets loose underneath him. Bonkowski's gonna spin, will he? Bonkowski saves it. Oh my goodness, these guys are making epic saves right now. But back to Zakala's save. That was the same, the way he got loose there was the same exact way Mark Royce got loose when he wrecked. And Marty Zakala almost did the same thing, but somehow saved that car. So Zakala's keeping it out there running right now. Up to 6th right now. Brandon Varney, highest we've seen him run in quite a while. A nice run from Brandon Varney. He's been quiet all evening. He started in the top 5. Then after the first caution, he dropped to the rear of the field. Now he's back up to 6th, and we'll see what he can do. Looking racy for the first time. Luke Turpin up to 5th. He was pulled up to the bumper of William Karp. Looks like Turpin might be starting to test the waters a little bit as we get closer and closer to 100 to go. For Luke Turpin, maybe the switch in his brain, turn it on a little bit. Maybe he just wants to see what the car will do and maybe push it a little harder than he had been because he really has been taking it easy this whole thing. And if you're new to XCAL and you don't know a whole lot about XCAL, I'll fill you in on a couple of things. Number one, Luke Turpin's kind of public enemy #1 in a good way. He is definitely the man to beat week in and week out in these races. He's a guy that only really races XCAL on iRacing. He doesn't really do a whole lot of other iRacing. He's not big into the official stuff. He's like a D class with the 2200 iRating. But when you watch this guy race and you see the things he's capable of doing, if he actually cared about official, he could easily probably be a 5,000-6,000 iRating A-class type of guy. Like, he is that good of a driver. And I'm sure if you follow this season, my friend, you will learn very quickly just how good of a driver Luke Turpin is. But he is running in 5th right now. And the Turpinator, starting to look a little bit racy. But what I was saying is he's probably the guy to beat. I'd say if there were betting odds for the championship this year, he would be the favorite. And then second place, for who's the second favorite to win the championship, it'd probably be pretty close, I'd say, between Octavio Rondoletto. Rondoletto's a guy who's probably going to win quite a few races this year. He's a very talented guy. Another guy that is going to be, he wasn't a favorite until very late when he won 2 in a row, almost 3 in a row towards the end of the preseason, Brandon Varney. Varney, the guy I was talking about, he is the one of the best drivers at a young age ever at the Oxford Plains Speedway. 45-time winner in real life. He's won the 4 cylinders, the 6 cylinders, the 8 cylinders, and the go-karts. The only man to ever win championships in all of those series. And he proved himself to be a contender late last season. And that's Oxford Plains in real life, by the way, not on iRacing. And I'm sorry, I just got an update on my computer. I apologize. Distracted me a little bit there. But those are some of the championship contenders, those 3. And then another one, dark horse I'm going to throw in there, a guy that I know I like to give props to every week, a guy that's not running that well right now, but it's pretty typical of him week in and week out. John Schwartz in the 0-1. He's a guy that every week at this point in the race, you don't see him running up front, but somehow every week with about 20 to go, you just notice he's probably running somewhere between 3rd and 5th, and you're like, wow. And he does it every week. That's what makes him so dangerous, because guys like Turpin and Rondoletto, they wreck sometimes. Sometimes they get racing up here for the lead. They end up in wrecks. Schwartz rarely wrecks. Last week he got collected in a wreck while he was running in 3rd by a lap car. But I mean, for John Schwartz, 90% of the time he is going to finish in the top 3. And that's why he's a threat for the championship, because he can consistently just quick away good runs. And even if he loses a little bit of ground to these guys, eventually these guys are going to have a bad week. He usually doesn't, and that's what makes him such a dangerous threat. And then I'll throw out another wild card at you. Jordan Babinger. That's a guy that kind of surprises me. He hasn't won an XCAL race yet. He didn't win any preseason races. He is a guy, though, that has been very impressive. I'd say probably top 5 talent in the field. I will be curious to see what Babinger does this season. I know he's a guy that has a lot to prove, and I think he can certainly prove it. Babinger actually runs an 11th right now. So we'll have to see. Up front, though, got to give props. Jeremy Leto continues to show the way around the speedway. Octavio Rondoletto looks content to just kind of push Jeremy Leto around. And Jeremy Leto, what a week it's been for him. Been promoted to XCAL Senior Official, got his own team, Leto Soper Racing. He's now the owner of that team. First time ever in XCAL he's been the owner of the team. And now leading as we come up on 100 laps to go at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in the XCAL Racing 420. What a great day so far for Jeremy Leto. And not for nothing, too. XCAL doesn't have a chase. We don't believe in that. XCAL Racing believes that a racing season should be determined by the guy who's the best over the course of 30 races, not the guy who just has the best setup on the last week of the season. That's kind of corny in my opinion, but NASCAR, you do you. So winning isn't going to put him in a chase or anything like that. But what winning does is for a guy that really does struggle sometimes in the short tracks, it'll give him a really good point stay early on in the season, and it would lock him into the All-Star race, which is going to be a tough challenge for a lot of these guys, and I think Leto will be one of those guys that's going to be borderline making the All-Star race or not. For him, to win this race and put himself in the All-Star race, get a good points run, really make a statement for Leto Soper Racing. I mean, it would be a great day, but obviously he has 100 laps to go. But I'm saying all this because that 85 car, I think, has been about top 5, top 10 the entire race so far. I mean, it has just been incredible to see what he's done so far. That 85 car still running out in front as you see him go around the lap car in the 61 of Greg Holtz. Now it looks like Rondoletto's getting a little racy. Rondoletto might be peeking to the outside. Not sure what Octavio's doing here. We do have a battle going on for position, battle for 5th. The 57 of Alex Hallinar is pulled to the outside of Luke Turpin. Hallinar drives that car up off the corner, and Hallinar, let's see if he can maybe get a run down the front stretch if he has anything for him here. Hallinar is almost clear. He is clear. Hallinar will be able to pull in the line if he wants, but he will not. He's going to stay up top. I think he likes that high side. He is now up into the 5th position behind William Karp. Let's see if he can make up a little bit more ground. Turpin able to keep that car actually underneath the 57. He recovered nicely to get a good run down the corner. Top 10 right now: Jeremy Leto, Octavio Rondoletto, Clinus LaBeouf, William Karp, Alex Hallinar, Luke Turpin, Marty Zakala, Brandon Varney, Jordan Babinger, Caleb Tremaine, and that is your top 10 as we currently sit. Here comes Jeremy Leto, and this time by the flag stand. There is 100 laps left to go on the XCAL Racing 420. 100 laps to go. And with 100 to go, we are going to key in our in-car reporter, Paul Coleman Jr., sits in 28th on the lead lap, currently a little bit behind the field. Paul Coleman, speeding the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, how's it going?
Pretty good, Paul. Well, we just got 100 laps to go that time by. Do you think for some of these guys that Flip just switched?
Potentially, yeah, for some of the guys at the front there that may get racing, but I still think we got a little bit of time left there. Speed and Rex just almost lost it there in the turn. Yeah, I think, yeah, we're going to still say about 30, 40 more laps before these guys say go time.
10-4, Paul. And for you, maybe is it time, do you think, for you to, I know you don't want to make your way up till 40 to go, but maybe for you, do you think you're more apt now to experiment with maybe trying to make passes and just trying to learn a little bit, some things that can help you later on?
Yeah, I was working on that a little bit, and then guys started getting dicey and loose, kind of like Steven Ricks did in front of me. So at the same time, just playing around, I don't want to put myself in a situation where I've been at this now for, what have we been, two something hours? I don't want to ruin my race just because we're playing around, setting things up. So we'll just go for it when it's time to go for it and go from there.
All right, well, thank you, Paul Coleman Jr. Once again, running 28th right now. Hopefully Paul can get a good run out of this thing. We'll see what Paul can do here in the closing, or I shouldn't say closing lap, still 100 to go, but it's certainly getting there, 280 laps, 180 in the books. All these guys are experienced now. They know how the guys around them are going to race, and caution is out on the speedway. Caution is out on the track, and we have a wreck somewhere in the field. I'm going to try to see what happened. Oh, it's John Domino, I see. John Domino in the 36, it looks like, has a... Actually, it was in front of him. He just kind of was down there missing. Oh, John Frilly in the 05, it looks like, got collected in that. We'll have to see what happened there, but it does not look good from the angle that I am seeing. So we will see what happened in just one moment. And the replay is up, and here we go. John Frilly was racing down the backstretch, and it looks like Joshua Borje-Bonkowski, the Fox, got to his inside, and I just don't think Frilly knew he was there. And Frilly drove down across his bumper and went hard into the inside wall. And, oh, he collected Bruce Helmuth. A tough break there for Helmuth, as Helmuth got collected in that one. Helmuth, it looks like his car is very torn up. I think Helmuth might be done. And John Domino, I will say, though, it looks like the Domino machine was able to survive. And actually, I'm going to see if we can catch a quick word here with John Domino, as he got a little piece of that one. And, hey, John Domino, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Hey, PD, how you doing?
Not too bad, Mr. Domino. Well, honestly, you had a little rough start there. You got the first caution on you, but you've recovered nicely, running up in the top 10, and it looks like you got collected in that wreck. Doesn't look too bad, though. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, we're just holding our position and trying to advance, take it as slow as possible, and it just looked like it. I saw that car coming up, and I'm like, yep, it's over here, right now. But like you said, we've been keeping a good pace and moving on up, and I think we're having a pretty good day so far.
Well, I gotta tell you, John, we're now under 100 laps to go. That car is still sitting on the lead lap. For you, when's it go time, and when's it time to start to get a little racy?
Well, like I said, I'm taking it one car at a time. I'm just looking forward to seeing the finish line for the first time, and I don't know, we'll see if we can hold that top 10. Maybe we'll start pushing it on the last 50, as long as the fuel holds out, that is.
All right. Well, Mr. Domino, certainly a good start to the season for you so far. Hopefully you can finish the job here. Best of luck, my friend.
All right, take care, Petey.
All right, that was John Domino, driver of the number 36 Buffalo Bills machine. Go Bills, as we are going to take a 30-second timeout here on Telesign TV. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back in one moment. And welcome back live here to the XCAL Racing 420. And we have actually had some breaking news mid-race. It would appear that Gas and Go Racing with Alex Hallinar, they were so impressed by the job that Blake Wynn did in the first half of this race. Or it's not Alex Hallinar, I apologize, Alex Gangler. Alex Gangler, the owner of Gas and Go Racing. He was so impressed by the job that Blake Wynn did in the first half of that race before he got collected in an accident not of his doing, that he has actually went ahead and signed Blake Wynn to a 3-race contract for at least USA, Thompson, and Rockingham. And he is going to put Blake Wynn in a second Gas and Go car. Gas and Go was originally just a 1-car team. Gangler was so impressed, though, he said he'll have his fab shop start working on a second car, and they're going to put Blake Wynn in a second car for at least 3 races. So Blake Wynn got a 3-race contract now to continue racing XCAL. And I'm actually going to tune in Paul Coleman for this one, because I know Paul, he's racing, but he's a big XCAL news guy. He keeps up on this stuff. And Paul, for Blake Wynn, he now has a ride for at least 3 more races, and he was confident saying that he thinks he might be the best driver here. Well, he's going to have the chance to prove it now for at least 3 more races.
I'm excited for that. I think it's great that he's got that opportunity. He's going to be on the short tracks. They're going to get a little tighter. There's going to be a little less room to race in that. So, he's going to have to show patience. But I think, through time, he's still young. I mean, God, when you think about Chase's age combined, it's probably still longer than you, PD. So
it is.
Give him some time, and we'll see how he does. God, I think you can combine your age, his age, and Chase's age, and still younger than me. So,
yeah. Oh, no.
And check this out. I'm restarting 4th, by the way, by complete accident because I thought I had 1 extra lap to pit, so this should be interesting.
Oh, well, we'll have to see what you can do up there, Paul. Yeah, I'm going to let you go on that note. Paul Coleman Jr. going to be restarting 4th. Wow, good job there, Paul, getting that car up into the top 5 by mistake. So when we get things restarted, here's how we're going to run. Jeremy Leto is still your leader. 2nd is Jordan Babinger. 3rd is Ryan Soper. 4th is Paul Coleman Jr. 5th is Octavio Rondoletto. 6th is Luke Turpin. Luke Turpin starting right behind Paul Coleman Jr. I know Paul has to love that. 7th is Alex Hallinar. 8th is William Karp, 9th is Brandon Varney, and 10th is Caleb Tremaine. So I think right now we're just on the edge of our fuel window. I think if we get 1 more caution, you'll see everyone come down, fill these things up, and they'll be good to go to the end, which actually, Paul's mistake here might end up playing out well for him. If it goes the way I think it might, and he can keep that car up in the top 5, this might work out the way that he might just luck himself into a top 5 restart position here when everyone's good to go on fuel. We'll have to see. So the pace car brings the field around turns 3 and 4. That iRacing Ford Mustang is going to make that hard left-hand turn onto the pits, and the field is now at the mercy of Jeremy Leto. He brings the field down. He has his teammate Ryan Soper right in his mirror, and the green flag is in the air. We're down and away, and Jeremy Leto gets a nice start there. He actually blew the doors off of Jordan Babinger. Paul Coleman looks like he tried to give Babinger a little bump there. Nothing doing there. Paul does have a hole to slide down in, but it looks like Rondoletto is going to fill that up quickly, so nothing there for Paul. Up front, though, it is Jeremy Leto in the top spot. His teammate Ryan Soper giving him a nice push from behind, and it looks like Jeremy Leto is going to hang on to the top spot for the time being. The sweet pack of cars looks like they're all just getting things sorted out in single file right now. Paul Coleman Jr. now going to pull right up to the bumper of Jordan Babinger and those two. They're going to try to make things happen here on the outside lane as Paul gets a little bit loose there, looks like, but he's going to hold on to the car. Top 5 are all under a blanket right now, pretty much. Jordan Babinger. Oh, we have a wreck behind these guys. I saw the 16 car go around, I think, of Pat Sullivan. And yep, caution's out on the speedway as something happened there between Pat Sullivan and Joshua Borje-Bonkowski. We'll have to see what happened. And cautions do breed cautions. This is now our 8th caution of the night in 190 laps, which honestly isn't a terrible number, but it's starting to get a little higher than I know Race Control would like to see. A few more cautions, certainly, than we would like at this point. The replay's up, and it looks like Borje-Bonkowski, I mean, yeah, he just came right down the racetrack and got into the 16 car. Bonkowski went hard into the wall. The 16 spun. The 53 of Tyler Batchelder got a piece of it, and caution is out on the speedway. And it looks like Sullivan's going to be okay. Alex Hallinar did get a decent piece of that. He's going to be okay. Bonkowski, though, on pit road with heavy damage. And a tough break there for the Fox, as he was having a good night up to that point. But if anything, if the car is salvageable, he might be lucky. He might be lucky because I think that if the car is salvageable, He will only get a black flag because race control didn't assess the first penalty to him, even though it probably shouldn't have been. So maybe a lucky break there for him. And now we're going to pull in Paul Coleman Jr. again. Paul, I feel like we're talking to you a lot here, but I do have a very important question to ask you. The fuel window. Are you guys in the window where you're good to go to the end from here if you were to pit?
Because I didn't pit, remember, and then I hung out on the previous one because I was the wave around, so I have to pit.
I got that, Paul, but for till the end, what's the fuel run here? About 90?
Yeah, I think everybody that just pitted on the previous yellow is good. Soper and the top 3 that stayed out will have to come in again. But yeah, if we go green the whole... Sorry, if we go green... I'm pitting right now. If we go green the whole way through, then those top 3 guys there are going to have to pit again. But Turpin and I forget who else started around me. They're good to go to the end.
All right, well, that's a big news there, so thank you, Paul Coleman. I'm going to try to catch a word with our leader, Jeremy Leto, see if we can get a quick word in with him. First time we'll talk to Jeremy Leto tonight, and we're going to pull him up here in just one moment. And we're tuning into his channel, and Jeremy Leto, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, I do, PD.
Well, Jeremy, you're currently running position number 1, and you've been keeping that car up near the top 5 all night. A very good run for the 85 team so far. So tell me, you still have one pit stop yet to make. When do you think you're going to make it?
Probably next caution I'll make it, unless I have to make it under green before then.
All right, well, Jeremy, that's certainly a good run so far. I got to ask you, how do you feel about your chances of maybe pulling out a top 5 or even a victory in this thing from how well you've ran so far?
I got a good chance, I feel. I've kept the car clean, still at COS, so I think I still got a shot at it.
All right, well, Jeremy, I'll let you catch back up with Ryan Soper, but best of luck and a good run so far.
Thank you, Petey.
Yep, that is Jeremy Leto, driver of the number 85. And on that note, we're going to take a 30-second timeout for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV. And welcome back to Telesign TV. My name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and we are back here with the XCAL Racing 420. You know what? This is a good chance for me to give some of our sponsors a shout out here. I haven't done that yet this race, and I always mean to do it more than I do, but I get so into the racing action and the storylines I forget, but sponsors are first and foremost. So first off, let me thank SimRacer Coin. SimRacer Coin actually sponsored a large amount of SimRacer coins for XCAL to give out to our champions this season in the top 3 in points. And SimRacer Coin, it actually has doubled in value since they started it up. So a startup virtual currency that has been doing very well so far. So SimRacer Coin, and also First and 15, a sports podcast that will be starting very soon. It was supposed to start a couple months ago, but due to COVID and a bunch of stuff like that, it unfortunately has not got on the ground yet. The studio is set up though, and they do plan on starting to record that very soon. So be on the tune of like First and 15 on Facebook if you want updates about when that's going to start. Of course, our partner Telesign TV. We appreciate Telesign TV broadcasting the races. K2 sauces. K2 is actually one of the big sponsors here. They're going to give out a bottle of K2 sauce to every race winner this season. And K2 sauce, one of our partners here at XCAL, we are very appreciative of K2 sauces. And of course, we have the XCAL web shop. If you haven't already, go to www.xcalracing.shop. The web shop, there's all sorts of cool stuff you can check out there. A wide variety of things, all sorts of interesting items. If I were you, I would go check out www.xcalracing.com/shop, and you will be pleasantly surprised on what is there. And I think that is all of our sponsors. And if you are interested in sponsoring us, be sure to email president@xcalracing.com, and I am sure that Aaron Hilbush will be more than happy to help you out. And I would be more than happy to have more sponsors here. I'd be more than happy to talk about your product here. And let's be honest, who better to talk about your product than PD the Real J? Well, let's be real here. We're coming off of turn number 4. The iRacing Ford Mustang leads the field down to the green flag. It's going to make that hard left-hand turn onto the pits. And in bringing the field down to the green flag will be the 85 of Jeremy Leto. Here they come, and the field is at the mercy of Jeremy. And the green flag is in the air. They're down and away. Good jump there for Leto, and he actually, on the outside, a good jump too for Babinger. Babinger was not sleeping whatsoever on that start. He got up on the wheel. Babinger drives that car to the high side now of Jeremy Leto, and Jeremy Leto goes side by side for the top spot now with that number 48 machine. Babinger has probably been the most consistent car of this race, I'd say. Babinger has been in the top 5 literally this whole race, I knock on wood because I really don't want to jinx it. But he is up front racing for the lead with Jeremy Leto. Leto, though, does have a lot of help from the 84 Brian Soper. And Soper is just trying to get in the draft right now of Leto and give him all the help that he can. Alex Hallinar is that third car on the inside line as Hallinar dives down below the apron. He was looking beneath Soper. I think the first car good on fuel is the 48 of Jordan Babinger. I'm not positive. It might be the 57 of Alex Hallinar. But I know that our top 2 of Leto and Soper are not good to go to the end. Still need one more pit stop. And for those guys, they must be banking on one more later caution, or maybe they're banking on a bunch of cautions here. I'm not too sure. Soper now is going to jump to the outside, and he's going to start to race with his teammate, Jeremy Leto. So Ryan Soper now is on the outside lane. He is the only car up there as Jordan Babinger is going to leave him out to hang. And Soper is going to fall the wrong way right now as he's going to lose the 3rd spot to the number 48 of Jordan Babinger. A couple cars having some really good runs right now. Let's look up at John Domino. We talked to him a minute ago. He's driven that car up to 9th right in front of Luke Turpin. Or actually, he's up to 7th. Or no, he is 9th right behind Luke Turpin. Excuse me, sorry. I'm also flustered right there with my words. Domino rides right in line behind the 454 of Luke Turpin, but a good run for him up there in 9th. And Kyle Streichars has that car up in 8th position right now. A good run for Kyle. A guy that I really deserves a shout out here, though, up to 10th right now, Tyler McRae. Talk about overcoming adversity. He started this race 2 laps down. I'm still not 100% sure what the issue was there that caused him to go 2 laps down. If we get another caution, I'll try to talk to him and figure out what happened. But he has driven that car all the way back from 2 laps down, back onto the lead lap, and now he's in the top 10 for the first time this race with just about 80 laps to go. So Tyler McRae certainly is going to get the Perseverance Award for this race. A matter of fact, I'll give him the Perseverance Award for this race right now because unless someone does something crazy here at the end, I just don't see anyone having better perseverance than the job that Tyler McRae has done so far as he goes side by side with John Domino. Domino running pretty high on the racetrack and being on the low line. McRae had to account for that. He almost didn't, and that was almost bad there for a second, but it looks like they all got it together. Up front, not a whole lot happening. It's still Jeremy Leto showing the way around the racetrack. Leto is probably starting to get himself into contention for most laps led in this race. He has led quite a few laps at this point. He has followed closely behind Octavio Rondoletto. Rondoletto rides right on his bumper as here we go. Alex Hallinar comes to the high side. Hallinar with a good bit of help from the 48 machine. And the 48 machine, Jordan Babinger, trying to be the pusher that Hallinar needs. As a car's into the wall. I think that's the 99 of Tyler McRae. Just as I was complimenting him for having such a great run so far, he gets into the wall. Looks like him and John Domino made a little bit of contact. And yeah, Domino just got loose, came right up the racetrack into McRae, and McRae lost a few spots there. Unfortunate break for Tyler McRae. And I'm sure as frustrated as Tyler McRae is, I bet you John Domino feels just as bad. If I know John Domino will probably be apologizing quite a bit to Tyler McRae after this race. Looks like a racing deal, though. Domino just got loose and slid up a little bit. I mean, it's an unfortunate break there, but really nothing done wrong by John Domino. He was just trying to hang on to the car, and John Domino has recovered, and he's got the car back into 11th spot now. So Domino now gets to the low side of the 11 machine. Up front, though, the battle is still on. The 57 of Alex Hallinar on the high side of the speedway. He is trying to take that second position away from Octavio Rondoletto. Rondoletto doing a good job keeping that car pinned all the way down low. And he has some help behind from Pud. Pud is right in his mirror, giving him all the help he can. But don't forget, some of these cars up in the lead pack, they are going to have to pit. Pit stops are still a thing for a few of these guys, and I wish I knew the exact guys who needed to pit. I do think it might just be the LS machines of Jeremy Leto and Ryan Soper. But for those two guys, they will certainly have to make a pit stop. I'm not sure about the rest of the field. We'll have to see if they will have to as well. Up front, though, looks like Halinar does get a good run. He draws about even now with the 77 of Octavio Rondoletto. If Halinar can hold it off the corner, he might get up to our leader, Leto, and Halinar just wasn't quite able to hold it off the corner. He will not get up to our leader there. So some good racing going on right now. 80 laps to go officially in this thing. And it's getting closer and closer to that crunch time. I'll give you an update on the cars we still have out there. 26 are still on the lead lap. 27th and 28th, Art Hendry and Steven Rex are just 1 lap down. Chase Johnson is 3 laps down in 29th, and Travis Sukup is in the pits with some heavy damage 5 laps down. So an unfortunate break there for Travis Sukup. He was been having a quiet run all day, but was on the lead lap. So we're down to 26 cars now on the lead lap in this thing. And we could have 28 if we were to get one more caution, but I doubt we'll see Chase Johnson get back on the lead lap. 3 laps is a little much to overcome at this point in the game. Up front, though, Jeremy Leto continuing to show the way around the racetrack, really unchallenged right now. No one has been able to get no one has been able to get to the high side of Jeremy Leto up to this point in this run so far, as I'm sure I'm going to hear that one in quotes later on. Jeremy Leto, though, really getting uncontested here so far. As I give a lot of credit to Octavio Rondoletto. Octavio Rondoletto has done a fine job of running right up Jeremy's bumper and making sure that no one can get to his outside. As we have had another car take it to the garage area, Joshua Borje Bonkowski has officially parked the car for the night. So after a promising run early in this thing, Joshua Borje Bonkowski, he is done for the evening. Tough break there for Borje Bonkowski. Unfortunate break for the K2 Racing team, as Bonkowski really was giving him a good run so far. And I'm going to key up Paul Coleman Jr. real quick. Paul, an unfortunate break there for Bonkowski. I'm telling you what, with you running on the lead lap and the way Bonkowski was racing, you guys had like an outside shot at leaving this race with the team points lead until that happened.
Give me 1 second. I'm side by side. Actually, oh, there we go. Hey, I finally got clear. That was exciting racing for like the last 4 laps with my bachelor. Yeah, no, I was looking forward to the Fox there getting it in good, but I guess it's up to me now to get a good result.
10-4. I didn't realize you were in a battle, Paul, so I'm going to let you continue with that. Paul Coleman Jr. in the 66 car, our in-car reporter. It's getting to go time. I got to probably stop keying him up under green. He's going to start getting a little racy here. Up in our top 10, guys are starting to get racy. Alex Halinar has been manning that high side, and that car does have some damage. The front nose of that car, it does look like it has been hit quite a bit. It's been up, but he is still carrying speed. I think that might be why he hasn't been able to pull up the Leto yet. I think it's because that nose damage has kind of aerodynamically prevented that car from getting to the top spot. If he were to get a good push, though, he might be able to get going. We have a car stopped on the bottom of the racetrack. That is Steven Rex. Steven Rex looks like he has some significant damage on that 28 machine. I have no idea what happened to him. He was running just 1 lap down. Oh, the motor blew. The motor went for Steven Rex, so an unfortunate break there for Rex, and he has crawled that car into the pits, and that was a tough end of the night for Steven Rex. He has a motor go, and he's just 1 lap down. So now the only car 1 lap down is Art Hendry in 27th. That moves Chase Johnson up to 28th, 3 laps down. And Johnson, I'll tell you what, if he could just get that car back onto the lead lap, he was certainly a contender the way we saw him race earlier. Moving back to the front of the field, though, it is still Jeremy Leto, followed by Octavio Rondoletto, the Leto and Rondoletto show. Jeremy Leto is driving the LS Racing machine. I'm looking through this pack, trying to find another interesting battle to maybe key in on for a moment. We have Ryan Soper side by side with Jordan Babinger right now for 5th and 6th. And Ryan Soper, a good run so far for him, I will say. He had a tough go of it in the preseason. He ended up getting a 3-race suspension right towards the end of the preseason. And came back, ran at Irwindale Inner, had a very tough run at Irwindale Inner, probably one of the worst runs I've seen a driver have in XCAL in quite a while. But then he came back the next week at Concord, and he parked the car in 8th. A good top 10 run. Really showed something there, and at Thompson he had a quiet run where he really didn't ruffle any feathers. And so far in this race, I don't think there's really been anyone upset with his driving. So for Bud, he has done a nice job at least maintaining his respectable name on the racetrack. Off the racetrack is a whole nother story, but Pud up there in the top 5 right now, a good run for him. As our leaders are starting to get a little bit more... Caution's out. Caution is out on the speedway. We have our 9th caution of the evening, as we are going to see what happened. I see a wreck towards the back of the field, and oh no, I see Logan Jones is involved in that one pretty heavily. And unfortunately, I did not get a good angle on this one. I see, okay, maybe I did. Looks like it started with maybe the it started with the 11 and the 31. Oh, tough break there for Josh Rogers, who's having a good run this week. We'll have to see what happened in just one moment. Replay's up, and yeah, Dwayne Robson just came right down into Josh Rogers, turned him nose first into the outside wall, and Logan Jones had nowhere to go, just piled into it. A 3-car accident puts us under caution once again. A terrible break there. And so we're under caution flag one more time, and that will probably give us a chance. I'm going to see if maybe we can key up. I want to key up Tyler McRae. I talked about it a moment ago, how I would like to talk to Tyler and see what's up with him. We'll have to see what happened there to Tyler on the initial start of the race. I'll talk to him in a moment, though. I want to let everyone get caught up for the pace car and do their pit stops. So actually, while that happens, we're going to take a 30-second timeout for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV. Alright, and welcome back to Telesign TV. My name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing, and Dwayne Robinson has been disqualified from this race for causing that caution right there. So we are getting things back going and underway, and I do want to catch a quick word with Tyler McRae as he's pulling out of the pits. So we're going to try to catch a quick word here with Tyler, hopefully not disturb him. As I'm trying to tune into his channel, it's tough getting into his channel right now. He is can't find his knob on the dial. Looks like it might be... Oh, I think I figured out the issue. I wasn't on the right knob. that definitely would do it. So we are going to get Tyler McRae up in here. And all right, there we go. Tyler McRae, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Hey, PD, how's it going, bud?
Not too bad, Tyler. Well, I pulled you up here because first I wanted to ask you, I've been meaning to talk to you this whole race, but just so many things have been happening, I've had to talk to other guys. What happened to you on the initial start there? I saw you go 2 laps down right out of the gate. What was the deal with that?
Well, race control was getting on us to tighten up, so I went to tighten up, and everybody checked up, and they started running into each other. And I pulled low so I wouldn't hit the guy in front of me, and I got a black flag for it, even though I let the guy go. I didn't pass anybody before the start, and I didn't get it cleared, and I had to pit and get that black flag clear. 26-second hold.
Well, tough break there, Tyler, but you did a nice job overcoming the adversity. It took a long time, but you finally got the car back up on the lead lap. You find yourself sitting in 15th right now as we are in the closing moments of this race. Tell me, how do you feel about your shot at getting up there and maybe competing for this thing, as you have done a really good job of driving this car back up through the whole field?
I appreciate that. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of like laughing crazy where I am right now. I don't know. My goal was a top 10 in this race because I started so far back. And if I can get through this race top 10, no more damage, I'll be happy with that. I'm proud of my drop and bounce guys. Poor Steve got a little wreck, blew up, and then our substitute, I don't know if his car was damaged, the 11 car, if he was starting to drive a little too wild there at the end, but he ran good up to that point. But we'll see what we can do.
All right, well, Tyler, best of luck to you in the end of this thing, buddy, and go get him.
Thanks, PD. Appreciate y'all and Telesign TV and XCAL Racing.
All right, that's Tyler McRae, driver of the number 99 machine, as I gave him a shout out there about driving back through the field. It really has been an impressive job, though. What he has done tonight has not been easy to drive through the field like he has. So the lights go off in the pace car. We're going to have a restart with 70 laps to go. And we have a hodgepodge of cars up front that I have not seen up front all night, and I think they're good on gas. Starting first is going to be Alex Hallinar. Second is going to be Octavio Rondoletto. Third is going to be Marty Zakala. Starting fourth, this is the first time I've said this guy's name the entire race, and I am sure of it. Jeff Edgar. Jeff Edgar has just been quiet this whole thing. He has that car in 4th here, as we have about 68 laps to go. What a run for Edgar by getting that car up there right now. Paul Coleman Jr. is up to 5th. LaBeouf is now in 6th. 7th is Luke Turpin. 8th is Kyle Strychars. 9th is Kenny Tripp. And 10th is Kendrick Crayer. The helmet Kenny Tripp, a very, very slow, or not a slow run, for a quiet run for him today so far after starting 2nd and dropping to the back. He finds himself in the top 10 late in the going. And you know, I talked about it earlier, a lot of the big names, they're kind of taking it easy, but here at the end we're going to see them start to rear their heads. The Jaws music's playing and it's go time. The cream always rises to the top, and it seems like the cream has risen to the top here as we are late in the going of this one, and the best of the best have found themselves up in higher running positions now. So here we go. Alex Hallinar will be bringing the field down to green, and what a run for Marty Zakala, restarting 3rd. This is the highest Marty Zakala has ever restarted in his XCAL career. We come down the front stretch as we get towards the green flag. The pace car pulls off, the green flag's in hand, the green flag's in the air, we're down and away, and it's going to be Hallinar getting the jump there on the start. He gets a good jump on Octavio Rondoletto. Hallinar will hold on to the lead, and he's going to slide in front of Marty Zakala. He will slide in front of Marty Zakala. He didn't quite have the hole, but he's kind of forced himself in there, and Zakala will have to be content to run in 3rd. Here we go, battle going on for 4th. Paul Coleman Jr. goes to the inside of Jeff Edgar. Oh, Coleman gets a little loose on corner exit. Looks like he's going to hang on to it. Now we have Zakala jumping to the outside. He's trying to get to the outside of Rondoletto. He will. Jeff Edgar, his teammate, will give him a little bit of help here. We'll have to see how Edgar can do. Edgar, I can't say it's very impressive, because I know for a fact I haven't said Jeff Edgar's name this race, because under one caution not too long ago I was looking at his name and I was like, you know, I definitely have not said his name once this race. And here we go, he's running 4th late in the going. Oh my goodness, Paul Coleman Jr. gets underneath the white line, and will he save it? Paul will hang on to it, but he's going to lose a bunch of spots there. Tough break for Paul Coleman Jr. The car just broke a little bit loose there. We continue racing though. He did not lose the car. We are in good shape. Up front, it is still Alex Hallinar. Marty Zakala now racing to the outside. Zakala in the number 52 machine. What a story it would be if that 52 of Zakala could park that car in victory lane on opening night. Zakala's a guy, he actually is an XCAL because he's a real-life friend of mine. If you didn't know, I am the real-life single-A baseball announcer for the Miami Marlins affiliate, the Batavia Muck Dogs. And with the Batavia Muck Dogs, Marty Zakala was actually the sound guy there. And I knew he was big into racing, and I've always been into iRacing, so I talked to him about iRacing. He said he's heard of it, and he actually eventually ended up getting it. And it took him a little while, but he got it all set up. And he has been really fast right out of the gate. So Marty Zakala has been better at iRacing than most people are this earlier in their iRacing careers. And he started running XCAL. In his first XCAL race, he put the car in 9th, which is a really good run in this league. His second race, he ended up finishing, I think it was 6th. And he has just been running impressively. And if he could bring this car home in victory lane, what a statement it would be for Zakala. Even a top 3 would be a statement for Zakala here, to just kind of show that, hey, I'm starting to get this thing. And right now, he does have a lot of team help. That's his teammate Quintus LaBeouf running right on his bumper right now, and that's the number 7 of Jeff Edgar, who's also team affiliated with his. So all these cars, friendly faces right now for Marty Zakala as he races for 2nd with Octavio Rondoletto. Rondoletto on the low side of the speedway does a good job keeping that car pinned to the bottom. And the 57 of Alex Hallinar, he is on the high side, or the low side, excuse me. And now Marty Zakala gets a run. Marty Zakala gets up side by side now with the 57 of Alex Hallinar. Zakala using the side draft to his advantage. Zakala trying to race for the top spot right now. Off the corner, Zakala gets a big run down the back straightaway. He gets the side draft off the 57. The nose is ahead for the 52 of Marty Zakala as we come down into turns 3 and 4. Zakala side by side for the lead right now with Alex Hallinar late in the going. Lots of help from teammate Quintus LaBeouf. And if you remember your XCAL facts, Quintus LaBeouf actually won the XCAL Super event in Michigan. I believe it was a $350 purse in Michigan, the biggest XCAL purse we had all year last year. And Quintus LaBeouf put that car in victory lane. He had a very good run at Charlotte, running up in the top 5 last time we went there. And Quintus LaBeouf, he's a super speedway aficionado. And for Marty Zakala, there's probably not another guy that's on his team that he would want to see in his rear bumper right now, giving him help. And LaBeouf gives him a shove down the backstretch. He gives him a push. He's trying to push Marty ahead. And Marty Zakala doing a fine job holding his line right now. I mean, this is great teamwork on the high side from the 52 and 03. I'm curious to see if the 7 of Jeff Edgar jumps up there with him is going to get racy. It is certainly go time in this thing, though, as the 52 of Zakala, the 7, excuse me, of Edgar gets a little loose. He hangs on to it, and he's just going to slide back in the line right in front of Luke Turpin. And not teammates by any stretch of the imagination, or Jeff Edgar or Luke Turpin, but Jeff Edgar and Luke Turpin are actually pretty good friends. They have built a good bond over here at the XCAL Racing League, and Turpin actually, whenever he signed with Rolling Thunder Racing, one of his first requests was he wanted Jeff Edgar on his team. He didn't realize that Jeff Edgar already owned a team, and whenever he found that out, he was disappointed because they really got along well. But certainly good buddies there. So this gets late in the going, and Luke Turpin, all of his teammates are out of the race. If he needs a helping hand, as Marty Zakala is taking the lead right now from Alex Talinar. But to finish my point there, don't be surprised if you see Edgar and Turpin work together there. Well, whenever your teammates run out for a guy like Turpin, you gotta find your teammates where you can find them. And a good friend like Jeff Edgar might be just what he needs, as Zakala pulls dead even with the 57 down the backstretch. Zakala side by side for the lead as we head into turns number 3 and 4. As it looks like he's going to lose a little bit ground there, got a little bit too high in the corner, but the 03 is going to stick right on his bumper, and they'll probably still get a good run down the front straightaway. They do, as they get a lot of side draft. They're coming up on the lap car of Greg Holes, and Holes is just going to pull off onto the apron. A smart move there for Greg Holes to get out of the way of these leaders, as he is well off the pace. So Holes gets out of everyone's way, and no trouble there, as we are really starting to get racy up front in this thing. Epic racing going on for the win here in the XCAL Racing 420. The 52 of Marty Zakala, though. The first car on the outside lane. Now Kleins LaBeouf has drove down to the low side. He has pulled that car to the inside lane. That means Kyle Strychars will be the next car that will have to come up there and help the 52 of Zakala. And it looks like Zakala is going to pull that car into line too. So Zakala pulls in the line in the third, and now Kyle Strychars is out there with no help. And I see Luke Turpin peeking to the outside. It might be go time for Luke Turpin, you know? He's been keeping that car in one piece all night, but it might be finally time where he's like, you know what? It's time to go. We have 24 cars still on the lead lap here, with about 60 laps to go. Art Hendren 1 lap down, Chase Johnson 2 laps down, which is, for an XCAL Super Speedway race, I'm knocking on wood because there's a long way to go, but that's really good. Sometimes these races can become races of attrition with the big ones, and I will say the fact that we have that many cars on the lead lap this late in the going, that's impressive. That is very impressive at this stage in the game, and caution is out. Caution is out on the speedway, as I've jinxed it. I must have jinxed it there, as Josh Rogers went flipping, and a race that was so promising for Josh Rogers has gone from bad to worse now, as he was flipping down the front straightaway. So caution's out on the speedway. Unfortunately, I didn't catch that whole accident. I just saw the tail end of it where Rogers was flipping, so we'll hopefully have the replay up for you on that in one moment. And it looks like our cameras just didn't catch that over here at Telesign TV, so we will we'll have to see what happened. But it looks like Tyler McRae might have got Tyler McRae definitely got a piece of that. Tyler McRae's front bumper is completely ripped off that car. So just we were complimenting Tyler McRae.
Check out my in-car.
He was having such a good run, and then looking at the 66 of Paul Coleman, and he it looks like the front bumper's pretty tore up on that. And Paul, it actually looks like you probably had a good view of that. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I was just kind of following along there, and then I think 85 got a little loose. Anyways, the 3 of them got in the wall. I tried to squeeze through the middle, and then I got tagged, spun around, and then Johnny B got into me and flipped me over. So now I'm getting the toe back in. So that's my night.
Tough break there for Paul Coleman Jr. He sits on pit road. We're going to try to get a quick interview in with Marty Zakala. Zakala is having a very impressive run right now, as Tyler McRae has been disqualified for that one. So we're going to pull Marty Zakala in here. And Marty Zakala, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
What's up, PD?
Well, Marty, I'll tell you what. You've been having a good run all night. That car's been borderline top 10. Like here late in the run, everyone's good to go on fuel. You find yourself sitting position number 3. How are you liking your chances in this thing, and how does it feel to be running up front in one of these big XCAL races?
It's awesome, man. I think the chances are really good. You know, I like the high line when it comes to street stocks at Charlotte. I like getting that thing to working, and side drafting is going to be key if that high line's going to work. But in the turns, that low line's got something. You know, Halinar and Octavia were doing a good job pushing there in the turn. So it's going to be a chess match to the end. I'm looking forward to it, though.
Well, I got to tell you, Marty, I know that you had to just recently run rookie street stocks to upgrade your account. So I must ask you, does any of that experience running all those rookie street stock races at Charlotte help you out here?
Well, actually, when I did rookie street stocks, there was no Charlotte. I don't think there was Charlotte anymore, but C-Class had Charlotte. a few weeks ago in the final week of the season, last time out, and I was running pretty good, especially on the high groove. So I'm pretty good on the super speedways, especially the high side.
All right, well, 10-4, Marty. We'll let you catch back up with your team, but an excellent run so far, and best of luck to you moving forward.
Thanks, Petey.
All right, that's Marty Zakala, driver of the number 52, as he finds himself sitting third as we are here very late in the going of this one, as we're looking to get things restarted here in probably just a moment. I'm going to give you an updated running order after we come back from commercial break, but we are going to take a 30-second timeout for station identification. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV. And welcome back to the XCAL Racing 420 as we sit here with about 54 laps to go. Here's the running order. Alex Hallinar sits in first, second's Octavio Rondoletto, third's Marty Zakala, fourth is Clyde Buff, fifth is Jeff Edgar, sixth is Luke Turpin, seventh is Kenny Tripp, eighth is Kendrick Crayer, ninth is Brandon Varney, and 10th is Caleb Tremaine. And this time by, we come by the flag stand. I think we will be getting 1 to green, and we do get 1 to green this time by, so we have 1 lap till we go back green flag racing, as everyone's going to get them doubled up. And I am curious, this is going to have an interesting finish. Let me tell you how this thing's shaking up. So right now, you have Hallinar and Rondoletto, the 2 odd man on an island. Neither of those guys have any team help near them. Then you have the 3 BBM affiliates of Marty Zakala, Clyde Buff, and Jeff Edgar running 3rd through 5th. Then you have Luke Turpin. He's Luke Turpin. He's going to be up front somewhere. Then behind Luke Turpin, you have a mess of mainly asphalt cars. Kenny Tripp, Kendrick Crayer, Brandon Varney, Caleb Tremaine, Ben Eaton. That is a 7th through 11th. Those are all affiliated cars with one another. And then you have William Karp, John Domino, Ryan Soper, and we still have 22 guys on the lead lap. First car 1 lap down is Josh Rogers. I think that car is pretty heavily damaged, though, so I don't know if we'll see him back out there. A few guys 2 laps down, Paul Coleman Jr. and Chase Johnson. But 22 guys on the lead lap here, late in the running. We are getting closer and closer to the 50 to go mark to determine who is going to take home the XCAL Racing 420. And what has been a pretty darn good event so far, I will say. This race could have been an absolute wreckfest with how loose the setup was, and it really hasn't been. I think we're at about 9 or 10 cautions, which, don't get me wrong, that is not a great number. That is not the number that we would like. We'd probably like to see that closer to 6 to 8, but still, not by any means a bad run so far. So here we come. The pace car pulls off. The field's in Alex Hallinar's hand. Green flag in the air. We're down and away, and it's Octavio Rondoletto on the high side. He got the jump there. Rondoletto's going to have the lead of the stripe. Jeff Edgar and Luke Turpin really didn't go. The top 4 pulled away a little bit on that one. Octavio Rondoletto continuing to race up high. It just looks like he really is not going to be able to make that car stick up there, though, right now. So Rondoletto is going to try to race with Alex Hallinar. Now Marty Zakala gets to his inside. Zakala to the inside of the number 77, and Zakala's clear. If Zakala would like to jump up and try to race for the lead, we talked to him during that caution. He said he's a really big fan of the high side, and we will have to see if he's going to jump up there. I mean, he has his teammate Clyde Buff in tow. And here we go. Luke Turpin's looking racy for the first time tonight. Luke Turpin's up to 4th. He makes the pass on Octavio Rondoletto. I think it's go time for Luke Turpin. I think he decided, you know what? I need to go up here and make some moves happen. So Luke Turpin now up to the 4th position in that 454 XCAL Racing machine, and he is going to jump to the high side of Clyde Buff. Luke Turpin gets to the outside of the LaBeouf 03. I'd be very curious to see if the 53 of Marty Zakala pops to the outside. He peeks to the inside of Hallinar. There's nothing there. Zakala has to make his decision quickly here with Luke Turpin as they come through the corner. If I was Marty Zakala, I think I'd probably jump to the high side and let Luke Turpin push me to the lead. Here we come off the corner. Let's see what Zakala's going to do. Is he going to let Turpin get to his outside, or is he going to jump up to the outside? They go down the front stretch, and it's going to be Turpin getting to the outside of Zakala here. So now Turpin's to the outside of Zakala. They race side by side for second. Luke Turpin trying to get up front and maybe lead his first laps of the race so far. Turpin has yet to lead at all. Luke Turpin in the 454 machine now runs directly to the outside of Marty Zakala as they race side by side for second. Down the backstretch, Turpin has second. He is now going for the lead on Alex Halinar. Turpin able to pinch those cars so low to the racetrack, and it is absolutely go time for Luke Turpin, as there he gets a little loose in the corner. He's going to hang on to it, though. Still has a good run off. Here we go. He catches right back up to the door of 57, and he is side by side for the lead. Turpin does have the nose ahead as we go into turn number 1. Octavio Rondoletto has jumped up to the high side to go with Luke Turpin, and let me tell you what, if those two decide to work together, that is an absolutely lethal combination here at the end of this race. Rondoletto gives Turpin a shove down the backstretch. It does appear those two are working together, as Turpin now has the nose ahead again, heading into turn number 3. And Luke Turpin, for the first time tonight, trying to lead lap. Oh, Octavio got into too hard. Luke Turpin's going to save it. Luke Turpin does manage to save that car. Octavio got into him a little too hard, but they're going to lose all their ground, and caution is out on the speedway. Must be a separate incident. And John Domino in the 36 has had some sort of an issue. Let's see. Unfortunately, I just caught him. He was racing side by side, and it looks like there's we're going to catch the replay real quick. Sorry, I jumped the gun a little bit there. Replay's up, and John Domino did run right into the back bumper of William Karp during a checkup, and then he got into the 48 of Jordan Babinger. A tough break there for Babinger, who was having an awesome night. And for Domino, he is going to have to bring that car into the pits, and it doesn't look as damaged as I thought it was going to be, but that's probably still some required repairs. So let's see how Babinger looks. That car's pretty torn up as well. Two really good running cars that just got tore up there in that accident. A tough break for both of those guys. And that puts us under caution once again. So what this will do is it will give me a chance to maybe get a word in here with Alex Halinar, as I was actually hoping to talk to him last caution, but kind of ran low on time. So here we go. We're going to try to tune into the radio of the number 57 of Alex Halinar. And Alex, it's Petey up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, I got a copy, Petey.
All right, well, Alex, you find yourself sitting in first here with just under 50 laps to go. So I got to ask you, is this all going according to script so far for you?
I'm going to be honest, Petey. I didn't really have a script coming in here other than survive to this point of the race. And for me to be, actually, I'm not going to say anything else. I don't want to jinx anything.
All right, well, I will say you're sitting in the lead here with about under 50 to go, so you don't have to give me your game plan. I don't want you to jinx anything, but I do got to ask, if you're leading this thing still with 10 to go, do you make that car real wide?
Again, I'm not giving away my game plan. I hate to be this guy, Petey, but I'm here to win the race, not to... I am here to entertain, but I'm here to win the race, first of all.
You know what? I can respect it, Alex. And I do got to ask, what happened to your teammate tonight? He was the one car that did not make the green.
I have no further comment on that at this point.
Alex
I know
Halinar.
this is very vague.
Alex Halinar.
If you want to ask me how my day was, I'll give you that.
How was your day, Alex?
Pretty good. I got into work 9 o'clock today at Burlington. Was at the front. Got to, wave at people, say hi.
All right, so, oh my goodness, something weird just happened there, and we have lost Alex Halinar, but that is fine. Alex Halinar is back down in his channel. He was telling us about his day, and unfortunate break there that we lost Alex there, but that is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. So it looks like some cars are going to get some laps back here. John Domino was just given the black flag for bringing out the caution, but that was his second caution caused, so I think he should be DQ'd, but race control might have missed that one, so it is what it is. Mr. Domino might have caught a lucky break there, as we will see how this thing gets restarted. And we're going to go through the running. I'll give you the full running order of the guys on the lead lap. So here's how it runs. You have Alex Halinar in first. Second is going to be Marty Zakala when we get restarted. Third is going to be Quinus Buff. Fourth will be Jeff Edgar. Fifth will be Kenny Tripp. Sixth will be Luke Turpin. Seventh will be Kendrick Crayer. Eighth will be Octavio Rondoletto. Ninth will be Brandon Varney. 10th will be Caleb Tremaine. 11th will be Ben Eaton. 12th will be William Karp, 13th will be Kyle Strychars, 14th will be Ryan Soper, 15th will be Jeremy Leto, 16th will be Tyler Batchelder, 17th will be John Schwartz, 18th will be Johnny B, 19th will be Pat Sullivan. 20th will be John Domino. 21st will be Jordan Babinger. And then in 22nd will be Art Hendren, the last car on the lead lap. Now just one lap down is going to be Chase Johnson. So if Chase Johnson can get one more caution, he'll be back on the lead lap, and that'd be a great recovery for him. 24th is going to be Paul Coleman, who's 3 laps down. And then after that, you have a whole lot of cars that are multiple laps down. So after 25th, it's been a rough go of things so far on the evening. Although I will say, in a 280-lap race, it looks like 39 of the cars will have at least completed 280 of the laps. So that is something right there, if nothing else. As we get ready to get things back going here, I think we're going green in this time by. So we will be going green this time by, and we will have 46 laps to go at the flag stand this time by. So 46 laps remain in this one, 46 laps to settle the score. As it is going to be Alex Halenar on the inside and Marty Zakala up top. I am really curious to see what Zakala can do here on this restart. He said he likes the high side. He has a teammate on his right behind him on his bumper. That's the 7 of Jeff Edgar. I will be really curious to see what Edgar can do. If Edgar can get up on the bumper and give that 52 a push, I really don't know what to expect out of Edgar here. We haven't seen Edgar run up front all night long, and this is really the first time we've got a chance to see it. So we'll have to see what Jeff Edgar has hidden up his sleeve here as we get ready to get things going. So we head down the backstretch into turns number 3 and 4. The field is at the mercy of Alex Halenar, who is keeping his secrets very close to chest here. You say he's here to win this thing, not entertain, although he is here to entertain as well, apparently. So we will have to see what he can do as we come off corners number 4. The iRacing Ford Mustang is going to make that hard left-hand turn onto the pits, and the field is now at the mercy of the 57. Here they come down towards the flag stand. The flagger holds the flag in hand, and the green flag is in the air. We're down and away, and Alex Halenar gets a good jump on the inside. Zakala does hang, though. Zakala didn't get his doors blown off by any means. However, Jeff Edgar really didn't get a good jump there, and Edgar in 4th position right now. He's just going to be trying to hang on to your life right now. Edgar with a lot of help in his mirror from Luke Turpin. Don't forget earlier that I said that Luke Turpin and Jeff Edgar, they're good buddies. Don't be surprised if we see the 7 and 454 work together here. Up front, though, here we go. Marty Zakala gets to the outside now. The 57 of Alex Halenar. Zakala racing for the lead. Let's see what Zakala can do here. I'll be curious to see how he uses the side force. Side draft, excuse me. I mean, I guess the side force is relevant in that comment, but it is what it is. Now running up in 4th position is going to be the Helmet Kenny Tripp. That is the highest the helmet has ran since the initial start of this race, where he started 2nd. So Kenny Tripp has done a good job of playing a strategy out. You know, he planned to drop to the back, he planned to stay out of the wrecks, and he planned to be running up front towards the end of it. And, well, he is running up in the front towards the end of it. He has got that car up in the 4th position right now, and he has a clear lane. He can go to the bottom and help the 2 leaders if he wants, or he can jump up top and try to give Marty Zakala a little bit of a hand here. Let's see what he does. We have Caleb Tremaine getting the wall in the back of the pack. That will not draw a caution. John Schwartz also gets loose. Kenny Tripp gets loose. Things happening all over the racetrack right now. Jeff Edgar will clear Kenny Tripp. We have a minefield of race cars right now, and we're going to have a big one pretty soon. There's no way these guys can survive racing like this for another 40 laps. This is absolutely epic and a mess right now all over the racetrack, and it looks like Ryan Soper almost got an Art Hendren, but he's able to hang on to it, so nothing wrecking back there yet. Up front, they do get single file. Marty Zakala slides into 3rd place behind Quinas LaBeouf. Here we go once again. Luke Turpin jumps to the outside. He gets to the outside of the helmet. Turpin drives that car up around the high side, and he has moved up in the 5th as he has taken the position away for a quick moment away from the helmet. Alex Halenar throws a block down the front stretch. A sketchy moment there is, oh my goodness, things are going down. A big cluster back near about 6th through 10th. Looks like everyone was able to hang on to it as things are still getting very hairy back there. And for these guys, I think they need to recognize too, yes, it's go time, but there's also still 42 laps to go. You have a lot of time to still make your way up to the front and win this thing. Yes, you should be racing hard and you should be trying to race to win, but at the same time, you have enough time to make moves. You don't have to do anything too wild and abrasive yet. As up front, Luke Turpin has made his way to the high side for third on Marty Zakala. Here he goes on the high side for second for Aquinas LaBeouf. And here he goes for the lead on Alex Halinar. Luke Turpin absolutely wheels that thing to the outside of the racetrack. Turpin now gets right to the outside of Alex Halinar. He drives that car off the corner, and Turpin flies down the backstretch now as he is drawn even with the number 57 machine. Let's see how he does in corners 3 and 4. If he's able to maybe clear the 57, they race side by side for the top spot into the corner, and Turpin with the side draft will get the run off the corner, but not as good of one as I was expecting him to have there. Aquinas LaBeouf doing a really good job right now, pushing that 57 car. And I will say, I think everyone has calmed down a little bit. I mean, towards the back of the pack, you see the guys there trying to make moves happen, trying to make their way up to the front because they know it's go time. But really, not anything too crazy happening like was happening a little while ago, as we have a car pulling off. That's the 45 of Travis Sukup. So here we go, great battle for the lead still going on. Up to 7th right now, highest I've seen this guy run all night, Kendrick Prayer. The 22 of Prayer has sneakily had a quiet day. Now he is up in 7th position right now, and that 22 car, well, let's see if he helps the helmet here. Let's see what him and the helmet are capable of doing. Up front, Alex Halinar clicks away another lap. Luke Turpin on the high side of the speedway, he is just trying to lead a lap. I can't remember if he led a lap or not. He probably has. I think I mentioned something about it earlier. But nonetheless, with 40 laps to go, he finds himself racing for the lead. And do you ever really doubt that we were going to find Luke Turpin racing for the lead with 40 laps left to go in this thing? It almost seemed inevitable. So here we go, side by side with Halinar still, the 454. Using all the side draft he can get, and he just can't quite get the run he needs to get the position away from Halinar. We have a car flying down pit road right now. I did not catch who that was. That might have been Brandon Varney in the one. No, Varney's still out there. I'm not sure. That might have been Caleb Tremaine. Nonetheless, though, we are going to stay green. That will not warrant a caution as the car went flying into pit road. And I was just about to make the comment that Aquinas LaBeouf really has done a fine job as he gets loose there, actually, and that's going to cost Halinar. Halinar now has no help on the inside lane. Halinar has to drive that car on the low side by himself. Turpin, this might be just what the doctor ordered. Turpin uses all the side draft he can get off the corner, and it's going to be Luke Turpin really pinching the 57 down there. Here we come to the flag stand. Luke Turpin is going to finally lead a lap if he hadn't already. Turpin leads that time by the flag stand, and as it's go time, Mr. Excitement, Luke Turpin, wants to win this thing. I'll tell you what, for the rest of the field, they do not want to see Luke Turpin win this race. Luke Turpin wins this race for how good he is on the short tracks and the tracks where we have setups and stuff like that. They cannot afford to let Luke Turpin be winning the super speedway races if the rest of the field really wants a good shot at winning this championship. So we will have to see if anyone can dethrone him here. That would be a big key for these guys. To not let Luke Turpin win this race, I would say. You don't want to let him have the super speedways. These are the ones where the rest of the field is supposed to show up and make things happen. Here they come up on the lap car of Greg Holes. Holes is just going to get down and out of the way. Turpin does pull ahead a little bit in the corner. It looks like he might get a good run off the corner this time by. This might be the lap for Turpin, although on exit he did get a little bit tight, scrub the tires a little bit too much, and that car will just be hanging on once again now. So Turpin side drafting with Alex Halinar. Looking back, trying to see if there's any more good battles going on besides it's one for the lead. There's really not. Jeremy Leto has some help from Octavio Rondoletto. Now Brandon Varney jumps to the outside. Varney jumps to the outside, and he is racing now with the 22 of Kendrick Prayer. Varney, remember, he started up in third, and he dropped to the back with Kenny Tripp. So for Brandon Varney, I think it might be go time for him now, too. I think for all these guys, it's just about go time in this thing. As Varney on the high side. Now Kenny Tripp jumps to the outside, and yep, it's go time. Everyone is going to the high side, and we are about to have two distinct lines of epic racing to decide who's going to win the XCAL Racing 420. And don't forget, all those preseason races we had, all those races that Luke Turpin won, those didn't count. Those were just unofficial preseason races. Luke Turpin has still never won an official XCAL race. The only XCAL races that counted were 2014 and, of course, 2015 as well. And for Luke Turpin here, if he could find a way to win, this will be his first official XCAL Racing victory. And, oh, we have a wreck. We have a wreck. It's Ryan Soper, and, oh, caution is out on the speedway. Caution is out on the speedway, and Jeremy Leto, I apologize, it wasn't Ryan Soper, it was Jeremy Leto. He went around after it looks like he made some contact there with the 2 of Ben Eaton. Yeah, we'll have to see what happened for sure. Replay is up, and it looks like Jeremy Leto was racing side by side with Ben Eaton, And yeah, I think Leto just slid a little bit down the racetrack, came across his nose. Leto, fortunately, really didn't get a whole lot of damage there. That car is going to be okay. I don't think he's going to be too torn up. So Jeremy Leto, he is going to probably get the penalty on that one, but he should be okay. I don't think he had another penalty in this race. And it looks like he might have got loose there. I'm not 200% sure, but what this will do is this is actually going to put Chase... Yep, Ben Eaton did get the black flag there. And this will put Chase Johnson back on the lead lap. He'll be the 20th and final car on the lead lap. And this will put Tyler Batchelder just 1 lap down and Paul Coleman Jr. just 2 laps down. So a couple guys more getting back into this race. A few other cars have pulled it behind the wall, though. Josh Rogers is officially out. Jordan Babinger, after having an incredible run winning the pole and running up front all night, unfortunately his night ends poorly. He is out of it now, 25th, taking that car behind the wall. And this is a good time to key up in-car reporter Paul Coleman Jr. Paul, how's it going out there? 2 laps down. Well, you're going to be 2 laps down after the wave around. I mean, I hope you don't get back on the lead lap. I don't want to see 2 more cautions, but the way this is going, you might just get back on the lead lap.
Well, technically, I should be on the lead lap. I got a black flag, too, for Greg Hulls, who's kind of slower than I am on short tracks. Didn't get going, and I ended up getting a black flag, which cost me 2 laps because he pretty much dragged his brake across the line. But, you know, I don't want to complain or anything because it's not an XCAL race unless I get a black flag for not doing anything stupid. But, yeah, I totally forgot your question at this point.
Oh, so did I, Paul.
Oh, yeah, no, 2 laps down. Yeah, let these guys, hopefully they wreck. Maybe get a chance. I'm just trying to keep my water level low. I still got like a minute to prepare, so I'm trying to wait for a good time to come in to do that. But 2 laps down right now, there's no point in trying to race or do anything, so I'm just driving half throttle and just kind of hoping that we get some more wrecks. If we do, I'll go into the pits and get repaired and try to do something.
All right, well, Paul, thank you for your words. We're going to take a 30-second timeout as we come up on 30 laps to go. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Telesign TV. And welcome back to Telesign TV. For the XCAL Racing 420, my name is PDJ Zeller, the voice of XCAL Racing. And what better time than now to thank a few of our sponsors. SimRacer Coin, of course, thank you for sponsoring our season and giving us so much SimRacer Coin to give out. Of course, Telesign TV, one of our great partners, thank you for broadcasting these races. Without Telesign TV, no one would get to see the epicness that is XCAL Racing. Of course, the First and 15 Sports Podcast, a new sports podcast that should give you an interesting perspective on any of these sports. K2 Sauces. K2 Sauces are the premier sauce in the sauce industry that no one knows about yet. If you have a chance, go check them out on the internet. You can order some bottles for yourself and try it out. I believe shipping is only available to America as of right now, but maybe in the future it will be more available. But if you are in America, I highly recommend checking out K2 Sauces. And of course, the XCAL Racing web shop, www.xcalracing.com/shop. All sorts of cool XCAL merchandise there. If you're a fan of XCAL and you want to support the league in any way you can, be sure to go to www.xcalracing.com/shop and get all your WAL PD merch, your XCAL Racing earrings, your XCAL Racing shoe flip-flops. There's just so much XCAL Racing stuff on the website. Be sure to check it out. So this time they come by the flag stand. They should be getting 1 lap until we go back green, and I believe they do, as the lights go off in the pace car. So we have 1 lap till we get things back going. It's going to be 30 laps to go when we get this thing restarted. 30 more to go, and it is officially go time. The gloves are off. These boys are ready to play. It is going to be epic here for the conclusion of the XCAL Racing 420. Halinar will be restarting in first. Second will be Luke Turpin. Third will be Clinus DeBuff. Fourth will be Marty Zakawa. Fifth will be Jeff Edgar. Sixth will be Kenny Tripp. Seventh will be Kendrick Crayer. Eighth will be Brandon C. Varney. Ninth will be Octavio Rondoletto. And 10th will be Kyle Streichars. So we come down the backstretch one more time, and still 20 cars on the lead lap late in this thing. Pretty impressive number, I'm not going to lie. And back on the lead lap finally, Chase Johnson. Took him the whole race to finally get that car back on the lead lap. But perseverance and not giving up, Johnson has managed to pilot that car on the lead lap, and I know he's close in contention for leading the most laps in this race. We will have to see if Johnson can recover from the early race error and maybe park that car in the top 10. That'd be a great run. We heard team owner Derek Colson earlier say he just wants to see a top 10 run out of him. That's certainly not out of the realm of possibility the way this one's going right now. So as we come off corner number 4, that iRacing Ford Mustang is going to make the hard left-hand turn onto the pit road, and the field will be at the mercy once again of Alex Hallinar, who is trying to pick up his first career XCAL victory. We come down into the quad oval, and the green flag's in the air. We're down and away, and Luke Turpin on the high side got a good jump. Luke Turpin really went on that restart, but Hallinar is able to keep the car still pinned down to the inside. Hallinar races side by side with Luke Turpin. Mano a mano here for the top spot, and Marty Zakala is going to slide into third. Nice move by Zakala to get into the low line and secure his position, as he will try to help Alex Hallinar get around the 454 of Luke Turpin. Now Turpin has a good sight in his mirror, though. That's the 12 of Kenny Tripp. And Kenny Tripp, certainly one of the better drivers here in the XCAL Racing League. We will see if Tripp and the high side of Tripp and Turpin can make something happen here. As Tripp actually went up the speedway, he got a little bit loose there, so Tripp was able to hang on to the car, but still a tough break there for Kenny the Helmet Tripp, as he has help from his nephew Brandon Varney in his mirror right now, as Varney is trying to give him all pushing in. Oh, and Octavio Rondoletto goes around. Octavio Rondoletto spins, and he is not going to hit anything. Oh, he does hit the inside wall. Caution will not fly, and now caution will fly, as I think race control thought the 77 was going to spin back up on the racetrack. So caution is out onto the speedway, as we are having a flurry of cautions here at the end of this race. As Rondoletto did a good job actually by not spinning back up onto the racetrack. He did a perfect job of turning that car and not getting onto the racing surface. So good job there from Octavio. We'll have to see what caused that here in a moment. I did not see what caused it. As we get the replay up for you. Replay's up, and yeah, Octavio just thought he was clear of the 7 there of Jeff Edgar. It came right down across his nose. And the 77 of Octavio Rondoletto did a good job not hitting the inside wall initially, ended up getting it eventually, not too hard, and he ended up spinning slightly onto the racetrack. I think that's what drew the caution. We are under caution once again here, as this thing has just kind of become a caution fest towards the end of this one. I'm not going to lie. We have had a fair share of cautions at the end of this race, as we are getting closer and closer, though, to the end. This next restart is going to be within 25 laps to go. Well, we have a late chance here to talk to some of these guys. Let me make sure everyone's caught up to the pace car. They are. We're going to try to catch a word here with Luke Turpin, as we haven't talked to Turpin all night. And dialing in the radio. And Luke, it's Petey up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
I got you there, Petey. How you doing tonight?
Not too bad. I mean, it's been a little rough these last few laps, but you guys really have put on a good show for the majority of the night. Well, Luke, you kind of stuck to your game plan all night, it seems. You're running 7th and 8th for a majority of the race, but you're running 7th to 8th really with nobody around you, just kind of biding your time. And with about 40 to go, I think I saw you turn the switch on. You got to that high side, and you raced your way right up to the front. So tell me, is that kind of the game plan here, is just ride that high line to the front of the field?
We were really just camping out at the beginning, just trying to keep it clean. And then as the night went on here, it was getting close to time to go. I don't know, I might have jumped the gun a little bit there. I had a little bit of a moment. I don't know how good that save looked on TV, but it felt pretty wild in the car. And then once we get to the outside here, I'm telling you, man, I got to rock it. I just got to get some help. I felt like there was 15 cars lined up on the bottom. It was me versus the world.
Well, you know, in these super speedway races, at the end, when your teammates have wrecked, your help is really where you can find it. You're going to be restarting with a Kenny Tripp right on your bumper. So I got to ask you, how do you feel about getting help from Kenny to possibly park this thing in victory lane?
I know Kenny's fast, and man, if he gives me a little bit of a push, I don't even need a lot of a push. We're gonna get this thing to the front. I think the problem's gonna be Kenny wants to win this thing just as badly as anybody else, and it's gonna be a dogfight coming to the line.
All right, well, Luke, we'll let you catch back up with your team. Best of luck here, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to you again after the race.
Get it, Petey. Have a good night.
All right, that's Luke Turpin, driver of the 454, as he currently has that machine sitting in second. We're going to get a restart within 25 laps to go. So what this caution does, it's going to put Tyler Batchelder back on the lead lap. Paul Coleman Jr. is now going to be just 1 lap down. And Keenan, Paul's radio real quick, turning his channel. Paul, the way this is going, man, you might end up back on the lead lap before it's over. Honestly, if I was a betting man, I'd say you probably are going to end up on the lead lap before this thing's over.
Yeah, the way they're even running under caution here, we're running into some people.
Oh, Jeff Edgar just got black. I think that was for causing the caution, which...
Yeah, I don't know. They're all over the place here under yellow, too, so this is pretty dicey. Guys can't figure out where they're supposed to be and all that. I don't know, it was the 19, whoever's in the 19 was like almost ran over the 53 and all that, so really crazy stuff.
Well, Paul, if you can get back on the lead lap, does the car have any sort of speed left in it?
I honestly don't know, because I've been, like I said, been running just 3/4 throttle just to the back, just to make, because I know all these guys are going, so I haven't seen yet, but RPM seems about the same as it was before, so I think we still got, yeah, they get that with damage, so I think we got a shot.
All right, well, I'll let you go catch up with your team, Paul. Thank you for the quick word. And so Jeff Edgar was black flagged for causing that caution, and I have to say, I don't know how on earth that was on Jeff Edgar. I mean, Octavio Rondoletto came down 3 lanes. Jeff just held his line. He was already to the inside of him. I would be interested to hear Race Control's explanation of that one, because there must be something there I'm not seeing, because there is not any way he caused that from what I'm seeing here. I'll be curious to hear what Race Control has to say after the race about that one, though, as that one was... I certainly do not agree with that one, but there's a reason I'm the broadcaster and not Race Control. So we're getting doubled back up, getting ready to restart with about 24 laps to go. And it looks like the 57 of Alex Halinar will still be in first. Second will be Luke Turpin. Third will be Marty Zakala. Fourth will be the 12 of Kenny Tripp. Fifth will be Quinas Buff. Sixth will be Brandon Varney, the highest he's run in quite a while. Seventh will be the number 22 of Kendrick Prayer. Eighth is going to be Jeff Edgar, who got a black flag, so he's going to have to serve that anyways. Ninth will be the 08 of William Karp. And 10th will be the 07 of Kyle Strychars. We still have, well, actually, we have 21 cars in the lead lap now, and if we get one more, we have Paul Coleman 1 lap down. Behind Paul, the next car behind Paul is Jose Gaudino 13 laps down. So unless something just absolutely epic happens here, there's no way Jose is going to end up back on the lead lap. So Paul, really the last car in contention in 22nd, 1 lap down. So we bring the field down in corner number 3. And we are going to get this thing restarted one more time. And I'll tell you what, these laps keep clicking away. Halinar's been leading since about 80 to go. And Alex Halinar finds himself still leading right now. He just has to keep getting good restarts here. But it's getting more and more dicey as we get deeper and deeper into the run. And we've had these little cautions, but really we haven't had a big one yet. There's not been a big one. As I'm knocking on wood, I don't want to see it, but at these super speedways, it is always just hiding behind the next corner. Here we come down to the flag stand, green flag in the air. We're down and away. And on the inside, Alex Halinar gets a nice jump there. And one car on the inside didn't go at all. I think that might have been Caleb Tremaine. He must have missed a shift. Kind of a big checkup there. Good restart, though, for Halinar on the inside. He does get that machine a nose ahead of Luke Turpin. Kind of 3-car breakaway in the front. It looks like 4th place and 5th place didn't really go on the restart there. Turpin and Halinar race side by side for the top spot. We will have to see how this battle ends up going. Luke Turpin has the nose ahead, but on the inside, 57 of Halinar has all the help in the world from the number 52 of Marty Zakala. Zakala trying to get that car up there. Oh my goodness, a very, very hard, not very hard contact, but contact nonetheless between the 2 leaders of Luke Turpin and the 57 of Alex Halinar. Now it looks like Marty Zakala is just looking for a hole to go. As here we go, Kenny Tripp on the high side. Now he's the 2nd car on that high side. He's trying to catch right back up to Luke Turpin. Remember what Luke said? He said he felt like Kenny would be good help. His only issue with Kenny is he thinks that Kenny will want to win the race just as badly as he will. And I'll tell you what, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Kenny Tripp probably is going to want to win the race just as bad as Luke Turpin. And while Kenny could push Luke to the lead, Kenny and his nephew, Brandon Varney, there are 3 lanes here at Charlotte. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Kenny and Brandon Varney try something funky here. We'll have to see what they can do. They currently are the 2nd and 3rd cars in line in that outside lane. They run right on the bumper of Luke Turpin. Turpin just trying to get any run he can off the corner on Halinar, but I have to give it to Alex Halinar. Halinar has done a fantastic job of making sure that no one can get around him on that high side. He has ran that low side to absolute perfection up to this point in the race, and the 57 of Alex Halinar really doing a good job, driving a good race. He's been pretty much near the front for most of the races. Tripp and Barney looks like they get a little loose in the corner. They lose some momentum there. I will say, if I was the 52 of Marty Zakala, I'd think about jumping to the high side, but now it's too late. Tripp gets an absolutely huge run off the corner, and he's right up the bumper of Luke Turpin now. Here we go. 2 lines are formed at the front of the field. Looks like we might have had a little incident take place. Jeff Edgar is now lapped down. But it looks like maybe, I don't know, the field got really spread out very quickly there. I'm not sure why that happened. For some reason, we have 2 separate packs. The lead pack is 12 cars. We'll have to see how this ends up breaking down. But Alex Hallinar is still the car in front. 12 cars racing for the win in this thing. Leighton, caution's out. Caution is out on the speedway as we come to 20 laps to go. And there you go. Paul's going to be back on the lead lap, as will Jeff Edgar. We'll have to see what happened there. Must have been in the second pack, because I didn't see anything with the leaders. And I am not seeing this one on my forecast. Keenan, Paul's radio. Paul, did you see anything there?
Yeah, take a look at Chase Johnson. Unfortunately, he was in the wall as I passed him. And we got a guy smoking in front of the condos.
10-4, so, oh, yep, it totally was Chase Johnson, and oh my goodness, yeah, Chase Johnson with a vicious wreck there. We'll have to see what happened on the replay there in a moment. Replay is up, and Chase Johnson just got to the outside of Art Hendren, and Art slid up the raceway, put Chase right into the fence, and Chase went flipping, and that car, yeah, like Paul said, it's the wheel's still straight on it. He might be able to keep that car out there. If he doesn't come in pit road, he won't have to answer his required repairs, and that car, he might be able to still wheel a decent finish out of this thing. So while we're under another caution here, I'm going to take, well, first off, Paul, let's talk to you a little bit before I pull in someone else. You're going to be back on the lead lap, finally, Paul. So did you find anything else about the car there? Do you know if the car has enough power to maybe race with these guys?
Yeah, it's definitely a power to race. Like the RPMs are about the same as it was. I was pulling up. Granted, I'm battling with lap traffic that's dead. I'm able to suck up to them really well. We'll see if I can hang with the leaders here. Hopefully, I don't run into this oil from. I believe this is Logan Jones that's smoking in front of me here.
Oh no,
this engine might be going here soon.
Well, do you think, Paul, there's any chance that you might be able to drive up to a top 10 finish? I mean, a win does seem pretty unrealistic at this point, but at the same time, the way these guys are racing, I wouldn't rule anything out.
Yeah, win will happen if the top 18 wreck in this big one that you keep talking about. I'm hoping for this announcer's jinx for the big one. But no, I'd love to see a top 10. It's possible. A couple of lead lap guys are slow, and if I can get a decent restart here, maybe if we get one more yellow, put me in a better position here, because I'll get the way around, so I'll have to start with all these left-down cars. So one more yellow, and I think I got a chance for a top 10. If this is the last yellow, then probably not.
All right, well, that's Paul Coleman Jr. Now we're going to try to catch a word in with the Helmet Kenny Tripp. And we key in the radio, and the Helmet Kenny Tripp. Speedy up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, Kenny, here you go late in the going. You find yourself sitting in position number 4. And for you, it was a very unique strategy, a strategy that no one else did today. You and your nephew, Brandon Barney, started at the front of the field, and you ran up front for the first run we had. But the second the first caution came out, when we got our second restart, I saw your whole team drop to the inside of the racetrack and drop to the back of the field. You survived, and now you find yourself running up here in 4th with about 20 laps to go. Tell me, when you guys made the game plan, was this exactly how you intended for it to go? Because it seems like it's gone to perfection.
Yeah, my nephew and I had a long conversation today, and we discussed that's what we're going to do. And the yellows came into play exactly when we thought they were going to. So we stuck to the plan, and hopefully we can finish hopefully 1-2, if not at least together.
Well, Kenny, you're going to be restarting in 4th, right behind Luke Turpin. You will have your nephew Brandon Varney behind you. That's a pretty stout outside lane, if I say so myself. Do you think if you guys can get hooked up, that you three have a chance to clear that inside lane?
I do, as long as the inside lane holds their lane and doesn't make their car really wide. I think I wouldn't want anyone else besides Turpin in front of me and Brandon behind me. So I think we actually have a really good shot here.
All right, well, Kenny, I'm sure you have a lot of game planning to do, so I'll let you get back to your team, but best of luck, my friend.
Sir.
All right, that was the Helmet Kenny Tripp, who will be restarting 4th. We're going to take our final 30-second time out of this broadcast. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back on Telesign TV with the epic conclusion of the XCAL Racing 420. Welcome back, my friend, to Telesign TV for the epic conclusion of the XCAL Racing 420. Coming to the green flag, there will be 16 laps to go. 16 laps to settle the score, and a race that was pretty epic for the first 220 laps. These last 60 have gotten pretty muddy. I will say they have gotten a little bit wrecky here. But fortunately, we still have 20 cars in the lead lap. I've been saying it a lot, but we just have not had the big one. It's just been these little wrecks that have been causing the cautions. And that's probably why there's been so many cautions, is because none of them have taken out cars. Like, it's just these little wrecks that really aren't damaging guys too bad. And at this point, if you were on the lead lap, you certainly have a chance at winning it. So we will see what can happen here. The field comes through turns 3 and 4. Once again, Alex Hallinar still leading this thing. He is just laps away from his first career XCAL win. Can he hold off the great ones like Turpin, Tripp, Varney? Even LaBeouf is a great plate racer. Let's see what happens here. The pace car makes the hard left-hand turn, field at the mercy of Alex Hallinar, and the green flag is in the air. 16 laps to go from the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and Hallinar absolutely blew the doors off Luke Turpin that time. Luke Turpin was caught sleeping, something that does not happen very often. Hallinar with a good jump there, and honestly, he might have gotten too big of a lead. He is pretty far ahead of the field, and now that might not play well for him. Turpin hangs to the outside of Marty Zakala for second. Turpin trying to get up there and race with Zakala. The outside lane did not get a good restart at all. That outside lane had an unfortunate go of things there. And what that is going to allow now is Aquinas LaBeouf is going to have the opportunity to go back up to the high side if he would like to. We'll have to see if he's going to. As LaBeouf thinks about it, but he's not going to. He's going to stick with his teammate, Marty Zakala. And the way this race is kind of played out, that's LaBeouf's last teammate. I mean, William Karp is running near the front, too. But for LaBeouf, really his last shot at working with a teammate is Marty Zakala, so I think that's why he's working with Zakala right now, staying on that low side. Zakala slips up the speedway a little bit, almost gets in the door of Luke Turpin there. They both are able to hang on, and they are now side by side still for that second position. Turpin on the high side, driving that car nicely to the outside. He gets to the outside of Hallinar. Oh, Varney makes contact with Kendrick Crayer. The two teammates touch there. That allows William Karp to get through the gap. And oh, Kyle Streichars goes around. Caution is out onto the speedway. Another caution, as that is the big one. That is, honestly, it's not even the big one. I only see 2 cars wrecked. At first, I thought it was the big one, as there was 4 or 5 cars that ended up getting a piece of that. But no one got too bad of a piece of that. It looks like Caleb Tremaine got the worst of it. His motor looks like it went. Streichars just went around. I think he's going to be okay. Ben Eaton got a pretty big piece of that. Jeremy Leto got hit pretty hard in the aftermath. Looks like Pat Sullivan went hard into the outside wall afterwards. And Ryan Soper also got a piece of that. As you see what happened here as the replay goes up. I'll start with Kyle Streichars and Ben Eaton, and that was just close racing gone wrong late in the going here as Streichars kind of came down across the bumper of Ben Eaton there, and a tough break there. The 21 went absolutely flying around the track. And so we are under caution flag here once again, and I'm going to talk to probably the one guy running up front that we haven't talked to yet. And I'm going to pull Aquinas LaBeouf up here, as we're going to see what good old Aquinas has to say at the end of this one. I'm trying to tune into his radio channel. And Aquinas LaBeouf, it's PD up in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
10-4.
Well, Aquinas, we're getting later and later in this thing. You know, it seems like it's taking forever right now. We just can't stay under green for the life of us. We did it for 220 laps, and now we can't do it for 2 laps. But still, you've been running up front. You're running in 4th right now on this late restart. You know, you're kind of known around XCAL as a restrictor plate guy. How are you liking your chances here? And do you have any sort of a plan or a strategy that you want to do here?
Really no kind of strategy right now except for helping teammates and trying to get, especially the only thing I've been going for is when I'm getting behind Hallinar, kind of trying to get in his head a little bit, bumping him everywhere I can, so that way, because Turpin's been holding it and getting it real close to us, so I'm trying to get him to just barely clip Turpin. They go into the wall and we're smooth sailing, but the main point, I'm just trying not to fall asleep.
Honestly, I feel you. I've been going to bed at like 9 o'clock lately. This is late for me. So you still have your teammates up there, Marty Zakala and William Karp. And currently, besides Kenny Tripp does have Brandon Varney, but for you to have 3 teammates running up near the front, do you think that can play beneficial for you here at the end?
Yeah, I think it can work. I just don't know how I'm gonna split away with them because I feel like with the amount of people we have up here, especially like Luke Turpin, I'm really not sure how that's gonna play out because most of the times, like I've been looking back at my past XCAL races at Super Restrictor Plates, it's always a small amount of cars and it's coming late caution and it just something's going to happen. I know it. I can feel it. And lucky enough, this caution came out for Jeff, so he's gonna be catching back up. So now we're gonna have 4.
Now you say something's going to happen. I've been kind of hinting the big one still has to happen. You know, clients, we've had these cautions, but they're all like 1 or 2 car wrecks, little wrecks. Usually, you're right. Usually these races do end up with not many cars in the lead lap. We still have 17 cars on the lead lap, but that number is decreasing. It was 22 not that long ago. Do you feel like the big one is still hiding around the corner, even though there's just 10 to go?
No, I don't think it's gonna be necessarily the big one. But something's gonna happen, dispute, between the leaders. I don't think it's gonna bring out a caution or any sort of thing, but I know something's going to happen. I don't think it's gonna be the big one though.
All right, well, Quinus, thank you for your words, buddy. I'll let you catch back up with your team. Best of luck and go get him, Mr. Restrictor Plate.
Tempo.
All right, that was Quinus LaBeouf, driver of the 03. As I love Quinus' confidence in these interviews. He always knows what he's saying, and he can feel something coming. And Paul, if you're tuned into the channel too right now, I can't say I disagree with Quinus. I can kind of feel something coming too right now.
Yeah, I feel something coming too. But hey, you know what? I'm the last car on the lead lap, and I'm actually starting with the leaders, so I don't have to try to pass through everybody. So I got a chance at this thing. I mean, not for a win, but top 10.
All right, yeah, you're sitting 16th right now. Going to get a good restart. So here we come as the field's going to double up. When we get restarted, there will be exactly 10 laps to go. Don't forget, within 5 laps to go, XCAL Racing will not throw the caution. There are no cautions within the last 5 laps of an XCAL Racing event. So if we get to 5 to go, this thing's green to the end, we race it out. So these guys just have to play nice for 5 laps, and they can't play dirty. If you do something aggressive and you intentionally wreck someone, you will get penalized and sent to the end of the line. However, this is...
Hey, while you still have me keyed up, Petey, I'm looking at my guy right in front of me. It's Johnny B. I've not heard you on the broadcast talking about Johnny B this evening. He's running 12th.
And the thing is, Paul, that's usually Johnny B. Knight is usually he doesn't get in much trouble. He keeps the car clean, and somehow he ends up having a decent run by the end. Sitting in 12th right now, though. Johnny B could be a dark horse. I'm telling you, don't count out any of the 16 cars in the lead lap right now. This is going to get dicey. This is the season opener. This is like the XCAL Daytona 500. Everyone wants to win this thing. No one wants to go home empty-handed. And you know what, Paul? The last comment, I was talking about points a lot earlier. I really don't think a single guy is thinking about points right now.
I'm not. Go time. 10 laps. Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Pace car makes the hard left-hand turn. Field in the hands of Alex Hallinar. We come down the front straightaway. And the green flag's in the air. We're down and away. It's the high side this time. The high side goes. Luke Turpin probably with his best jump yet. And he didn't miss a shift, but he didn't have a smooth shift there. And that let Hallinar catch right back up to his door. So they're dead even heading into turn 1. Hallinar on the inside. He will inch ahead. They are so close for that top spot right now. On the high side, LaBeouf was not able to get up to the bumper of Turpin and give him any help. And now it's that low side with Kenny Tripp is racing side by side with Quinus LaBeouf for the 4th spot. LaBeouf now draws even with him up front, though Turpin does have the nose ahead of Hallinar. Hallinar racing side by side with Turpin. And Hallinar's been lucky. That 52 of Zakala stayed right on his bumper for this last little bit of a run. And Zakala has really done a nice job of keeping that car right behind Alex Hallinar. Here they go. They click away another lap in the books. Hallinar leads another lap. Alex Hallinar, I'll tell you what, he has led probably about the last 60 or so laps in this race. These next 9, though, are going to be the hardest of his XCAL racing career if he wants to get his first race career victory. Here we go. Octavio Rondoletto splitting the gap, making it 3 wide on William Karp. Rondoletto, we haven't said his name in a little while. He is still in this thing. He is running up in the top 10, and he is the 3rd car in the outside lane. Where did Rondoletto come from late in the go? Up front, the 57 still leads on the low side. He has a lot of help from the 52 of Marty Zakala. Up top, the 454 draws even with Hallinar. It's going to be awfully close to the stripe this time by, and it was Turpin by 4 1/1000ths of a second. Turpin races up top. A lot of help from Clinus LaBeouf. Don't forget, LaBeouf said he's not afraid to help Turpin if he thinks he can get him in victory lane. Let's see what LaBeouf does here with Turpin. He gives Turpin a shove down the backstretch. Rondoletto runs right up on the bumper now of Clinus LaBeouf. Rondoletto just looking for a hole, looking for somewhere to go. Octavio Rondoletto. I thought he was out of this thing. I didn't think he really had a shot in this race, but he is running up front when it matters most. It is go time, and he knows that. He is trying to get up there. There's still 12 cars in this lead pack. This time by the stripe, it's close again, but it's going to be Turpin by about 15 1,000. So a relatively big gap compared to last time by. Turpin leads. We are now just 2 laps away from making it to no more caution. These guys cannot wreck for 2 more laps. This race is official, and it'll be in the books. Turpin continues to race on that high side of number 57. And William Karp wrecks down the backstretch. Caution is out on the speedway, and this changes everything. William Karp wrecked down the backstretch, and caution is out, and we are going to have probably about a green-white checkered. Oh my goodness. We'll see what happened there with Karp first and foremost. Not sure what the issue was there. We will get the replay up in a moment. And it looks like Karp just hit the apron a little bit, slid up the racetrack, got loose, and then collected Tyler Batchelder. Looks like Karp did save the car somewhat, so did Batchelder, and they both kept it going, so caution flew. And we were under caution here now once again, and we'll be getting a restart with under 5 laps to go, so that is the last caution of the race. Paul Coleman, though, tune into your channel once again. You're running 12th right now. You're probably going to be restarting a little higher than that, because I think William Karp is going to have to come down and serve a penalty. So probably a 11th place restart for you. It's going to be like a 2-lap shootout. Paul, you can't rule out anything at this point, can you?
Absolutely not. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that happened there. I got held up a little bit by the 01, and Johnny B held me up a little bit there, so I ended up losing that draft. So yeah, kind of excited that I'm bounced back up with these guys, and we'll see if we got a shot.
All right. Well, looks what something happened here. Ryan Soper actually has had an issue, and he is no longer in the race, so I'm not sure what happened here with Ryan Soper. Ryan Soper, he was it looks like he was running in 16th, and he has had some sort of big issue go down. With Alex Hallinar, I'm not sure what the issue is right now. There's something weird going on right now. Alex Hallinar is not with the field right now. I'm not sure what happened. Still trying to get caught up on everything that happened. Alex Hallinar, for some reason, is like a lap ahead of the field. And a weird scoring issue right now. I'm sure Race Control will work hard to work this out. So we are under caution, and while they sort this out, I'm going to try to figure it out. I know I said no more commercial breaks. We're going to take one last 30-second timeout so I can try to figure out what happened. We'll be right back on Telesign TV.
I can't see that far ahead.
Welcome back to the XCAL Racing 420 here. As we are having some sort of a scoring error here right now. Race Control is working vigorously to figure out what happened there, as they want this race to have the finish it should have. But for some reason, Alex Hallinar has gotten waved around and scored a lap ahead of the field. We're not sure what happened here. Something weird with scoring is going on. 15 cars are still on the lead lap, though, and I think if nothing else, Race Control is probably going to have Hallinar come to a stop on the racetrack and have him line up properly. I mean, that would be the correct thing to do here, because this is some sort of really goofy scoring error. So we are going to be getting a restart with just 1 lap to go, I think. I think it's going to be a 1-lap shootout. I'm not sure. This has been a really screwy one. Not sure what's going on here, as this finish is something weird has happened with the scoring that has waved the 57 car around the pace car, and he is now scored a lap ahead of the field. But I think the Race Control is going to work to fix this. We're going to have a 1-lap restart. This is going to be a 1-lap shootout to the finish. But we need to get this scored properly. So trying to see what's happening here. And, Paul, you're listening to Race Control. What's the conversation like?
Full disclosure, I muted race control after that 2-lap lap thing, so I have no idea what's going on.
10-4, Paul. So we aren't sure what's happening with the race.
I was a little mad.
But somehow Alex Halinar got scored a lap ahead of the field, and I think race control is going to maybe have him come down to a complete stop. Yep, and Halinar is going to come to a complete stop. And they're going to get this scored properly. So I think when we get restarted, it's going to be a 2-lap shootout. It might end up being a 1-lap shootout. I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen here. This is going to be a difficult one for race control to score. Halinar is the leader. I think race control... This is going to be a tough one for race control to score. This is going to be a very tough one for race control to score because Turpin is cycling through as the leader right now. Or he's not the leader. He's in second, but he's lined up behind the pace car as the leader. A very confusing situation here at the end of this race. And yep, they had to delay it one time to get it sorted out. So it's going to be a 1-lap shootout. A necessary 1-lap shootout because of some weird scoring error here at the end of this race. So the field's going to pick up Alex Halinar, and I think the field is going to... They're going to try to sort the field properly. So they're going to try to get everyone in the position that they should be in. I think they want Turpin to go to the outside, and they want Sakala to go to the inside. And we are going to have 1 lap to settle this thing. As a very... This isn't on XCAL. This is a weird iRacing scoring error that somehow that number 57 got waved ahead of the field. We don't know what happened here. This is something that XCAL should honestly probably send iRacing a clip of and be like, what the hell is this iRacing? Because this is just kind of unacceptable. We're ruining the end of a 280-lap race by having some weird scoring error. But Halinar has been picked up by the field. I think race control said if it gives you a black flag, we'll correct it. And they're going to have Halinar line up as the leader now and get everyone lined up properly. So Halinar will be in the top spot. And it's going to be Zakawa, I think, will end up in second now. Somehow Marty Zakawa has ended up in second. And this is going to be a green-white checkered finish. So this will be a green-white checkered finish. Such a strange start here. Such a strange ending to this race here with the way things have lined up. And it looks like they're going to have Turpin pull up into second. Yep, they're going to want Zakawa to pull down into third. And okay, they got things lined up properly now. And now I think they want LaBeouf up to fourth. Yep, and they want Rondoletto in fifth. It looks like they're going to have the helmet pull up into sixth. And yeah, they're getting this all sorted out, race controls. I think they have it sorted out, and I think this is good to go. We're going to have a green-white checkered 2-lap shootout. All right, so green-white checkered. Sorry for all the confusion there, but an iRacing glitch in the system messed things up there for a minute. XCAL fixed it themselves, and they have delayed this one more time, which they are able to do since it's a green-white checkered finish, and that was a necessary delay by race control. They had to fix the scoring issue. So everything got sorted out. But Paul, certainly a strange, bizarre ending to this race because of an iRacing glitch that I'm sure has not only confused all the drivers and all the admins, but probably all the fans as well.
Absolutely, I know. Definitely weird to be in Halinar's position too, because it's you don't know what's going on. But I know we still got 2 laps, 12 cars, maybe 11 if the 08 has to pit. Maybe now he doesn't have to pit for the black flag. Who the heck knows? But top 10 still within reach. I can see it.
You're right there, Paul. Best of luck. This time by, we do get 1 to green, and I think this is really 1 to green.
You do know I've never had an XCAL top 10 in my entire career.
We definitely haven't had an official one. So this one will be could be your first one. We'll have to see. Here we come. The field is led by Alex Halinar as we come down into turn 1 for the last time. It's going to be a green-white checkered finish. There will be 1 attempt at a green-white checkered. We will have to see how this goes. This race will finish under green no matter what, though. There will be no more cautions at this point. So you got Halinar in first, Turpin in second, Marty Zakala in third, Klein LaBeouf in fourth, Octavio Rondoletto in fifth, Kenny the Helmet Tripp in sixth, seventh Kendrick Krayer, eighth Brandon Varney, ninth Tyler Batchelder, 10th Jeff Edgar, 11th William Karp, 12th Paul Coleman Jr., 13th Johnny B, 14th Pat Sullivan, and 15th John Schwartz. Those are your cars in the lead lap. At this point, I think it's safe to say if you are in it, you could probably win it. We come down the backstretch into corner number 3 for the last time under yellow, and the field will be in Alex Halinar's hands. Let's see what happens here. they come down through 3 and 4 for one last time. Once again, you are watching the XCAL Racing 420, the season opener for the XCAL 2021 season, a race that kind of has taken a sour turn towards the end, but was really promising up till about the last 60 laps. Here we come through 3 and 4, and the iRacing Ford Mustang is going to make that hard left-hand turn into the pits. Here comes Alex Hallinar down to the green flag, and the green flag's in the air. We're down and away. Hallinar gets a good jump. Zakala gives him a shove there, and it looks like Rondoletto's looking for room to race behind Zakala. Rondoletto all over the bumper right now. Marty Zakala up top, though. It is Luke Turpin racing side by side with the 57. He doesn't really have a whole lot of help right now. The 03 Appliance LaBeouf is just trying to get it going. He can't. Octavio Rondoletto now jumps to the high side. Rondoletto with a move late in the going, and where did that 77 car come from, man? What a run for him. Here they come down the backstretch. Luke Turpin and Octavio Rondoletto working together on the high side with a lot of help from Appliance LaBeouf. Here they come into turns 3 and 4. It's Hallinar out front. Turpin on the high side. Turpin gets loose. Turpin slips up the racetrack. A mistake from Turpin. He leaves the door open for the 77. He slams it shut. White flag in the air. One more lap to go. Who gets back around first? Here they come down into corners number 1 and 2. Turpin has the nose ahead on the high side. Hallinar, though, drives that car deep on the inside. And Zakala gets a little loose. This looks like maybe a 2-horse race. Hallinar gets tight off the corner. They touch down the backstretch. They bang doors. They go down into turns 3 and 4. Get out the photo finish cameras. This is going to be very close at the line. They go through the corners. Hallinar comes into the corner. He gives Turpin the door. He moves Turpin up the racetrack. Hallinar has the lead. They wreck behind him. And Alex Hallinar, the whole field wrecks behind him for the first time in his XCAL racing career. Alex Hallinar is a winner in XCAL. Marty Zakala came home in second. Jeff Edgar survived the wreck. When I said the whole field wrecked, the whole field wrecked behind them. Jeff Edgar survived that wreck to finish third. Octavio Rondoletto ended up fourth somehow. Luke Turpin, unfortunate for him, ended up seventh there. And Alex Hallinar, for the first time in his XCAL racing career, is victorious. What a finish there. As that was a pretty epic finish, to say the least. And oh my goodness, what a ending to the XCAL Racing 420, a race that had a memorable finish. what a finish that was, as the whole field wrecked off of 4, and they were 3 wide, and Octavio Rondoletto just got a little loose on the inside of Luke Turpin and got into him, and just everyone junked it behind him. And we are going to we're gonna have to sort that one out. But first and foremost, we normally don't do this, but I do want to have an interview with a driver that didn't finish in the top 3. I want to talk to Luke Turpin just briefly. I'm very curious to hear what Luke has to say, so we're going to interview him despite him not finishing in the top 3. And Luke Turpin, we're down here with you on pit road after the race, and certainly a controversial finish, to say the least, and a tough finish there for you. What did you think of the 57's move there in the last corner?
Oh, man, he's on the inside. He's going to use it to his advantage as much as he can. He just kind of kept creeping up. I mean, we're talking inches here. It ain't much, but he's just creeping up slowly, and eventually, once I get door to door, there's nothing more I can really do. I thought we were still going to get a good race to the line, but I think some chaos ensued behind, which took us out of the run in there. It's unfortunate, but, you know, all you can really do is ask for a chance to win at these things.
All right, Luke. Well, who do you want to thank for your sponsors and crew on the 454 car?
Thank Aaron, president of XCAL. He definitely put an excellent event here as team owner. And Greg and Matt did a good job as teammates throughout the week, working on good setup.